the Royal City Summit. This event is called Live Music, Bookings, and Nightlife Then and Now. My name is Dee, and on behalf of Ammo Music, we want to welcome you to this session. We're here at Royal Studios in Guelph, and we got a really exciting panel here with me today. Today, we'll be discussing the journey of three entrepreneurs, venue owners, and former and current booking managers and promoters. And we're going to take a 15-year-long journey through the Guelph live music and nightlife. We chuckle a bit because it's been that long. So the business of live bookings, working with artists and managers, and the EDM, the bubble, the nightlife, and the focus on how the landscape has changed. And I have a very esteemed panel here with me today, so I'm really excited to introduce them to you. First, we'll start with my left here. We have Nick Wever. Nick has been involved in the Guelph music landscape since his teens, before having lived in the city. By autumn of 2000, when his family had finally moved, Nick became actively involved in the local music scene here in Guelph, particularly with the punk and metal genre. Nick would frequently go to concerts and local shows here in Guelph, and he would coordinate trips for larger groups. His friends, I would assume, were some of them, but also other people as well. In his 20s, when he began working in the downtown bar local, even becoming a member of a few different punk and metal bands as well. With this came an opportunity to start booking bands and shows in more of a management role, and by 2010, Nick inserted himself into larger music projects, one of those being the Gain Music Festival. As of 2020, Nick has retooled and rebranded Gain Media, and he continues to push the music scene here in Guelph. So Nick, welcome to the program. To his left is Bilay. Badoe? Oh no, I messed it up. You gotta correct me here.
Badoe.
God. We practiced so many times, I feel so bad. But anyways, Bilay went to Fanshawe for the music industry arts, and then started the Grow Build Arts Collective as a co-creator. I do want to mention that. He doesn't want to take all the credit for it. He toured for 5-6 years with the Age Letters. He has many companies in West Africa, which is an interesting conversation. I can't wait to get into that. A couple of contracting companies there as well. And you might know him as one of the co-owners of ONYX. So thank you very, very much for being here, Bilay. And sorry that I messed up your last name. And last but not least, we have the OG. This is Mitch here to the far left, a U of G grad and a prominent figure here in Guelph, especially in the nightlife scene. An uncontended 10-year run, but I feel like it's more, but he just doesn't want to admit that. But he's one of the OGs, like I said, creators of Late Nights, opened Opus, which used to be a banquet hall, which I never knew didn't have an address, had an address, but didn't have a name, but he changed that. And he orchestrated regular weekly events from Thursday to Saturday, and a number of themed events, including the Bunny Hop, 12 bars of Christmas. And if you're from Guelph, you know those events. They are staples now. He's hosted a number of shows at the Guelph Concert Theatre, formerly known as the Raging Cajun. I'm really glad they changed the name of that. And he's booked some of the biggest acts that you know in EDM today, including Steve Aoki, Avicii, Zed's Dead, my man Pauly D, Keys and Crates, and many, many more. So the list is very long, and I'm sure we'll go through them. But gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. I'm sure you're eager to sit down, so take a seat.
Thanks for having us.
Awesome. So how's everybody doing on this Saturday, this COVID Saturday day?
Not bad.
The weather's not bad.
The sun's shining. It's a beautiful day.
Can't complain.
The sun's shining. It's a beautiful day.
It is a beautiful day. You're going for a hike later. You're taking advantage of it.
I am. I'm going to go walk around to Laura. Got my beautiful girlfriend here, so we're going to maybe stroll through the university, go through memory lane. So it should be a nice day.
Well, hopefully you're not too tired after this conversation then.
We'll be okay. I got my coffee to keep me going. So.
Awesome. So now before we kind of get into this, I know, Nick, we talked about the fact that you moved here, so that is your relation to Guelph. Do you know, is there a specific reason why your folks picked to come to Guelph?
We lived close to Guelph, and it was just it just kind of happened that we were always coming here. My mom was going to work here, and my stepdad at the time, so it just made sense. I moved here about midway through high school. So it was a bit of an awkward time to move, but it was definitely for the better. Like as soon as I got to Guelph, I felt like it was home, sort of thing.
And that was in 2010, I believe, right?
2000.
2000.
Yeah.
So, I mean, when you look at 2000 Guelph and you look at Guelph now, I mean, what's the biggest things that sort of stick out to you? you?
I mean, there's been a lot of growth in the city. There's especially like with the region we moved to Woodlawn, like in the north of the city, and it's just a lot of expansion. There was no Walmart there before. There was no like Costco out in like in the south end and all that. So just a lot of growth, but it's also nice because there's not too much that's changed necessarily. Like it always sort of feels the same, even though things are kind of constantly changing.
Yeah, it's weird because like born and raised in Guelph, and I was telling you earlier, if you told me that there's 2 Walmarts and a Costco in the city, I would have never believed it. I thought it was some sort of sorcery, right?
Yeah.
So it's weird because I often say, and I sound like a broken record when I do say it, it's grown a lot in this time, but it still sort of has that small town feel, and I think that's what makes Guelph unique, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So, Bilay, what is your relation to Guelph? When did you come to Guelph? Were you born in Guelph?
I was born actually in North Bay, but I came to Guelph in '86 actually. So I've been in Guelph for ever pretty much.
And what brought you to Guelph?
I got here before I was like even 1. My dad, he's a psychiatrist he was a psychiatrist at the Homewood for a bit, and then he was the Minister of Health. And my mom was here. She went to McMaster and then worked as a delivery nurse at the Guelph General Hospital, and then started her own business selling like African goods and wear in Fergus actually. So yeah, we've been in Guelph forever. And yeah, I went to Brock Road School, which is now like the Wellington Learning Center or something like that. So yeah, I've been in Guelph since Gordon and Courtright was the end of Guelph. So I've been here for a while.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Well, it's treated you well, and I'm assuming that's one of the reasons why you stuck around, right?
Definitely, Guelph it's as Nick was saying, and you were saying, it's big city with a small city feel. Like it just keeps growing. It's a really good community. It's safe, and I mean it's wild too. So you get a vibe of everything. So I've always liked Guelph.
So you both came here early, Guelph. Now, school was the reason that you came here. What schools were you juggling between, and then why did you eventually pick Guelph as your?
So I applied to, Western, Laurier, Waterloo, a couple Toronto schools, but I made my decision on Guelph when I came to the city. You guys said it perfectly. It's a small town vibe, but it's nice and warm, and you can be relaxed, but you can get crazy at times too. I like the campus. The Guelph campus is beautiful. You got Johnston Green there. And on campus, you feel like everybody's kind of open-minded and friendly. You can wear sweatpants to class and not get judged compared to some other schools. So just coming to Guelph, I kind of knew right away that this was the spot, and I'm glad I made the choice.
I'm glad you said the word crazy, because it is one of the few cities where when students are here, you know that students are here. Like the city really transforms between the school year and the summertime, because it is a zombie town during these summers, right? So you know that the businesses and the economy really rely on the students here in the city.
Yeah, I think it's a different city when the students are around compared to when they're not. I mean, there's obviously a difference, but there still is a lot going on, and that's the nice kind of balance is that. You kind of get ready in August for all the students coming back, and kind of like, especially as a business downtown or whatever, you just get ready for that time period, because there's 20,000 new people that are going to come and experience the city. So you always want to kind of put your best foot forward and be ready for it. But there's always still a lot going on in the summer. It just depends on where you're looking, sort of thing.
Yeah, it's like as soon as you see Gordon shut down the one day when the students move in, that they're here.
Exactly.
D-Day.
So I kind of want to talk about all your how you got into music. Obviously, you guys run a lot of live events, and a lot of your business is derived from music. So obviously, there's a passion there for the medium. Mitch, what got you into music? When did you start seeing that music was going to be a part of your business?
I got into a different type of music at an early age. I started growing up on hip hop. Always loved hip hop. First real memory was I was probably 10 or 11 years old, and my cousin would always visit me from Montreal, and he had always these the dopest headphones ever. And he'd
You don't remember the brand though, eh?
I don't remember the brand. No, it was before Beats time, way before that. But he would sleep over, and I remember he'd always listen to music before bed. And one time he said, "You gotta hear this song." So I put the headphones on, and it was Busta Rhymes. Put your hands where my eyes can see. I think the album, it's crazy beat. And ever since then, whenever I listen to an album or music, I put headphones on, turn the lights off, and I listen to it front to back. So just from that experience kind of made me appreciate music, especially through a good system or through good headphones. So from there, it kind of rolled into, more hip hop, different types of hip hop. And then electronic music grew on me at a later age, probably when I was 18 or 19. So it was about 7-8 years of hip hop and then kind of converted into electronic music.
And yourself, Bilay?
Like how did I? Music has always kind of been a part of my life. Like I started playing piano when I was 2 or 3. For Christmas, like we always had our Christmas present, which my dad would give us, was to go to Sam the Record Man the next day for Boxing Day, and we'd be able to pick out tapes as a kid and stuff.
Do you remember your earliest record?
I actually, yes, I did.
Great. You're waiting for me to ask.
No, I was really hoping you wouldn't ask that. Embarrassingly, I guess, to be honest, it was Vanilla Ice, actually. Ice Ice Baby.
Nice.
The first tape ever. My brother bought ONYX, I think, the ONYX tape, and then my other brother bought, what did he get for my first time? Oh, New Kids on the Block. He's actually going to hate me for saying that. But yeah, I've been playing piano all my life. I started when I was 2. I did classical music with Suzuki, and then I switched to guitar when I came back from Ghana when I was in grade 8. Then just got into that. In terms of music genres, it's like I know everybody says it, but I generally do like all types of music. Like to me, music it wasn't really like something I could just ignore. It was something that like it's a part of life. Everything to me is like music and art, and so it's like when I went to school and touring and stuff, it's just about like how can I make this my lifestyle? So it wasn't really. I just kind of slipping into it. It's kind of like I needed to do it just as a necessity for my own sanity.
And yourself, Nick?
I took some lessons for piano and everything growing up a little bit. I didn't get terribly far, but it's one of those things that I've always had music around. My mom kind of grew up with Barbara Streisand and Phantom of the Opera and stuff like that, so that didn't really have an influence. But it was a very kind of different upbringing. Like we were always surrounded by music. Like my dad's side was more Cat Stevens and Simon and Garfunkel and Blue Rodeo and bands like that. So I grew up with that sort of surrounding, I guess. And then really got into punk and metal when I was about 13 or 14, I'd say. And I still remember, going to concerts, and even before moving to Guelph, I would come to Guelph to see J. Kloss shows, like Between the Buried and Me, and all those kind of like metal bands and stuff like that. So it was definitely kind of like a folk indie upbringing, and then all of a sudden I just went into like metal and punk. So it was just very different.
I was gonna say a very diverse panel from Barbara to Busta. Yeah. would not have expected that. I guess one more selfish question I want to ask you then, because I was talking about the records. Do you guys remember your first concert experience? I'm going to the depths of the archives here.
Yeah, there's a first concert and there's a first kind of festival that really did it for me. My first festival, or the first real reason why I fell in love with music and production was we were on a school trip for second-year university. So it was a little bit later in my life, but it's one that kind of impacted kind of what we did with the company and how we made the company. We were on a grad trip in Punta Cana, and we organized a trip for about a couple hundred people. And you have your on-resort parties, and with other universities from Laurier to Guelph to Western. And we just so happened, it was the most randomest thing. There was an event planning company from Spain, and they were hosting a festival called Desalia, which we knew nothing about at all. So they came to our resort to try and promote the festival to get a couple extra hundred people to go to it. Only 20 or 30 of us ended up going because a lot of people didn't want to go off the resort, but it was close by down the beach. So we pretty much turned the corner of the beach, and I kid you not, there were 5,000 people, all dressed in white, full production, lasers, lights, music, sound, and it was all house music. This was probably in 06, 07. So it was on the rise of electronic music, kind of just when it was breaking out. And I just remember coming around that corner, I'm like, holy shit, this is unbelievable. And then at the time, my best friend was there too, and that's kind of when we started thinking, can we do this back home? What can we kind of incorporate to make this part of our daily lives? So that was kind of a big impact from me for a concert festival type of thing.
I like that answer. Was there a specific moment or concert that you guys experienced that you're like, I could see myself in this space, Bilay?
Specific what? I don't think so. I've been going to shows forever, so I've always loved shows, and I know it was something that I wanted to be part of. Like it's it's sharing emotion and the vibe of it and the hype of it, and like as you're saying, the production and everything like that. Like I don't think I have a specific show that like made me why I've always wanted to do it. Kind of.
You're just born to do it.
Yeah, I definitely remember my first. I remember my first show was Sharon Lois and Brand. I was like 5 or something, and I went to like Sting. My dad used to take me to concerts all the time, like Sting, BB King. We went to a lot of concerts, like orchestral stuff and like classical shows. But it's like, in terms of like the thing that always got me with shows is like the sound and the lights from anything from a piano sitting in the middle of a wicked hall to a massive production stage with EDM. I love the bass in it, and I love the production, to metal where it's fast and loud and the vibe of everybody moshing. Like I just love shows. So I don't have a specific.
And yourself,
yeah. I don't know if I can think of anything. I mean, there's one in particular moment where when I was very, very young, my mom took me to this like French singer, and he was, I think I was probably like 5 or 6, and he's like running through the crowd, and his name was Marcel something or other. And I remember my mom always commenting afterwards that I was so fascinated by like the fact that he's like sweating and so into his show. And I'm like just a little kid, so that was like one of my earliest memories of a concert, I guess. I don't know if it got me.
Just remember sweat.
Yeah, I just remember like I was so fascinated by his like he's just like running around through the audience and whatever else, and I was so apparently I was just very fixated on that. My mom would always tell me later, like, you were so interested in like what he was doing and whatever else. So I think that might have kind of got my interest in live music. But I mean, I've been coming to shows and whatever else. Like I grew up in Palmerston, so I'd come to Guelph to come to shows when I was 13 and 14 with friends and stuff like that. So I don't know if there was necessarily a specific moment, but I still always remember that moment of like, this is crazy. There's something going on here, It's at a very young age.
All right, so we keep going back in the archives here. Do you guys recall your first event? And I mean, I assume it didn't go smoothly. If it did, that's amazing because obviously it set you up for further success. But do you remember some of the challenges you faced in maybe your first event? Nick, we'll start with you.
I mean, I think my first big event was the festival that launched Gain Music back in 2011. So I'd been talking about it with a bunch of different people locally in the who are either musicians or DJs or whatever else. And there's always been a great music scene in Guelph, and it was always very obvious that it was there. But I kind of felt like there was a whole kind of niche that wasn't really getting showcased, because there were great big festivals and big events and things like that, but there were no necessarily festivals that had like just a bunch of punk bands on it, sort of thing. So that was kind of where Gain Fest had started, and it just kind of came out of conversations of talking to people. And I remember just kind of thinking, well, I've talked about it with all these people. I don't really know what I'm doing, but I have to follow through with it, because you just have to follow through if you want to do something. So I remember Chase and Dylan had both kind of jumped on board saying, if we don't help Nick, he's just going to crash and burn. And I 100% would have, because my idea was, multiple venues, multiple bands, this big, huge thing that just was not attainable or feasible.
And did you have the self-awareness to know that, like, I can't do this all by myself?
No.
Because when you start something, you think you want the keys to everything,
Yeah,
right?
that's not really, I mean, Belay's laughing because he's kicked my ass a couple times. I'm always, I mean, the tag, like the Dreamweaver, I remember that was given to me as because I just have these big ideas that aren't really always feasible. Like, I really need to get my ass kicked and just say that's stupid. Like, and I've heard that so many times, and I've had to kind of like eat it a little bit, and it's hard because like when you have an idea and you want to go with something, it's like, no, it's gonna work. And that's just not, like, you don't function without the rest of the team. And I think that's what, especially with Chase and Dylan and Bilay now, what he does is keeps me accountable, but also is just realistic, because the whole spectrum of the original festival was taking over, 4 venues, a bunch of bands, and they're like, this is not gonna work. Like, you can't do a multi-venue event without coordinating all these things a year in advance and really making sure the businesses are on board. Because the focus was really like, we want it to be a high production festival We wanted to showcase Guelph musicians, but we also wanted to make sense for the businesses that are involved, and we want to showcase them as well. And so it really kind of trimmed down to essentially one day on a Thursday, 13 bands one night, and that was it. And that was the first year's festival. So I threw $2,000 at it, and then we broke even. So it was a complete dead break even, and that was it. And same with year 2 and then year 3. So it kind of just came about from, it would have been a huge crash and burn had it not been for, knowing the right people or whatever else like that. And I really lucked into that, I feel like, as a part of the Guelph community. That's what it does. It just kind of welcomes you in. It's just like, you're an idiot, but we're going to help you. And then that's the biggest thing, is that it would have been a crash and burn had it not been for, the advice and expertise and everything else of other people. It's like, the idea is great, but the implementation, that's not my strong suit.
Yeah. Thanks, Bilay, for putting him in his place. Yeah. Bilay, how about you and your first event? Do you recall those memories? Were they good memories?
Yeah, actually, I started doing shows when I was probably 20 years ago, when I was 14. At the Guelph Youth Music Center and some other bars downtown. The stress during bars was I was underage, so I actually so I was actually using a fake ID sometimes to book shows and stuff like that.
Feds aren't watching this.
Memories of it is it's like when you have that passion, it's just working hard. We used to carry PA systems and amps and stuff on buses just to get there. And then when we got to the next bus stop, it's we'd have trains of people. So one person's sitting with the gear, and then you carry the amp to the next thing, and then the next person goes. And so I mean, my first shows were like that. They were fun. We'd always throw events all through high school. We had a chicken licking event that we did where it's just good music, good friends, and chicken.
That sounds like a good time to me.
Yeah, we used to do those after school with people, and they were good events. They were really fun. It's to me, events have always been about bringing people together, and especially different people, and making people just vibe out together, and my first memory of events is my same memory of events now, is in it's about to be bringing different people from the community, and not just sticking to a clique, but making people comfortable. Well, I think most people just want to talk and want to meet people, but at the same time, because of the pressures of the world, you're shy or you're nervous about what to say. But I feel at events and music and stuff like that, it can bring out everybody and make everybody kind of just vibe on the same. So yeah,
especially when everyone's there for the same reason, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They have the same passion, they like the same artist, music, whatever.
Yeah, even if you might not know that you like the artist, it's especially when we started District, it's you had District. Some of the greatest memories in that place was we'd have island vibes going on upstairs, which is just reggae and hip hop, and we'd have a massive metal show on the second floor. And then you see people coming to coat check, and you'll see the Island Vibes people crip walking to some metal band. It's insane.
That's awesome.
But yeah, it's they never knew that they would like that type of music. They just see it one way. But when you get a good vibe and stuff, then you create good stuff, create magic, right?
And Mitch, your first event?
First kind of big event. We actually did a DJ called DJ Danny D.
The Toronto DJ?
Z103.5, the drive at 5.
DJ Danny.
That's the one. I don't know if he's still around or not. But
he's around.
He's still around. I got to hit him up. But yeah, that was so... We wanted to do something kind of bigger, something different. So we did a themed event. We called it Black Light Blackout, and then brought in Danny D, just because everybody knew the name back then. I mean, there was no XM satellite. It was, if you're listening to music, it's on the radio. So Z103 was big. So we brought him in for a Friday night. It was during Frosh Week, so we kind of catered to, the first and second years. And for some reason, it was a slam dunk. It sold out in a couple days, and that's when we first thought we can kind of roll with this. Of course, first events, though, there's always major issues or some problems that you don't think of. The night before, we had a smaller event, and I remember my friend coming up to me, gives me a big high five. He's like, I'm so excited for tomorrow. And at that time, I had a BlackBerry shatters everywhere.
Oh.
Problem was, the only cell phone number in there to contact DJ Danny D was his phone number, and I couldn't find his phone number, so I couldn't contact him for tomorrow's show. And he said, "Call me."
There's no social media, so it's not like you slide his DMs.
I can't.
Or anything
No,
like that.
I can't hit him up on this or that. I don't even think I had his email. That was all I had. And at the time, my business partner didn't have his number, so it was all on me. And he said, call me tomorrow at noon and let's go over the details. And I'm like, this is 2 a.m. the night before. And I'm like, shit, I don't know what I'm going to do. So one of my other friends, who I wasn't even that close with, saw the whole incident. And he pulls his phone out and says, give me your SIM card. I'm like, what do you mean? He said, take my phone for the night, do what you got to do, and give it back to me tomorrow. I might have met this guy 2 times before. And I'm like, wow, you're a good dude. Shout out Fedja, if you're watching. One of my best friends now, he lives in Bosnia, but one, it kind of showed you, I mean, the type of people that you meet, and they're lifelong friends now. But anyways, he kind of helped out with that situation. We contacted him. And then on the night of, you're not prepared for 1,500 university kids coming through a venue door, especially when the venue's not ready either. So they thought maybe a couple hundred people were coming together. They didn't believe us that we had 1,000+ people coming. So, they're understaffed. You've got herds of people trying to crash the door. So it was a learning curve all around. And I mean, to stay even-minded and not let the stress get to you, we kind of learned that early in our career, that there's going to be a lot of curveballs, but you've got to kind of adjust and work with the team that you have to kind of make everyone's night fun and successful and safe, because you want them to come back to the next event. So, I mean, there's a lot of different things throughout that night that happened. I mean, the sound system in the venue was really old too. It was the Raging Cajun at the time. So like the music cut out once or twice and you've got 1,000 people going nuts and all of a sudden the music cuts out, that's the party.
Yeah, that's a problem.
So you're running down, we as promoters are running down to the basement to try and look at a soundboard that I don't even know what a soundboard does, to try and get it to work. So then we pull one of our friends in, he hooks it back up, music goes back on. But I mean, there's a couple heart attack moments that happen, but I mean, that's what makes you stronger overall, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I want to ask you specifically about the bunny hop and 12 bars, because that seems like it could be a logistical nightmare if not run right? Because the idea is you're hopping from bar to bar. Did your first one go off without a hitch? Or were there any problems? No.
Well, so 12 bars and bunny hop, I have to give credit to XL Lifestyle. They're based in Kitchener-Waterloo. So they came up with the concept and they brought it to Guelph and they partnered with us. So I don't want to take credit on that, because they've done a great job with it. They've expanded to probably 15, 20 cities. So the first one, though, was an absolute nightmare, because you've got to get 10 venues to talk to each other. You've got to get people to rotate at the right time. And if you don't, then people are waiting in line, and no one likes to wait in line if they paid for tickets. So the first couple were a little bit of a logistical nightmare, but adapting to the times, we then created maps and time slots for each group. So we have team leaders, so they knew at 8 o'clock to 8:30, you're at this bar. At 8:30, you got to clear your team out, and they got paid to do that. So we had to hire more people just to make sure it ran smoothly. But coordinating with the venues, because each venue had a specific shot they had to provide, which was like a special shot to check it off on the back of your shirt. So I mean, it's months of work to make one night happen, and especially a night like that is something that happens every year. So if that doesn't go well for a couple people, they could complain to their friends, to their group. That spreads like wildfire. They don't buy tickets the next time. So there's some fires that you have to put out, and as an organizer, you're running between all the venues to make sure everyone's having a good time. But I think, once you get one or two down, then you know exactly what the problems are. So it's just a matter of putting fires out and having a good team. Having a good team is very important.
On the topic of horror stories, is there a specific one that sticks out to you, and how were you able to overcome those challenges? I love the smile on your face right now.
Look, Buddy Hop for sure. Yeah. Buddy Hop was great.
Well, I remember working downtown. I've worked downtown since 2004, I think it was. So seeing the development of all these events is interesting from that perspective. But I think for me, one of the horror stories, I guess, was when we booked. And they're a great band, but White Cowbell, Oklahoma, not realizing that they have fire and chainsaws. And I knew that it was.
Do your Googles, eh?
Well, I knew it was part of their act, but we didn't realize that they were gonna have a blowtorch inside, and he literally had a live chainsaw that he had sawing at a piece of toilet or a toilet roll, so it was just flying out into the audience. But what they were saying is that they'd had shows where people were reaching for the chainsaw thinking it was fake. It's a real chainsaw. So they actually had to have security, not for our show, but in other shows, they've had to have people kind of stay away. This is a real chainsaw. But it was just kind of one of those moments where I remember coming upstairs to second floor where the main stage was, and I smelled gas because they were doing something, like they just revved the chainsaw up and didn't give us a warning. So we had no doors open, and I smelled gas, and I remember looking at the stage being like, cool. All right. Like, and you know, like with old buildings,
Call the lawyers.
yeah, like we were just like, like what, like, and they're trained professionals, right? So they know what they're doing or whatever else, but still you've got a gas chainsaw inside, didn't give any heads up. So we didn't get the doors open or anything so it just reeked of gasoline. And I kind of like looked at the stage, looked at Bilay, and just like left. I like went up to the third floor. I'm like, I don't even know what to say right now. Like I'm about to have a heart attack because like this is like like liability. All the stuff I'm thinking of. It's like people's jobs. It's like
Everything just happens in slow mo.
Yeah,
that point
and I
too,
kind of
right?
just looked at it, and then people were like kind of like saw my face, and I'm just like, and I just went up to the next because there's multiple of things going on all 3 floors, right? But that was definitely kind of, and I talked to the guys afterwards, just like, you know, if you'd given us a heads up or whatever else, and with the chainsaw, he carved WCO, like White Cowbell, Oklahoma, into the stage that Belay had just refinished. Like he had just polished it up. He'd just paint, like everything was just redone for it, like to secure it for the festival, because we were gonna have a bunch of bands on it. And that too, like that had just happened. So we're like, if we'd had like a block of wood, we could have given them a block of wood to do their chainsaw thing or whatever, right? Like we're pretty accommodating when it comes down to it. Like if we know what's happening, and they're like, oh, we just thought you knew what was happening in our show. It's like, we didn't know you're gonna light our stage on fire and do all these other things to it. Like, and he's like, oh, it's only like a surface thing. Like, and that WCO stayed in the stage forever. Like it's just,
Right.
it's just there. Like
Yeah.
So now before you have an act come and you make sure you run through their entire.
yeah, and you know, just like kind of like we're okay for most things happening, but if we're ready for it, it just helps, you know, because, and what they said is literally like most venues won't let us do this, so we just don't say what we're gonna do. It's like, so you just ask for forgiveness. Like I get that because I'm guilty of that. Like ask forgiveness, not permission, you know, whatever. But when you're using a chainsaw and like carving into a stage, like that's somebody's work. That's, you know, like that's a lot of, like Belay spent hours on that stage, like building it for one, you know, and whatever else. So it's just, yeah, that was definitely like a, oh shit moment.
So that was between both you. Can you top that one?
Actually, yeah. Like that one was actually, yeah, that was terrifying. Like that was a chaos moment. I gotta give props to Mitch. So I've been doing bunny hop and stuff with them for like a bit, but yeah, seeing that event morph. You know, it gets more organized every year. It gets better every year, and it's like, yeah, that event is. It's such an awesome event. It's like, it's almost like Christmas every time, you know? It's like, it's really,
That's when you know Christmas is here, when 12 bars comes around.
yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, do I have to deal with chaos? 100%. But it's like, it's from the organization and seeing it get better and better every year. Like, it's a great event. An event that went wrong, I don't even know. I think the only time I've ever actually just like left was, it was a double floor event. I'm pretty sure it was Island Vibes. And, our co-check person, who I'll keep nameless, mixed up all the co-check tickets. So we had like 400
wow.
people all screaming. Nobody knew what was going on, and I literally just got up and left.
Yeah, she was crying. She was crying by the end of that. I had to be in coat check, like finding coats and telling people to wait.
Yeah, I was like,
And if
nah.
you've ever been a last call, those are the most impatient people ever.
Oh
right?
yeah, I was screaming. Girls crying. It's terrible. And yeah, for me, it's like, yeah, sometimes I just don't have patience. So I remove myself and yeah, let the staff handle it. They did a great job. Like.
All right, so I want to start like going through the timeline of this Guelph nightlife, right? We said 15 years, whatnot. So conversation obviously begins with you, Mitch. So you get to university, and at what point in university do you say, you know, I want to become a part of events and what's going on in the downtown scene? I don't know if someone recruited you or you would approach somebody, but how did that all start?
So first year university was probably when the ball started rolling. I lived with my co-founder of Late Nights, Matt Durnan, and in first year, you know, when you get to a university town, you're amazed by, I guess, the bars and nightlife and be able to go out on a Monday night or Tuesday night. So we did that for first year. I mean, we went to Palace, Trappers, Van Goghs. At the time, actually, respect Shez. He was doing on Van Gogh's second floor. He had a crazy hip hop party. And I think he still has an email. I emailed him because I had an underage, I had a fake ID. And I emailed him, I said, is it okay if I come with this fake ID? And he's like, yeah, sure, no problem. He still has a screenshot. He sent it to me like 5-10 years ago.
Just throw Shaz under the bus.
Right under
He
the
said no
bus.
problem. Anyways, because of that though, I'm like, whoa, this is some cool stuff. So in first year though, we just throw parties in our dorm. And I mean, our sound system wasn't that good. So we were just known for, he'd play a song on his computer. I played on my computer at the same time. So we'd have surround sound in our room. And then we'd have everybody come in and party. So after first year, that
Surround sound. It's like in the literal sense.
exactly. So there's 1, 2, 3, go, and every Saturday night 9 o'clock that's coming on, and everyone's coming in for a party. So we did that for first year, and then we were downtown as well. The aha moment though was when we were in Trappers. We were standing next to the pizza bar, and I still remember this vividly. The DJ played Spice Girls. The DJ played Backstreet Boys.
Hey, let's not knock those.
I know you like them. But when
We're
you
a diverse panel here.
but when you hear them every single night for all first year, you get sick of it. So I remember Matt turned to me and he said, "We can't do this for the next 4 years." And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, this is good for 1 year, but let's see what else we can do." So that next day, we went out, walked around downtown, and we saw a small little sign that said Apartment 58. And that night, then we went out and we said, "Let's go check the place out." So we walk into this place, and it was a Thursday night, probably about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, not a soul in there. They've got beautiful booths, lounges, DJ booth, sound system. Nobody was there. You look around downtown, you've got a line around the corner at Trappers Palace. At the time, the on-campus bar called Brass Taps was the hot spot on Thursdays. It was a 3-hour wait to get in. And I remember we said, again, we're standing in line saying, we're not doing this for 3 years. We're not waiting in line. If we wanted to go to Trappers on a Saturday or for dollar beers on a Monday, we'd have to line up at 7:30, 8 o'clock, which is absurd. So we're like, we got to do something. So it kind of fell into our lap, actually, that I was in my class, and an older student, he was in fourth year, he was sitting behind me. And I was playing NHL 93 on my computer, on my laptop. I was paying attention in class, obviously.
I was going to say, what was the class?
I don't even remember. Anyways, he taps me on the shoulder. He's like, "Yo, game's sick, man." We just got started to talk, and he had the same idea. He's like, "I've been here for 4 years, man, and I've been going to Trappers for 4 years, and I'm over it, dude." So we said, well, why don't we do something new? So we brought him, he brought us the idea as well, and said, we can kind of collab. You bring you bring the older people, and we'll bring the younger people. And, we've got this place called Apartment 58. So we approached the owner and, came up with the idea and said, look, it's Thursday night. Can we bring people here? And he said, sure. Well, like, what do you guys want to do? And we said, we want to do bottle service. And he goes, I kid you not.
So where did the idea of bottle service come to? Like, why that specific?
So in Toronto, that's what was becoming big. So all the clubs were kind of converting to more of a lounge feel, more of a VIP feel. And Guelph didn't really have a VIP bottle service thing. It was, you can wear sweatpants to Trappers and get your dollar beers or Palace and do that. So he said, we want to bring a slice of Toronto to Guelph. But I kid you not, the owner said, what is bottle service? And we looked at each other like, okay. And then we said, well, let's do $100 bottles of Grey Goose. And he's like, okay. So we started doing that, and we had people from Toronto drive to Guelph because a bottle in Toronto is like $250. So they'd come and pre-order 10 bottles of Grey Goose at once. And we kind of just rolled with that, saying, we've got a niche market here. Let's build on this. But a leg up we had at the time, the other bar owners, they're older, they weren't at school. And at that time, Facebook just came out. And to be on Facebook, you had to have a university email. So we were able to contact the students directly with our events. So we almost had a monopoly on the marketing platform because the other bar owners couldn't get onto Facebook. So automatically there, we had a leg up on the competition. We had a niche market that we were going after. And that kind of snowballed into a weekly thing. Then we kind of did two events a week and ran with that for a year or two, and kind of just grew that into concerts and booking DJs and things like that. So the first main event was Thursdays at Apartment 58, which we did kind of themed events just to keep things fresh. We did things just as simple as a sunglass party. Everyone would wear sunglasses, or we did a mask party where you'd wear a masquerade ball type of thing. So these were just, just the concepts we come up with when we're sitting in in our condo, being like, what else can we do on Thursday nights? And yeah, it was a good success, and we kind of rolled with it.
How did you avoid becoming comfortable? Because you could have just been running these nights and not have these themes and whatnot. Like, what made you want to incorporate themes, extend it past, Thursday nights? What made you want to push the envelope? And I can only imagine that, it started with two of you, but then you had to build a team. At what point did you have to build a team?
So probably by the second year, we realized that we wanted to grow more. We wanted to expand our reach. And we're also getting older too. So, I mean, we wanted to keep the clientele fresh and new. So you always want to kind of bring in, new faces or new bodies. We would do bigger events as well to kind of hire a team of people that could, work with us on the regular. So if they performed well on a big event and sold 100 tickets, we know their network is great. Let's bring them on for kind of a weekly thing. But it was... yeah, it was interesting because you have to hire the right personalities. Some people's, your head gets also really big in this type of environment because, you're
Nick mentioned earlier.
Because you're the guy that's hosting. You're meeting all these people, so you want to make sure you select the right team and they're trustworthy to you and honest to you. Because once you kind of open the door for them, they can kind of do other things as well too. So having good relationships with the bar owners is very important. Because once you build a night up for an owner, he can say, I've got my night now, I don't need you anymore. And there's a saying, they say you're only as good as your last event. But I've realized you're only as good as the team that you have with you, because those are the people that are on the front line. They're spreading the word, they're bringing the guests in, and they're making sure everyone has a good time. You can't entertain 300 people at once or 500 people at once. You've got to have great individuals with you, and they've got to grow with you and want to grow with you and push you too. They come to you with ideas. The best thing, we always said, we have an open format platform, and if you want to bring an idea to the table, that's that's a better opportunity for you to make more money, stuff that we're not seeing, and stuff that we can grow and expand. So that was really important to us to work with good people.
On the topic of building teams, I'll come to you too about this. You're obviously looking for ambitious people, but what are certain qualities and attributes that are you looking for? Because a lot of people think they can just do this, but that's a problem. I think the people that think that they can just do it, they don't realize how difficult it is. So what are some of the intangibles that you're looking for when you're building a team?
It's kind of tough to answer because it kind of changes, but I think for the most part, like you can just kind of tell with people if they really are passionate about it and have good intentions with it, because people can kind of like ride the coattails forever and then just want all the credit for it and not do the work. But there's certain people, like it's not easy finding people to help out or to have a similar mindset. We've had multiple people on, like we've had like Liam and Nick and these kids who started as kind of interns, and they were basically kids, but have come so far and learned a lot, and also kind of found their own ways, from either getting like yelled at from us or whatever else. But I think for the most part, it's also being able to kind of take a bit of whatever sometimes, because you got to take your licks and
have a bit of a thick skin.
Yeah, and because like the throwing shows and events it can be a stressful thing, and in that moment, normally on show days, like I don't eat a whole lot or whatever else, and sometimes the smallest little thing, especially when we were first starting, can just set you off for no reason. So you have to kind of be mindful of that, but be aware that like we're not just like yelling at people unintentionally or anything like that, but it takes a bit to learn. Like you can't just walk into it and have all the connections. Like, and I think some people kind of walk in thinking, oh, well, this person, so I automatically know that person. And that's not really how the relationship goes. Like you're building relationships, you're building your own network, but you're all doing it together. So it's tough though, because you have people who you have a lot of faith in and you want to work out as far as like an intern or whatever else, and it doesn't always work out, but when it does, it's great, because the guys who I mentioned, like Liam's booking tours now, and he's touring in bands, and he's got a whole lot of experience, so it just took him a little while to kind of find his way, I guess. So I don't know if there's any specific qualifications, but you can normally kind of see it in people that they're really passionate about it, or they care about the same things.
I know on a personal experience, I find, it's hard to find people that are able to have actual conversations. And that's a huge part, right? I think a lot of kids now are missing the ability to be able to sell themselves. So I'm sure that's a huge part of it too. Because I think a lot of kids think, oh, I have like 5 to 6,000 followers on IG. Like my network is huge. But like you said, you don't necessarily know all those people, right? It's just, it's just a clout thing, right? You did something funny and now people are following you. So it's not necessarily you have those interpersonal skills, right? Mm-hmm. Anything you'd like to add there, Bilay?
Well, it's very much what they're both saying, especially with Mitch was saying over there. Definitely about staying humble and knowing your team and trusting your team, because it's like it is. You say it's the younger kids that really keep you going. They're coming with the fresh ideas and they're coming with that. And also, when you're building a team, especially from going from doing events to being a venue owner, it's like you'll see teams defragment so fast. The next kid coming up, he's like, I can do better than this and all that. So what I look for in teams is good honesty is a huge thing. Good, honest people and hard work, because as you said, people think that it's really easy to throw events all the time, and it's not. We do sometimes we do 5 events a week, 7 events a week, and you have to be smart enough to manage your energy, manage your food, manage your emotions, like stuff like that, and stay humble and take your licks when somebody's yelling at you, and also learn from other people. That's how you get better, and especially with events, it's you have to be open to knowing when you're wrong and taking ideas from other people, and then collaborating your ideas and making a wicked event for the 300 people or 1,000 people or something. It's definitely not a one-man show, and the best teams are built off people who know that. Yeah.
Mitch, you spoke about Facebook and how it kind of just fell into your lap and made things easier for you. But I'm assuming you didn't just rely on them. Were there other forms of marketing that you had to start dabbling in order to get the word out?
Yeah, I mean, Facebook was kind of the beginning part of it. But once we realized our competition was on Facebook too, we had to do things that were a little bit different. We kept it the old school way and printed off postcard flyers. And we would literally...
Had a couple of those on my windshield.
There you go. I'm sure you did. I'm sure the entire city did. And we had flyering teams, and they'd go on campus, go door to door. This is when you didn't need a passcode or anything to get into the residences. So we put in every single door. We would do classrooms. We'd get up at 6 a.m., 7 a.m., go into the classrooms before Rosansky Hall, flyer for that week or that month, whatever a big event was.
Did you ever get in trouble with that at some
point?
Oh
yeah, I got so many letters from the university.
I don't want people listening and saying, that's an easy method.
No, don't. I recommend doing that, because you might have some legal issues too that we kind of tiptoed around. I don't know how we got out of that. When we did stuff we set up at the Cannon, we brought a speaker, and we would play the DJ's music to educate the people as well too. We did T-shirts, we did hats. We did, different online campaigns as well too. But I find word of mouth is probably the best form of marketing. Someone talks about an event, they have a good time at an event, that makes it a lot easier to make that sell for the next event. Word of mouth is kind of the main one that we like the most, and that again comes from good teamwork.
So you've all seen the heavy emphasis on social media, right? Obviously, a lot of people are using that. It's a free space for you to market your events. I don't know if you're like me. I remember when my girlfriend went to the U of G at the time, or ex-girlfriend, I should say that now. My new girlfriend probably won't be happy if I said that. My current. But anyways, she got a Facebook account, and I was so stubborn in my ways that I was like, I don't want to fall for this trendy thing. It's just a trend, right? I don't want to get into it, right? And now you see, the TikToks, the Instagrams, the LinkedIns, all that sort of stuff. How did you become comfortable with the idea, this is the new wave and this is how I got to market my product?
Yeah, I remember still being on MySpace and having ICQ and whatever else. So I was sort of in that generation when it was a transition. And I remember having a Facebook account, but not really wanting to use it. But it obviously is a very important tool, and you have to be aware of that. You can't. As much as you want to, I don't want to use this. And, TikTok, I think for me right now is I had it for a while. I don't really understand it necessarily, right? So it's something that you have to have those people who get it and can do those things and can connect with it, because you don't have to be into every single, because even my Instagram, I don't post a whole lot on my own personal one, but I try to keep up with other things, and you can get lost in a myriad of social media things and all the new ones coming up. So I think it's important to kind of be aware of them, but know what works for you as well, because not everyone looks at Facebook anymore. Not everyone looks at certain social media. So I think with your demographic and what you're going for, you kind of have to know what people are into. But like Mitch was saying, like so much of it is really about the experience and getting to know people and that word of mouth element, because as great as some social media can be, it really can get to be a mess as well, right? So you have to be, kind of concise and know what your message is and all that. But I think the transition of figuring out social media, like we were really lucky in that we're in that generation where we saw the development of Facebook and we saw the development of a lot of these different, Twitter and all that sort of stuff. So it's good to be aware of it. But for me personally, I really, I'm not on it as much as I probably should be.
Well, that's self-awareness we were talking about earlier, right? And you just got to get better at it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yourself, Bilay?
Yeah, I gotta agree with both of them, I guess. Again, like definitely word of mouth. Like, I'm a big fan of like guerrilla tactics and old school stuff where it's like handing out flyers. Like I've put same thing speakers. Like we couldn't get our third floor going for a bit, and I just put a speaker in the window. And I remember Dario, who owns Frank's, came over and he's just like, "Did you put a speaker in your window?" And I was like, "Well, I don't have the budget you have, man." And I was like, "My DJ's better." And I was like, "Can you keep your line too long?" And like, Royal had just opened too, and you'd see the lines just standing there. And then I just started seeing people like, people just get from the lines and draw and draw and draw. And it's like, yeah, word of mouth and social media it's definitely important. It's like it's a necessity that needs to be there. But I think the thing that ties us all together is, we all have like it's almost like niche markets. Like, we do big things, but it's like, it's definitely like, I always say to people who like love trappers, I'm like, if you love trappers and you truly love trappers, I'm like, you're probably not gonna like my bar, and that's okay. It's like, I don't need a lineup down the street. It's like, I always think all I need is 250 people, and like, that's it, right? Or like, that's just for the venue now. So yeah, word of mouth and just, I guess social media, but to me, I like social media and, being real on social media. It's, there's a lot of clout, there's a lot of false stuff, but it's, I don't know, just got to navigate it the way that you have to navigate it to make yourself personally feel good.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, when it comes to music and events, right? It's an always evolving and changing, medium, right? And the type of music people listen to is always changing, and what they're liking. And where I'm going where I'm going with this is EDM, right? And Mitch, you were a huge part of that. How were you able to get ahead of the curve and notice that people are starting to listen to this, and I need to start bringing live acts in here?
We caught it on the wave up. So we spent a lot of time researching new music. We had a good team of young individuals that could pick out an artist if they had a good song. And it might be just one song, but we would kind of roll with that. And it's almost a gamble because we'd like to book the artist early in their career because one, they're a lot cheaper. And then we'd book them ahead. So we'd book them 6 months or 3 months from the date that we found the song. We would hopes that they released 2 or 3 other songs, or they'd get more radio time, or that song would blow up, which would then lock in our low price for the DJ, and then have also 3 or 4 or 5 months to promote the show. So I think the main thing was, looking at blogs, YouTube, just talking to other people in the scene of who's up and coming, and you've got to stay in tune with that because the second your competition hears a DJ or artist, they're making an offer for that artist in the city or the Tri-City area, and once they book that show, they have first right of refusal to the next show. So if you miss out on someone like an Avicii or a Steve Aoki, and your competition gets that, you're then now kind of backpedaling, trying to find that next Aoki or Avicii or Nightlife, wherever it may be. So, a lot of research. We'd come home from school, and from 6 p.m. till midnight, we would just listen to music, send each other songs. We'd have a friends group of, this music's hot, we like this, we don't like this, and 2, 3, or 4 of us agreed on a song. We'd say let's reach out to the DJ and try and book them. And some of these DJs didn't even have representation. We booked some guys through their best friend. That's who their agent was at the time, which was interesting because we book it through the best friend, and then 3 months later he gets signed to an agency, and the agency would said, no, the show's not happening. So we'd have to handle that and say, well, we've got a contract with the guys. So,
is there a particular artist that you missed out on because of that situation? That you look back and you're like, damn it, I wish.
I don't know about missed out on. I think we might have got outbid on. We were competing at the peak of the time, we had some big players like Live Nation or Inc., and their pockets were a little deeper than ours, so they could offer quite a bit more money. But throwing a concert, your bottom line is so slim that a couple $1,000s, that's what you're making off a show. So you could pay the extra dollars, and it's great for your name and great for your brand, but you're taking a hit on your wallet. So some shows we did that, and some shows we had to do that because we wanted to stay relevant and we wanted the name behind our brand. But the most successful shows are the ones that you catch on the up and coming, and book them in advance. And for me, those were, more rewarding too, because those artists actually appreciate you more too, because they realize the first time coming to Canada is because we're doing a show in Guelph, Ontario, which is wild. You're flying someone in from Germany or Sweden, and they've never stepped foot on Canada. So his first tour of Canada was driving from Toronto on the 401 to Guelph, and then back to Toronto. It's like he only had one night. So it's cool to see that though, because then they hit you up 5-10 years later and they say, thanks for that, because you exposed us now to the Toronto market, the Ontario market, and things like that. So.
Is there a particular artist, because you've listed some of the heavy hitters, right? Aoki, Avicii, those guys. Is there a particular artist that you booked, you would typically book them 3-4 months in advance?
Yeah, probably. Our favorite one was Porter Robinson. Mm-hmm. He had a track called Say My Name. And it just came out, and it was, SoundCloud or MySpace, whatever it was getting a lot of repetitions, and we're like, we got to get this guy, we got to book him. And that was the example where his friend was his agent. So we emailed him, took a while to get back to us, kept emailing, we had no phone numbers, couldn't contact. Finally gets back to us and says, yeah, you want to book Porter Robinson? Sure, send us the details. So he said, send us an offer. So we offered him $500, a flight, which at the time he lived in North Carolina, and we gave him whatever rider he wanted, whatever meal he wanted, whatever hotel he wanted, and they accepted it. So it was all done, contract signed, and this was probably 3-4 months in advance. And we did it at Taboo, which was, a 200-person venue, mm-hmm. Small venue. At the time, it was a heavy metal rock venue, and we begged and pleaded with the owner to allow us to do a Thursday electronic night. So it was really kind of weird because we're doing electronic nights on a Thursday, but then Friday you've got heavy metal coming in. So people weren't sure what type of venue it was. Is this, for DJs or electronic music? So some people were scared to enter the venue because, the heavy metal is a different industry than the electronic industry. And the people that go to a heavy metal show, they're a little different than
Let the gangbang a bit.
Yeah, they got the mohawks, they got the long hair. So people were scared to step foot into the venue. So we had to break that wall down, and the only way to kind of do that was to bring in talent. So we booked Porter Robinson there. Anyways, he came across. We picked him up from the airport, and the most chill, relaxed guy. We had the place. We were sold out. We did $5 tickets, which is unbelievable. Now he's like $100 to see the guy. Yeah. And we said, let's go for a nice steak dinner. Get whatever you want. He's like, bro, I want to go to Taco Bell. I'm like, what? He's like, no, straight up. Let's go to Taco Bell. We eat it in my hotel room, and that was his rider. And at the time, though, he was 17 or 16 years old, so he couldn't drink. All he wanted was a Starbucks Frappuccino on his rider. So he had 5 of those in an ice bucket.
But sound like you're the king of fake IDs. It didn't pop them one.
But this is the crazy thing, though. So we bring him to the front door of Taboo, and the bouncer goes, "Let me see his ID." And I'm like, I didn't think about this. And the bouncer would not let him in. And I'm like, you're kidding me, man. We flew this guy in. We've got a lineup around the corner. We want to pop him in quickly so people don't see him. And the guy's like, no. So we had to call the owner down, wait for the owner to come. I'm like, buddy, get this guy in the door right now or the show's not happening. Anyways, he got in there. It was a great show. And he put in his interviews that was one of his craziest shows because it was so intimate. It's a room this space, so he had, the crowd's literally touching him, sweat's flying off his eyebrows, off his hair. So that was really rewarding because, I mean, up and coming, and then you see the guy now to what he is. It's, I mean, the people that were in that venue, those 200 people that got to see him, I mean, they still message us and say, holy $5, we got to see this guy. And we're doing $2 Jaeger bombs at the time too. So mix that together with Porter Robinson, and that's the environment you had. It was
That's amazing. So you both have had a lot of experience in booking, talent. What are some of I mean, there's a lot of people that are going to watch this that want to run events and, want to book talent as well, and hopefully get to the, resume that Mitch has built up himself. Mm-hmm. What are what's the advice that you would give to people when booking talent? What are things that you can avoid in advance? And is it a lot of paperwork? Is it obviously a lot of conversation? What does that typically look like?
Yeah, for me, I mean, the first larger show that I booked was Cancer Bats, and essentially at that time, because I was an unknown, the agent had been dealing with J-Cloth for years because he was throwing all the bigger, punk, metal, heavy shows, and a bunch of other shows too. He's kind of a name that's synonymous around the town, but when agents or bookers don't know you, it just kind of takes that leap of faith. So at the time, Paul Gorley was the manager for Cancer Bats, and he just said 2,000 straight up. And that just send me the cash to make sure that that you're in it. And I think that's one of the biggest things. Is like, if you want to book an act, like, you're gonna have to fork over the money. And for them, because we didn't have a relationship with them, we didn't know them, they had to know that we were into it as well. So you got to pay up front sometimes. And that was kind of like my intro into booking larger acts. And you got to build that, and then after that, we didn't have to do a big deposit like that because the agent knew that you knew what you were doing, put on the show, that their artist got paid, all that sort of stuff. But on top of that, I mean, you just have to be aware of the extra expenses, like, because you're sending, $2,000 in a wire transfer. Well, there's also a fee on that. And there's also, X number of, like, you also got to spend money on the rider or whatever else. So it's really just kind of being prepared for the fact that you're going to be spending money on it. And just be aware that with the rider, there's other things, who knows what it could be. Like with Taco Bell, that's pretty awesome.
That was the best.
And for the most part, most artists aren't.
Going too.
Yeah, like most artists aren't that, like, they won't even know sometimes what's on their rider. I've had that where they're just like, what? That's on my rider. I didn't know that, but that's cool,
Like
so,
blue Skittles?
Yeah, it's like, I because most of the time the management's writing it, or it's kind of just like a necessity for them to kind of have. So for me, though, it's kind of just getting in and being aware that there is this dollar amount to them. And I've always had, I always find it hard because I know the artists are worth a certain amount, and that's kind of the payoff. Is like, sometimes you just kind of say, I want to book that artist, I don't care who it is. Like, we'd booked USS, same sort of thing, where it was just like, I want to have that band. It doesn't matter what the cost is, sort of thing. So I think it's kind of just being aware of that, and just making sure that you have the resources to be able to pay for the show, or else you're going to eat it.
Right. Speaking of resources, Belaiche, I specifically want to ask you about this because I know equipment really well. When these acts come in, like, what are certain questions that you start off with, and how do you get that conversation rolling?
The way I kind of do stuff is, like, I look at their equipment list, like, a little bit, but since I do know gear and I've been in the industry for so long, it's like my places are set up so that there's no worry about it. It's like, if anything, what I'm doing most of the time is overkill. And so when you want more to it, it's like, it's impossible. Like, some places are like, they want to bring in their own lighting system, and I'm like, yeah, okay, cool, but, like, we have crazy lights anyway, and they'll bring in their thing that they tour with, and then they realize that, like, yeah, we put $20,000 into lights, and you're coming here with $1,000 lights. It's like, I understand, because it's like, to be from the other side of it, like, I'm lucky that I haven't, like, I used to do a lot of booking. I did booking for like 5-6 years, and I got out of it. Actually, when I met Nick. It's about the whole, like, hospitality thing, and, like, definitely making sure, like, the artist is comfortable and your talents are comfortable, and that way it's like, when they do come back, or as Mitch was saying, when they have these crazy events in a place like Guelph, like, that's why I love Guelph. It's like, you have these crazy events in Guelph. We've had Obi Trice. We've had, like, it was like, why is Obi Trice in Guelph? Yeah. but he loved it. And every time he comes back, he's like, this is my favorite place to be because, like, we treat him right. And it makes everything easier in terms of booking. So, yeah, to me, it's, in terms of, like, equipment and stuff, it's like, have the right equipment. Like, don't don't slack on it, because if you slack on it and you cut corners, like, oh, instead of buying this board, I can get this one, or this speaker instead of this speaker. It's like, don't slack on it, because if you slack on it, it shows your commitment, your level of commitment to that artist. Like, they'll instantly see it. If they don't have a good time, they're not coming back.
All the artists talk too. So, I mean, having a guy like Bilay on your team would be, I mean, you can't put a price tag on that, because if one artist comes to the city and the venue and the music or the speakers are not good, they'll tell their agent. And that agent's roster knows all the other DJs too, so they'll tell them too. We weren't fortunate enough to have a guy, I mean, or have a venue like Bilay's that already has all the gear there. We have to bring all of our own stuff in. And some venue owners don't understand that. They operate it as you know, I want people in here to buy drinks. I don't care about the environment really. And the old school guys, it's very hard to get that across. So
definitely,
we had to hire a guy on our team, Matt Glover, and he did all of our lighting, all of our production. And he'd go to Long McQuaid, we'd have to rent the gear. We'd have to budget for that in our shows. We'd have to bring in lasers. We finally got the venue to buy some stuff, but I mean, some of their riders are so ridiculous that you've got to get this stuff in. So we had to hire someone pretty much full time to do that. And without his vision, our shows wouldn't have been what they were, because you're making an environment for the people that are coming to it. They're not just here for the music. They're here to see, I mean, lights, smoke machines, fogs, lasers. So having that down pat is important.
To go off that is like, it came from, especially when I was like, before when I was touring and stuff, you know, we could play these awesome shows in like Toronto or something with the band, and then, you know, you come to another city and then they have nothing there. And it's about like, as you said, when a speaker blows or something, like, fix it. It's like, you're the venue, fix it. And that old school mentality, to me, especially when I started the first bar district, it's like, it just doesn't make sense. It's like, if you have an artist coming, you want the artist to have the best experience ever on stage, because when your artist is hype and having a good time, your audience is automatically hype and having a good time, and therefore you sell more drinks. It's like, I've never understood, the old school venue mentality where it's like, well, I just want to sell drinks. It's like, if people aren't having a good time, it's like, I want everything to be in unison. That way, it's like the artist is vibing off the crowd, which is vibing off each other, which makes the bartenders vibe better, which it makes everything smoother. It's like, it can't be a fragmented system.
If your sound cuts out, though, you have no show. You have no people. So like, we've had the sound cut out and the DJ would walk off the stage.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so you've just lost then. You're going to lose an hour of people drinking. So, I mean, make sure your stuff is working. So those are the most stressful nights, is when you got production issues, or if you got a prima donna DJ that doesn't, I mean, if the system's not exactly perfect, he will refuse to play.
It's crazy.
I've had to like run to Red Tree in the middle of just before a show started to get extra speakers, just because the sound system wasn't cutting it. So literally day of the show, I'm running across town to get speakers because the venue just doesn't have proper speakers. And they were like, no, we have them, we're good, we'll be able to take them from across the road and move them over, it's fine. Walk in and no. So yeah.
Well, it seems like one thing you guys are preaching is like, if you don't know something, find somebody that does, right? Like,
Definitely.
you have the
Totally,
luxury of you're well versed in all the equipment, but I mean, if you only know, a quarter of the stuff that you need to, you don't bubblegum it, don't half-ass it, right?
Yeah, I know. It's like, you got to learn. Like, if you want to learn everything, it's like, you have to learn. Like, in terms of like during events, like Mitch has taught me a ton. Like, and like Nick too. It's like, even little things like wristbands. Like, who would have thought? It's like, I'm not thinking about stuff like that, but it's like, you're only as good as your team. You're only one person, so the team you build around you is what really makes you, excel forward and push forward. Like, definitely.
So we've talked about some of the horror stories that have happened at events. Is there a particular event that that individually you're really, really proud of, and what made it go off so successfully?
I think any show by the end of it is something to be proud of for me. It's just the ability to kind of bring people together and seeing that. It's a really amazing thing. Like, once show day comes, my job is kind of done, so I can kind of not stress as much as long as things are going well. But just I can kind of sit back and I know that like the team's handling it and seeing seeing people coming together and whatever else. But I think one of the nicer ones was when we had Craig Cardiff at at District not too long ago, and it was this. It's funny because District, the second floor was this. It was a nightclub. It was a big space. We've had crazy parties there, island vibes, and like all these, crazy parties. But then to see the room transformed with like the moon back there and couches and very intimate. And it was funny because he was on a Sunday, and Saturday we'd had some metal show or something the day before. So it was this crazy metal show the one day, and then Craig Cardiff with just him on a stage with his guitar, and he just
changes.
But he just completely filled the room still, and it was just this amazing moment of just kind of sitting back and being like, it's crazy that we can do so many different things and have so many different people coming to appreciate the music and the shows. So
Great week. We had Spice Girls that week.
Yeah, we had Spice
we?
Girls too. We had a Spice Girls
Spice
tribute.
Girls
Yeah.
cover band.
I was there.
It was so good.
So it's funny when you can have that sort of appeal, and you can feel it. You can walk in the room and just like, this is really cool. And there's multiple events. Like our festival is always really like special one for us because it's largely Guelph based bands and bands we've worked with and things like that and people we know. But when you can have a moment like that, that's a really special thing for a show.
Bilay, a particular show you're proud of?
I don't know. I'm proud of every show, but I think the most shocking one.
Guys are saying the politically correct
Yeah,
answers here. Come on,
no,
give me the juice.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's like I don't know. Like from all the great DJs to the artists, but like the funniest one I think was probably Phineas. I think their name is.
Oh yeah.
From California. Where are they from?
Yeah, they're from LA.
Yeah, LA. And next, like, this band, we gotta have them up. And I was like, looking at them, and I was like, Christian metal? I was like, what?
Christian metal band.
I was like, no, I don't want to do this. So I think we stuck it on like a Sunday or something, like, which is actually hilarious.
The irony, yes.
And it's
going to
like,
church.
I came around the corner, like, the venue was sold out, like, packed. He had this band on stage, and like, let's give it up for Jesus. It's just like, it was the heaviest circle pits. People are moshing. It was like, that show. I was laughing the entire time. I was like, this is insane. Like, but I don't know. Every event, I don't know. Yeah, I love events. Like, I honestly love events. Like, it's so funny.
So you've had a lot of big names going on to have, these illustrious careers. Are you particularly proud of one maybe because you were to get them first, or the show just was really, really good?
Nightlife was probably one of the best shows that we did, just because everything from front to back worked perfectly. There are no sound issues. They came and their energy was ecstatic. They brought blow up bananas, blow up champagne bottles. They had actual bananas on stage.
Did you know that they were going to bring all this stuff in?
Yeah,
or was
so
this a nice surprise?
No, they let us know before.
Okay.
And they had a great team that traveled with them, so they set everything up. And just when their intro came and they dropped their first song, and you just look around Guelph Concert Theater, and you've got 1,500 people with their hands in the air, just reliving that, and we rewatched that video over and over again. The team that helped put that on, all the late nights guys, it was just it was so rewarding to see that. But the ones that are the most rewarding are the artists that you discover before anybody else, and you bring them to Canada for the first time. Like a Nicky Romero. John Alon was actually our first international artist that we brought in. He was one after Danny D. So we did Danny D, and we're so confident. We're like, let's bring in someone else. So, like I said, John Alon had a song called Killer, and we paired it with the Halloween. So we did a Halloween tour. We did 2 shows in Guelph and then 1 in Toronto. What we did not know though is that if you want to bring an international DJ in, he needs a work permit.
Oh, interesting.
So we remember getting the phone call from his agent saying, John's going to land in about an hour. Can you send him the work permit? And my partner, Matt Durnan, we both didn't know what to do. We're like, we've got 3 shows here that are all sold out. 1 show's in Toronto, so we're kind of giving it to another club that is not really ours. So they're looking at us to be the people that are bringing the guy in. And he's about to land in an hour. So I don't know what Matt did to this day. He did some sort of wizardry, and he emailed off a work
Probably
permit.
not allowed to talk about it.
I don't know what he emailed it off to the border services. And I still remember me and him were sitting there, and we're waiting for people to come off the plane at Terminal 3 or wherever arrivals is. And we're just like, dude, he's not coming. He's not making it through. I'm like, we were just heartbroken. And all of a sudden, I don't know if you guys know what John Allen looks like. He's kind of a roly-poly, bigger guy. Wears a black Lacoste shirt. That's all he ever wears. Anyways, he walks through the doors, and me and Matt both jump at him, give him a big hug. He's like, what is going on, guys? Because we're just so happy.
This is how you do it in Canada.
Yeah, exactly. We're just like, you guys are really nice, because we're just so happy to see him. And so, no, it was like I said, for him, it was his first time in Canada. And, we still hit him up the odd time on Instagram and check in on him. So, being able to get people to travel throughout the world and then experience our culture here, eat our food and see what it's like and what our environment is. That's also rewarding too, as seeing other people have a good time.
So we've talked about talent, we've talked about equipment. One thing we haven't talked about, which I actually didn't have in my notes, but I just thought about now because I am a videographer, and you guys deal with a lot of videographers and photographers, and I know sometimes that relationship can be a little stained, right? And a lot of it's because of communications, but you also rely on them to be able to market your products. What advice could you give to someone that's going to start, involving the quote unquote media into events?
Make sure they're getting pictures of the audience. I think that was one of the biggest things, because I'd always have photographers getting all these shots of, the artist, which is great. Like, it's obviously a big part of it. But if you don't have that audience pic afterwards to be like, this is how many people we brought out. Like, I remember, USS for part of their live show, we had them in vinyl, and they literally brought the entire audience out into the street, and they shut the street down because there was just 300 people out in the street. You got to have a photographer or somebody capturing those moments and things like that. And those typical moments of the artist on stage giving put your hands up and having that photographer back there. I think the communication of what you want to get across is important for that, because we would get all these pictures that were great photos of the artist, but there's no evidence that there was anyone watching that show. And that's the big thing, is that you want to have those images to recapture and to relive, so that people can be like, oh, there's me in that picture, like right there, sort of thing. So I think that's one of the biggest things is being aware that the show is great, but the audience and the whole experience is also just as important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Is there anything in the language of deliverables? Because I know that sometimes can be a back and forth affair, this is what you told me, but this is what you're asking for now, and this is how much you paid me.
I think like in terms of
I'm only saying this as a videographer because I've had that conversation before too.
The miscommunication definitely comes from all sides, like from the promoter to the venue to everything. It's like you as a videographer and photographer, it's the hardest thing. You have to be able to tell a story and yet stay on brand. You know what I'm saying? It's like I say as an artist, it's like the artist flair is why you're there. It's like, of what you've done. But it's not the you show. It's like your artist flair is why we watch you there, but it's also about as Nick was saying, it's about telling the story of the night. And, even especially with videos, we only have 1 minute videos now. It's like you have to get so much packed into that video, and it has to be smooth. It has to be everything. And so, the miscommunication is definitely from that. And also not throwing any videographers under the bus, but get it done. I don't need it 3 weeks later. It's a waste of my time at that point.
I think the language is really important, right? To say hey, people would think it's so simple to think that I would want this video in a week.
Yeah.
But because a videographer photographer has a lot on plate, I know from experience, if I'm not told, then I'm just gonna think that I have leeway in terms of when it is delivered.
Trust me,
this is really awkward.
Trust me, because
I'm trying to defend, but I also understand that's something that I try to focus on as well.
Yeah,
right?
and from my standpoint, it's I'm not unrealistic about the deadline. It's I know what it's I know how long it takes for you to plug in your camera and upload all those files. They're massive files. And then to cut through it and all that, it's a ton of work. But the reason why you're doing the work is because I don't want to do it. So get it done, and just get it done fast and efficiently, and cool. I mean, it's a job. it's a job.
I think having the vision conversation is very important before the event. Walk through with the videographer the venue, what your idea of good shots are, and he might say, no, that's not going to work, or yeah, we can do that. For example, be behind the DJ when you're doing your opening song, so you can see everybody as well with the DJ. And then also giving them a bit of creative free range. We worked with a guy for a lot of our videos, and he said, let's switch it up this time. Let's do your night or your team's night from start to finish. So you coming from your condo to the venue, what you do throughout the day, what the team does, doing a pre-drink, bringing a group to the venue, incorporating that with the DJ, meeting the DJ's meeting people, showing a bit of the background life of a DJ and how they come from their hotel to having dinner, to getting to stage, to conversing with the opening DJs, not to play their tracks. So having that conversation though, and having they're also the creative people, right? They're the guys behind the camera. So if they're not creative and doing something new, then I mean you got to look at a different team as well too. So we were blessed to work with great videographers. We still look back at those videos. We have kind of our late nights reunion still, and we'll bring up some of the best clips and things like that. And we still get the hairs on our skin still rise because we're just like, holy crap, man, how do we pull that off? Or how do we do that? Or remember that night when that happened? So the videos, I mean, that's all you've got to kind of live through, right? So
yeah, I think that it goes back to your point before of, how like, building your team and the creative things of your team, which keeps you hyped it keeps you going for events. As in like, we've talked about everything from social media to building our teams and all that. It's like a lot of that stuff, new music, that comes from your team, which is why you want your people to be able to be creative and have the creative freedom. And like all you're kind of doing is just steering them in a good direction. But like that's why the video stuff and everything. It's like that's why you're doing it, because you're the creative person and you're staying on top of it. And we're trusting you guys in that whole thing. So yeah.
So let's talk about the now. We're obviously in very unique times with COVID, and this really changes how you guys are approaching your job on a day-to-day basis right now and trying to get creative. During this, I don't even know how many months it has been, because 2020 just feels like such a blur, but at what point during this time were you like, I really need to pivot, I want to continue doing this, but I just have to get really creative in my ways. Bilay, I know that you've now, kind of flipped how you run events over there at ONYX. When did those conversations start to begin?
I didn't really have a conversation. Yeah, I didn't do so. But really when COVID hit, I have a really weird view of COVID. Like I think although it's a very bad thing, obviously, and like hearts go out to everybody, but it was almost to me, it's kind of the thing that I'm kind of, they call me a business hippie, as in like it was almost like a blessing in some weird way. Not that it's a sickness is a blessing, but I think like our whole society, everything was moving way too fast, right? Mm-hmm. I think with the COVID thing, and it made us be able to step back, and also it did like kind of level the playing field for everybody in terms of like you don't have this massive budget to like work with to get whatever you want.
So you feel like it reset the field.
Reset the field. That's what I think. So for me, it's like in terms of bringing in the production stuff and doing ONYX that way, it was like online's already a thing, and now it's like instead of just relying on booze sales and like pushing through alcohol sales, now we can get back to the basics of like how can the artist support this, and we can like support the artists and build that type of stuff up. So how can we showcase artists and make it a cool way that like if we can only have 50 people in the room, that they're entertained while just sitting there. Like it pretty much took out the whole thing of what a nightclub is. It's like, yeah, come to a nightclub. You can't dance and you can't talk to chicks. It's like, sweet. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, it's impossible. So I had to we had to pivot and make stuff like, so I was honestly instantly thinking of different ideas of what we can do. And because we're weird and niche and stuff like that, linking back up with Nick and getting a team back together and like, being able to be like, okay, we can offer a nightclub feel and still have people interacting and stuff, but while being socially distanced and not breaking any of the COVID rules and stuff like that. And that, like, being online and be able to do that, like, technology is awesome right now.
So explain exactly what you're doing right now.
How did I put it? Community-based entertainment. So what we're doing is, like, we still have our DJ nights and stuff like that, but instantly you know that DJ nights aren't going to sell as much because you don't have the level of partying that's going on. I don't have all these people rotating, doing shots and stuff like that. Now I have people sitting down. So we're making it more interactive. Like last night we had a show that we called Drip or Drown. And it's like up and coming artists, hip hop artists and stuff. Like they come and there's two artists and you get to critique their music, everything from their lyrics to their beats to their style and their vibe. And you're doing that live with the 50 people in the room. And then therefore it's like with hip hop and it's attitude, you know, there's smack talking and there's stuff like that. So it's like the booths are talking and critiquing these two brave souls that are sitting up there being like, this is my music. It's like, your music sucks, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? But like, luckily we haven't had that yet. But
You've like turned into American Idol, basically.
yeah, pretty much, where it's like, and then we have intermissions where our DJs are still playing and stuff like that.
And people can tune in online as well, right? Not just the 50 people that are in the venue.
Yeah, which creates the whole community vibe, right? So it's like, if you go to ONYX Nightclub Guelph.com, plug.
We're gonna get to the end. Don't worry.
I'll still plug. But you go there, right? And you can watch online and stuff. And honestly, with even Facebook shutting down the music thing, it was a blessing. Like it got too messy on Facebook. So they're like, we don't want music, and it was like, awesome. So now we can drive everybody to one site, which makes everything more credible. And like, I don't know what to say. It's like we're doing some weird stuff, but it's cool stuff.
But if there's any time to experiment, it's right now, right?
Yeah, and it kind of came about in almost like accidentally. I mean, for me, I was saying before too that I was approaching, like we were approaching year 10 for the festival in 2020. And it was normally in March, but we were already kind of talking about switching that, maybe making it a summer festival, putting it outside, doing something different for year 10 to kind of set aside the festival and all that. And then obviously with COVID coming, it was just completely put on hold. But I was already kind of thinking like, well, what is the next thing? And I think for a lot of people, 2020 felt like it was going to be a big year, or I heard so many bands saying we're going to release this album or tour or do whatever. It's going to be this big year, but I really had nothing planned in a way. And it was weird for me to have that, because it's not like I didn't want to still do stuff, but I didn't know what to do with it. Like the festival is great. We support Lakeside Hope House with their annual event, which raises money for their community breakfast programs and things like that. So we were still involved with events, but there was nothing specifically going on because we didn't have, district anymore, and we didn't have a venue sort of thing. So it was kind of in a weird way, like Bilay said, like this blessing in disguise, where it finally gave me an opportunity to actually have a break, because I don't vacation, I don't go away. I've never had a vacation in my life. Like this is my life is
a regular year to you.
Yeah, this is what I do all the time, right? Like people always tell me, oh, you got to take a break, you got to do this, and I understand that, but you don't really process it, because when you're on the go, you're always trying to think of like, what's the next event, what act can I book, how is this gonna keep the bar busy or keep our staff occupied and entertained and things like that, because you're really trying to entertain people all the time almost. So in a way, it was a very real step back, and I finally got to just do nothing for a little while. And then I feel kind of independently, both Bilay and I kind of came to this idea that there still had to be connections with artists. And I started this little Facebook page called Stay Home Fest. And the idea was that there's just a bunch of artists as admins on it, and they can share their stuff so that there was one channel to go through. So they could all be sharing their things to that one page, as well as their own pages, but trying to create different avenues. But even in pursuing that, like Facebook's a really messy thing sometimes. So it didn't really pan out, but it was still a way to kind of connect artists and musicians. And then at that same time, Bilay had come up and designed the whole sound stage and done all that with sound events, and was kind of just like, hey, we got the space, so let's try and do something if we can, sort of thing. And that's kind of how I think like our relationship and working relationship has always worked, where it's like we're almost of the same mind in a way, where it's just like he comes up with the technical end, and then we both come up with ideas to how to implement it or how to make it work, sort of thing. So it was very much like an accidental, because I was not like on my way out or whatever, but I was kind of like, I don't know what I'm doing anymore, like
everybody thought that.
Yeah.
For sure, yeah. It's like, for our industry especially, like it was a scary thing. Like the artist industry, it goes so deep, you know what I'm saying? It's not just about the bars or the live shows, but it's about, the photographers, the videographers, even, the people who cater and do stuff like that, or just like, case pushers, mixers. Like there's a lot of people that it affected, and, it's like, it was really scary. It still is a scary time. We're like, we are lucky that we live in a place like Guelph, where it's that small community, but it's like small town feel, big community, where it's like we can really target what we're doing and still stay like, afloat by just targeting our little city or our tri-city.
Or your niches.
Yeah, our niches. It's like if I was in Toronto, like, or the bigger cities, like, yeah, I understand why everybody is very, very worried right now. It's like we're just really lucky of our little town Guelph.
Our own little bubble over here, right?
Our little bubble.
Mitch, I want to ask you a question. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't. I mean, you're doing more things from Toronto, right? Remotely, like you don't have your hands as dirty as they normally would with the organizing of the nightlife, right? So, I mean, during a time like this in COVID, it'd probably be an easy opportunity to transition into something new. Like, what keeps you wanting to be in the game?
I actually got out of the game like 5 years ago.
Oh, okay.
I did have my hand in a little bit of things here and there. We still kind of did 12 bars. I mean, we let some of the younger guys run with late nights for a bit in Guelph. I'm in finance now. So to see the last year with COVID and how people are adapting, I mean, my heart goes out to them because it's a definitely big change. But I think the creativity then kind of reinvigorates from people that, maybe they're too comfortable. They had the same event that they did every single night. So this allows them, like Billy said, to reset, to regroup, and come up with new and strategic ideas to, keep them afloat, put money in their pockets, and still have their clientele have a good time. And it's very important these days, especially from the music standpoint. Music gets people out of bed sometimes. They put a smile on their face. And without that and without people doing these online events, life becomes stale sometimes. So being able to adapt and to continue to push the boundaries, I think it'll make everyone stronger coming out of this, because once things go back to normal, and they will be going back to normal at some point, you can also leverage now all the new things that they've come up with.
Exactly.
So hats off to these guys and people that are in the restaurant business or in the service business that are still plugging away. Stick-to-itiveness is extremely important, and I've lived by that since I was a young kid. You just got to keep going, because many times you probably could have said, you know what, I'm going to lock this up and get on to something else. But to continue to truck on through shows, the type of people that these guys are on stage, and people that all over the world that are still doing it.
I'm glad you did bring up the fact that you stopped 5 years ago, because there's always this separation anxiety of trying to get out of this promotion world, right? Because we're so used to it. It's a creature of habit, and it's it makes you feel young, right? You're still talking to young people, all that sort of stuff.
You can take my job anytime, man.
Yeah. So you're trying to get out. So maybe this advice will be helpful, because I know a DJ that had. We both know this DJ, JT Audio, right? He was killing the game, but at some point he didn't love it as much as he used to, and he knew he had to move on in his life. For you, what was that conversation like with yourself internally, and how were you able to come to grasp that you need to move on and pursue finance?
It was really hard. Like we said, I was doing it for more than 10 years. And I loved what I did. My job was to wake up in the morning, find new artists, listen to music, come up with new creative ideas. And I got to see people have a good time. It made me happy to see a crowd of 1,000 people enjoying themselves. And I got to do that day in and day out. So it was hard for me to exit because of those reasons. The money was good. The people I met were good. The network was great. But we were doing 3-4 events a week. And kudos to these guys for still doing it, but it was...
I was going to also say, events that you're doing late into the night,
that's
right?
That's the thing. So we always had the joke, we work 9 to 5. We work 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. And to do that back to back to back, at 21, 22, no problem. I'll do that all day long.
All day.
I got into my late 20s, and I'm like, holy, I got one night in me, and I got to take 2-3 days to recover. It is a young man's game, or it can be, if you've got a good team with you, you can continue that on. I got out of the game though of booking DJs because it became a different landscape. It became a lot to do more with money and not for the DJs. The big guys kind of took over, like the Live Nations took over, the big agencies took over, and the price tag that they wanted for DJs was absurd, especially in a town like Guelph.
Yeah, it's completely unrealistic.
They're charging Toronto prices in a town like Guelph. And then what really changed it is the festivals. So you had what's the one? Veld Music Festival. You got Digital Dreams in Toronto. They're paying DJs $40,000-$50,000 for a 2-hour set. So we'll give you an example. We had Nicky Romero come for the first time in Canada. He played at Cobra downtown Toronto for about $5,000. Great show, amazing show. We're going to have him back the next year because we have first right of refusal. Problem is Inc. offered them $50,000 to play at Veld. So they said, "Can you match this?" I'm like, "Buddy, I've got a 400-person venue in Toronto, 500-person venue. Yeah. We're charging $10 at the door. It's not feasible." So it came to the point where you've got to kind of understand that the landscape is changing. And then at the time there were so many DJs too that even finding an up-and-coming DJ, nobody wanted to see that. They wanted to see the Aviciis. They want to see the big ones. So we're either having to charge $50 to $100 for a ticket, which for a university student's not going to happen. So we kind of had to adapt and kind of change the landscape and go back to different types of events.
I think that's where the internet's like a blessing and a curse, because when you were bringing in this talent, like a lot of people didn't know who they were, what their music was like, where a lot of people now can go sample that artist and be like, it's not kind of my jam, and that's not why I'm going to come in. And I think you're kind of seeing how it's affected us, because you were able to bring all those talented people in when they were early, but now we're getting the likes of the Nellies and the Snoops who are not as big anymore, but they're much more affordable, right? And a lot of these younger artists now that are getting big, they know their worth, right? So they're gonna hike up their price a little more, because they know in 4 or 5 months time I'm gonna become at this tier, right?
Yeah, and the time frame for a lot of artists is so short right now. Like that could be their only chance to get that, because it's such a saturated market at times too. So there is that factor where I almost wonder, it's like, well, I can get this now, so I'm going to try and get it if I can.
Absolutely.
I think let's just say, or what I want to go off of is like, staying in the game too. It's true. You start to slow down and stuff like that. It's about,
just asked me to get out.
Yeah, exactly. But it's about finding people who can take over for you. As you said, you had your guys doing bunny hop stuff, and I just get an email from Mitch once a year. It's like bunny hop. That's pretty much all it said. I was like,
let's go, baby.
Yeah,
even checking how you're doing, eh?
Straight the business. He knew that those bar sales were coming in at 6 p.m.
Exactly.
So he's like, let's go. I love this day.
6 p.m. I could get home by midnight. This is awesome. But yeah, it's about trusting people, stay humble, and letting people take over. I organize. I'm out a lot less now, but I'll still go out, just to show the young bucks I can still do it.
There you go, thing.
Yeah, it's about and then also life. The older you get, you try having a wife or something where you're like, I'll be home at 4 a.m. She's like, yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? Your priorities start to change, and it's okay to still have the late nights and stuff, but it's like when your priorities are changing, you have to adapt and put your crew in charge and kind of go a little hands off. I don't get some of the new music, mumble rap and stuff. Don't understand it, but hey, it's
sad rap or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Sad boy music.
Mumble rap. All right, so you guys have
have
provided a lot of great advice. Obviously, team building and being persistent and having thick skin. You've so many great tidbits. I kind of want to end this on the similar note. If you could provide one thing, a piece of advice to anyone that wants to get in events and getting into that sort of game, what would you say?
My biggest thing is always being humble about what you know and what you don't, and being able to take criticism, because I think one of the hardest things is when somebody says no to a good idea that you have. It's not always a no. There can be kind of well, that's not necessarily feasible, and you just have to adjust and pivot, like you said. And that's hard. It can be hard to eat it sometimes. I've been told numerous times that to swallow your pride and whatever else, and it's hard. When it comes to those points when you do have to make those decisions, I think that's one of the hardest things, is being self-aware and being humble about the situation. I'd say has been the biggest things for me, at least.
Belaiche?
Yes, it's just
Everything you said.
It's stay humble and always be open to learning and understand that even if to me, one thing I always say to myself is a failure is not necessarily a failure. It's just another way to learn. So if you have all these grand plans and it doesn't work out, it's the whole industry is if you want to be in the industry, you want to be serious, it's you can't quit. Don't quit over just something bad happening or throwing a massive event and nobody shows up. Don't. It happens. Maybe you should have had somebody to say no to you. I don't know, but definitely stay humble and keep yourself up, because in our industry, it's really hard to, stay positive and stay humble, especially when you're just, you wear everything kind of on your sleeve. When somebody doesn't have a good night and they're yelling at you, it's like, it's okay. Tomorrow's another day. So yeah, stay humble. And
You got your
keep
wife
trucking.
to yell at you for that, right?
Oh, I'm not married. I own a club, man.
You're married to the game. You're married to the game. I gotcha. Mitch.
I'd have to say stick to itiveness. Stick to it no matter what. If you believe, if you believe, it will come. We had nights when we started out Taboo, for example. 5 of my team members, we were the only people in that club, and might have been for months. Every Thursday for months, we'd throw electronic music parties. No one would come, and we're like, should we shut this down? We kind of regrouped and said, what can we do different? Brought in $2 Jaeger bombs, brought in different DJs, and built the night. And when we had that foundation, again, the amount of reward came from that. When you look around the room and you remember those nights where no one coming to your venue, and you're like, we got to get. What are we doing? We got to get out of this. But I mean, some of the guys, they stuck with it, and they believed that there was something here. So just stick to it with your gut. There's going to be a lot of no's, a lot of doors shut in your face. But some of those doors that will open, you'll see the light, and you're like, this is why I'm doing this. This is why I love what I do.
Right. So there's a level of stubbornness, I guess, involved with it as well.
Oh, definitely.
Just knowing that you can do this, and at some point you're going to get there, right?
Exactly.
Awesome. Well, gentlemen, this has been such a great conversation. A lot to take home and learn as well. Is there anything that we would like to plug? I know, Bilay, you just plugged earlier. Would you like to
ONYX.
plug again? Just put him on the spot.
I don't know. ONYX Nightclub or ONYXNightclubGuelph.com. If you want to see some live streams, and we're right downtown Guelph above Frankenstein's there. I guess. And shout out to my partners, my friends, and I'm humbled to be on a panel with these guys for sure. It's an awesome thing. The organizers of this event for sure.
Ammo music, Eddie.
I don't know if I have any specific shout outs, but I always thank my mom on these things. So, but yeah, I think if anyone wants to reach out to us, the ONYX website, Gain Media, you can find us there on our socials, email, that sort of stuff. So we're always doing lots and up for doing pretty much anything. So yeah, hit us up.
Mitch, yourself?
I got to shout out a couple people here. Matt Duran, co-founder of Late Nights. He kind of pushed the boundaries. He was the creative one, and he was one that believed that we could do it. Some days I'm like, why are we doing this? Let's pack it in, and he kept going. So shout out to him. Matt Glover, I'm a production lighting guy. He stuck with us as well too. He also introduced me to Michael Woods' music, which kind of sparked the love for electronic music. So he was a big factor. And then, the Late Nights guys, Ryan, Mateo, Kevin, Jerome, who am I forgetting? Oh yeah, Ben Cohen, shout out Ben. Those guys and Jerome, those guys kind of, came together as a group and persevered through times where they could have gone to any other, event or what they wanted to do. They stuck with me. So, your teamwork is one of the main things. I am in finance now as a financial advisor at RBC, so anybody needs finance needs, hit me up.
I love it.
I learned a lot from budgeting from the events and stuff, so if anybody wants to make some money and get some investments going,
I'm coming to you, man.
That's great. All right, so this has been Live Music, Bookings, and Nightlife, then and now, the Royal City Summit. Again, I want to thank our panel for being here today. This has been really, really a great day. Learned a lot, and hopefully you've learned a lot as well. Again, I'm Dee on behalf of Ammo Music and putting this incredible production together. Thanks to our videography team, and of course Eddie for putting out this all together. It's been a fun 15-year journey. We were able to cram that in about an hour or so. But gentlemen, thanks once again. And
Thank you.
it's been such a joy. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks
Thank
so
you,
much.
guys.
Thank you.
Ciao. All right, so we are back here on After Hours. This is the conversation after the summit where I get to sit down with the individuals that are part of our panel. And in front of me now, I have Nick Wever. Nick, welcome to After Hours.
Thanks for having me.
Excited to have you here. Just kind of a lowdown. Who is Nick Wever?
I don't know. This is a kind of hard question. I've lived in Guelph, I guess now for about 20 years. I moved here in high school. I've been in various bands, things like that since I was a teenager. And I've been involved with the music industry in this town basically since I moved here, whether it was going to shows or throwing shows or, our annual festival when that came about. But yeah, in a nutshell, I'd say I'm pretty much just life is music.
Yeah, it's safe to say you gave the music scene here in Guelph a bit of a facelift, right? You gotta give it the kick that it needed in order to jumpstart, right?
I tried to. I think I came in at a kind of opportune moment when, as I mentioned before, Jay Cloth was doing a lot of shows. He ran Sellout Productions, and he threw a lot of the punk and heavy and like those types of shows. And he kind of stopped doing that in early 2000s. And that was kind of when I started booking shows and events. And he'd booked my band at the time. We were called Time the Destroyer. He booked us with Feral to Freeway at Vinyl, which was Trashteria before. And it was just like a big honor to kind of be a part of that and kind of feel that we're actually being booked by this guy now. But when he kind of stopped doing shows, there wasn't really anyone stepping in to do, the metal or punk or that kind of underground vibe, and things were kind of changing. So myself and Chase and Dylan kind of stepped in and formed Gain Music and ran with our festival in 2011 and kind of went from there. So, yeah.
So I guess, you kind of answered the question I was going to say is what made you want to build Gain Music Festival? What did it look like at first, and what does it look like now?
So it was pretty. It was a very loose idea, I guess. There was a lot of talk about different festivals and events, and Guelph has always been a very good hub for live music and for musicians and bands and things like that. But it was kind of just, it came about from conversations, I guess, and just talking to people about what was missing or what they would like to see in the industry and in this town. And when we first launched Gainfest the first year, we had 13 Guelph and area bands, all from Guelph, and it was 3 floors. So we took over all 3 floors of what was then Van Gogh's building at 10 Wyndham, and it was sort of the idea of like a nomadic festival. So you could travel to all the different floors and experience different types of music. So the first floor was kind of like our indie acoustic acts. The second floor was the main stage, and then the third floor was like the metal and punk and heavy band. So it was really great because people really got to experience different music that they wouldn't have before, and it really meshed people together. So it was really just like an eclectic nomadic music festival. And one of the biggest takeaways I found was really great was seeing the reception, I guess, that the metal floor got. Because I thought, well, I know a bunch of friends who are into metal and into heavy music, and so I knew that they'd be up there. But there were so many different people that would not have ever seen metal music before or experienced it that were actually up and watching it because it wasn't something they'd seen. Like, it wasn't, they're like, well, I'm here anyways. I came for this band, but I'm going to check out the third floor and see what this band is because I've heard about them or whatever. So it was nice kind of having that introduction and that incorporation of different genres and different, groups of people all kind of coming together under one roof. And that was kind of where the first year came from, was just an assortment of conversations coming together and just saying, okay, well, we've talked about it. Like, we had to do this and put this together now. So
before COVID, what was the last festival? What did that look like?
So the last festival, we'd expanded it quite a bit because it was year 9 in 2019. We had multiple venues, multiple bands. Each year we kind of tried to take on a different theme. And 2019 was a bit of a transitional year because we were trying to narrow the scope of the festival, because in year 6 of the festival, it got kind of crazy and out of hand. Like, year 6, I'd say, was one of the craziest years because I ended up losing, I think, $3,000 or $4,000, which it sucks. But in throwing a festival, you got to know that. But I tried to do, 6 venues, 6 days, all these different elements. And that's where, at the time, there was nobody to say, don't do this. So by year 9, we'd kind of focused it back down to just one venue, a couple little other smaller shows off the side. We did one at Brothers Brewing during the day for a matinee. But kind of just focusing it back in onto what made year one so special, and narrowing down the scope from trying to go bigger to just focusing in on what we did best, which was the one day festival sort of thing.
So my question was going to be, are you striving for a hillside sort of experience at some point, or is what makes this unique it being in these intimate settings?
I think what makes it unique is the intimate settings, because when you get to a large scale with those festivals, there's so much else to consider. Like I know one big thing was, if you're going for that bigger act, if you're going for, your Dave Matthews or your, whoever it is that bigger name is, often management or their booking company will throw in 5 other bands that they're trying to push too, right? So then you've got to find room on your schedule and in your festival for these other acts that you weren't really planning on having. And I think with going with the fact that we are based in Guelph and that's really the focus is to kind of keep it with that feel and use the venues that are in Guelph. So places like Brothers, ONYX, places like that they're already supporting live music. And that's a big thing too, is like, we want to support those who are supporting the music industry already. So keeping it small and local is definitely a big part of it, just because we are, Guelph and area independent new music sort of thing. So that's the idea of it.
That's great to see that you're really pushing for collaboration and trying to help other businesses as well, right? I think that's a real important aspect.
Yeah,
of it as well.
totally.
So Gain Media, tell me a little bit about that and how that started.
Yeah, so Gain Media sort of came off as like a branch off of Gain Music. We were already kind of starting to do a lot more than just music. It was more than just a festival. So
and what does Gain stand for?
So Gain stands for Guelph and Area Independent New Music or Media. And we'd kind of, it took a while to come up with a name. And I remember Chase, my partner at the time, my business partner, was saying, just come up with a name so we can do this thing. Like just come up with a name. And we were talking about, one of them was like the Wolf Festival. So it was like Wellington, Ontario Live Music Festival or something, just playing with these acronyms, right? And Gain just was perfect because the gain knob and, everything else like that. So it just made sense to kind of come up with that name. So it developed from the festival, but the idea was always to have like a space or a hub. And that's where, by the time year 5 of the festival came about, so 2014, 2015, is when I met back up with Bilay and knew that district or the 10 Wyndham, the second floor and the third floor is kind of shifting. And then so we kind of went into the owners there and proposed that we basically take over the top 2 floors, because the vision and the goal was always to have a venue or a space, because we wanted to have even the idea of the festival is to have all the music in one spot. So you go to one spot, you've got your hub, you've got everything going on there. So we're already throwing live music there, but we wanted to have like a central place where like, yeah, these other places are great. Like we always loved doing shows at Jimmy Jazz because it's just like this grungy little bar. There's 2 speakers on stands and you can just throw a band in there and it is what it is. But we really wanted to have like a high production place where people could come and create, but also feel like they're part of something cool. And that's kind of where it developed into. And then the festival was hosted there already. So by the time year 5, 6, and 7 of the festival came around, we had the venue, we had the space, and we were already kind of building that vibe. So that's kind of where it comes from, is just focusing on Guelph and trying to support the scene as much as we can.
So what is the hope or the end goal for Gain Media? Where would you like to see it go?
It's hard to say. I think for my role and how I've always seen myself is I always want to be a facilitator. And I've always sort of felt that like I don't actually do anything. I just happen to be in the right place at the right time or know the right people. But that's so much of what it is connecting people, as Gain Media and Gain Music as a whole. The idea was really just we wanted to throw community-based events, bring people together, and do something cool and not necessarily different, because there's always, new and creative ideas, but just kind of making it, something that was uniquely Guelph sort of thing. So we even with the production, it's like we focused heavily on the production end of it. So yeah, the Guelph bands are all great, but we wanted people when they come to the festival to feel the difference, to hear it, to know that when you walk in, it's like, come March, it's going to be Gain Fest, and that's the show you're looking forward to. So all those elements like, Chase and Dylan and now Bilay really take a handle on that, where it's just like, I'm kind of just here, oh, here's this band and here's this band, and kind of bringing it all together when they're doing most of the work.
So what does the Gain Music Festival look like in 2020?
2020, it's very much up in the air still. Like normally for the festival, I'm planning a year in advance, or I've got ideas for what's going to happen next year or whatever else. And for 2020, I feel it's probably going to become a virtual thing. But realistically, we're probably not even going to be able to throw it this year. It's likely going to be shifted into something into 2021. Because right now we're kind of just trying to get our bearings and get back going into some sort of normalcy, I guess. So
Right. And there's always that conversation, like, do you just do something for the sake of doing it, or do you make sure you do it with the level of quality that you expect it to be, right?
Exactly. And the point of the festival was to bring people together. And when we can't do that, then it's not like we don't want to do it, but there's other things that we can do in the meanwhile to kind of make up for that.
Right.
So
you don't want to take away the spirit of what you've created, right?
Yeah. And we've had people asking about the festival, and it obviously is still a mainstay of what the company is and what we're about. But I think right now we're just kind of trying to figure out where we're at and how much of it should be virtual. When should it be? Should we just wait till March 2021 or, do whatever? So it's still kind of up in the air. So if bands are looking, I'm up for it.
Well, that's great. It sounds like you're very encouraged by everything, and I feel like you're gonna come bigger and better next year.
Yeah,
and it's so great to hear a story like that where you've started it 10 years ago and it's just gotten better and better every year. And obviously something like as crazy as right now, obviously throws a wrench in your plans, but it sounds like you're very determined to bring it back at some point.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Nick, it's been such a joy to have this conversation. Thanks for joining me. And is there anything you can plug before we go off air?
I'd say if you're looking for what we're up to, what we're doing, Gain Media, so on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I'm normally on top of that for the most part.
You're trying to do a better job.
Yeah,
of it,
yeah. But otherwise, you can reach us through like the ONYX website. All of our streams are up there. We do a lot more than just events too. We're looking to do kind of like workshops and just experiment with different things within the realm of music and entertainment sort of thing. So
that's great. Well, all the best to you, and thanks again for joining us here on After Hours.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me.
All right, welcome to another episode of the After Hours, where I get to sit down and chat with some of the guys that have been on the panel with me for the Royal City Summit. And in front of me now is Mitch Ross. Mitch Ross, welcome to the program.
Thank you. What's going on?
Not too much. So, Mitch, you're a grad of the University of Guelph. Where did you go to school for again?
I did commerce marketing.
So when you got into commerce marketing, was event planning something that you foresaw in your future?
It was not. It kind of just it started off as a hobby, and then we realized that we can make a business out of it. So throughout the years, it was kind of a snowball effect, and it kind of grew and grew and grew. But no, when I first went to school, marketing, I was just interested in advertising and more so commercials, things like that. But then realized that that event planning and promotions was the way to go for a bit.
So the beauty of this is I usually have questions during a panel like that, but I'm not able to ask you. But I know that if I get you in a one-on-one setting, I will. A lot of kids deal with this situation when they're in school and they realize it's not the thing they wanted to do, or if they're doing the right thing. So, while you're studying in commerce and you're doing this event planning, was there any concern that maybe I won't finish school, or should I be finishing school and should I be focusing on events? Did it go hand in hand for you?
That's the thing. It went hand in hand because what we were learning in school, we could utilize for the real world. I think when you combine the two, it's almost a perfect scenario because you learn stuff in the real world that you don't learn from school, and kind of tying the two together. Doing school projects on how to market a product or something, or how to market an event was one of these school projects that we had to do. That kind of came to us like no other, because that's what we kind of did day to day after school as well too. So it was really a blessing that what I learned in school I could utilize in real life too. So
at what point did you know that you had to start a company like Late Nights? Like that was something that you had to do moving forward?
Once we did an event or two, we wanted to build something that would like stand us out from other people. So when someone saw the name Late Nights, they knew what the event was going to be. They knew they're going to have a good time. They knew it was going to be a late night because we'd be partying late into the night. So we just wanted to, something that would, put our name out there, that we could brand and expand. There's my marketing lesson for you from Guelph.
That's great. So everyone's getting free education here. Talk about branding and how important that is, because you want Late Nights to associate with a good time, right? When you want those to be hand in hand. And how important did you realize that that was something that you needed to make significant?
At first, we didn't take it into too much consideration. Then we realized that we're putting out all this marketing material and all these advertisements, and that adding our logo on there, having people talk about that was extremely important because some events would sell themselves because of the artist. Other events would sell themselves because of a theme. But sometimes you just have weekly events, and having that name behind it, people can kind of, they've been to various events, so they know what to expect. So we kind of wanted to make sure to have that on everything and anything. We had hats, we had shirts. We'd have girls walking around with late night swag, sunglasses. So the more the name was out there, the easier it was to put on events too, because people knew what they were getting.
Now, how important was it for you to experience things before giving out the experience? And what I mean by that is, you went out in Toronto, you saw how they did it, and then you brought that to Guelph. A lot of people think, what they've seen on television or YouTube, like they could create that same experience. But how important was it? Like, I know it sounds weird to me saying, like, how important was it for you to party before you actually started throwing parties? But, having that perspective of going into those parties and looking at different things and saying, like, I want to do this, I need to do this.
At first, when I first started going out or started partying, you never really look at that. You look at having a good time, talking to your friends. And then once you kind of realize what's going on around you and how you can incorporate that in your business, we'd go out just for market research. We'd go to all different types of events to see what they were doing, from as far as how they'd move the line to IDing people, to wristbanding people, to how the servers would interact with clientele, how security would interact with clientele, and then as far as the environment goes. So what's the lighting like? Is it constant in your face all the time? Is it more of a mood lighting? Going out was half the battle, because you want to take pieces of little things and bring them to your own event. I think travel was a massive thing as well too, because the Europeans, they party a lot different than Canadians. The Americans, they party a lot different than Canadians. So you can kind of take piece by piece, and then you have free range on your own event of what you want to do. So having the creative mindset to incorporate that and encompass all those interactions and feelings, made for successful events.
It's an interesting conversation, the difference between partying in America and partying in Europe. Like, is that something that you foresee? Like, do you hear that that's a thing, or do you just have to wait to experience it to realize, like, this is how you got to handle these situations?
You got to experience it. There's only so much a story can do, but when you're in Berlin and you're at a tech festival, or they start their festivals at 2 a.m. and they go till 11 a.m., 12 a.m. So to experience that sort of vibe and that energy is a whole different ballgame than going out in Canada at 10 p.m. and you're home at 2 a.m. They eat dinner at 10 p.m. So just seeing how they interact and how the people in the actual nightclubs interact with other people, it's almost a different world down there.
So selfishly, I bring people on here to tell me specific stories. Now you've dealt with the likes of like Steve Aoki, Avicii, Zed's dad, Pauly D, a lot of characters in there as well. I selfishly want one story that resonates and sticks out to you the most when talking about these talented people.
I'm going to give you two. Is that okay?
Oh, of course. I got time to fill.
Okay. So, Steve Aoki, since you mentioned him, he was probably our first, I would say, wild or crazy artist booking. Steve is kind of he's an entertainer as well as a DJ. But we had him to Guelph for one of the first big shows. And after the show, he wanted an after party. So one of our friends set up an after.
And this is not something you negotiated beforehand. We didn't talk about this.
No. He said, I had a great time tonight. What are you guys doing after? It's about 2 a.m., 3 a.m. And we said, one of our friends is having an after party down the street. So he's like, I'm down, let's go. So he has an SUV, fill it up with people, pull up to the after party. He's in the after party, he's partying. And he's like, you know what? I feel like skateboarding. He's like, let's bring this party outside. So down Gordon, and you know how there's the big hill down Gordon?
Yeah.
He hops on his board. He has a board with him wherever he goes. He hops on his board and he starts ripping down Gordon. I'm like, holy shit, man! Like a car is gonna hit him.
It's like
Something's
3,
gonna
4
happen.
a.m., right?
It's 3, 4 a.m. Like, and there's always cops out too. I'm like, this can't be good for business. His agent's gonna kill me. So he's ripping through, and I mean, he's doing like jumps and stuff like that, and everyone's out on the street having a good time. So it just shows that he likes to entertain even when he's off the clock.
Right.
He wasn't paid to do that. He could have gone to bed and gone to his hotel room, but
Is this before or after he got obsessed with throwing cakes at people?
this would have been before.
Before, okay.
Yeah, so he added that on as he kept needing new things.
Right.
The other one was we did a lot of we called them the 401 tour. So we book an artist in Toronto, Guelph, Kitchener-Waterloo, London. We might even do Peterborough. So we traveled with Michael Woods, TJR. And when you get kind of two artists together, or even if you get an artist together for a stretch of 4 or 5 days, you're in the car with them for a lot. So you kind of experience what an artist is like off stage as well as on stage. So when they're on stage, they have to be the guy. They have to be the entertainer. Like Michael Woods drinks tequila like water. I've never seen an individual that could drink literally 20 shots.
And you've seen a lot of people drink.
I've seen a lot of people party and drink, and he's just and his DJ set is flawless. The more he drinks, the better he is. So I mean, doing a 4 or 5 day trip with him, it's more like a 4 or 5 day bender. But you see that his energy is like no other because he's there for the fans. Some event might have 100 people or has 1,000 people, and he's still giving it all. So just to kind of experience kind of your ins and outs and your day to day, he's interacting with his wife back home, but he's still giving it all for the fans, which is really cool to see.
That's amazing. That's exactly what I was looking for. So you have almost 10 plus years worth of experience in events. You're now out of the game. But in all of your time, and now you see the future of event planning, like where do you see it going? Obviously, COVID's kind of thrown a wrench in a lot of people's plans. But is there anything that people should be striving towards or looking forward to when it comes to events?
I think the creative hat has come back on a lot of people's heads. What I was blown away with is the virtual side of things now. I know, you can watch a DJ from the living room of your home, which you always could do, but no one really took it to the extent of incorporating, lights, production, a background. For the DJs to eat and to get paid, they normally would have to go to concerts and DJ for fans. Some of them are now charging $5 and they'll play a 2-hour, 3-hour, 4-hour set, which you can watch in your home. And they're getting 10,000, 20,000 people viewing and tuning in. You do the math on that, that's a decent payday for a 2-hour set.
Yeah, you're the numbers guy, not me.
So, I mean, it's cool to see them doing that. And it's cool to see people wanting to still tune in and know new music and follow them. So, I mean, you go to the next step and add in virtual reality, add in Oculus. If I can sit at home and it's like I'm at a club, but I'm at my home, I'm drinking my own beer, I'm still having a good time. It's kind of a cool thing. We sometimes will have, a couple of friends over and, we'll just put on a live set and, you're not actually there, but you're still kind of in the vibe and you're still, having a good time. So the virtual world is I think going to come up pretty hard after COVID. I'm a people's person. I love the face-to-face. So I really want, COVID to go away and we get a vaccine, we go back to normal. But I think now you can kind of incorporate all these new ideas, which is really cool to see.
I think a prime example of that too is like you saw The Weeknd do his concert on Fortnite and stuff like that.
Exactly.
And initially I thought it was a weird idea and I understand it, but then you see how many kids are playing there. You start seeing the clips on Instagram and Facebook and you're like, oh, this is really cool. And that's where you see the wave and that the trend's going towards that way.
And the numbers that they're getting is, what was it, 100,000 people or something like that to see a virtual Fortnite concert of, Travis Scott or The Weeknd. It's unbelievable.
Absolutely. So. Well, this has been really, I thought I got a lot out of that panel conversation, but I got exactly what I wanted here and I got more nuggets from you. So I really appreciate your time. If you could provide, you gave a great tidbit in there, but if you could provide another piece of advice to, maybe not so much event planners, but musicians and trying to take advantage of these online platforms.
I think one thing to take away is the people that you meet along your journey. It's very important to keep in touch. Do not burn bridges because you'll be amazed at, a phone call from somebody 10 years ago and how they can better your life or help you out, whether it be something small or big. But along the way and along the journey of a musician or anybody in the industry, you meet a ton of people. So always respect everybody that you meet because down the road, it's just great having kind of those friends, and they even almost turn into family members. So that's kind of one piece of advice is be real and always be nice to people.
That's great. Well, this has been such a joy, Mitch. I know I've known you for a while, but I've never been able to talk to you on sort of this level. So I really appreciate your time and all the advice that you provided here
It's
today.
been awesome. Thank you very much.
Another episode of After Hours. This one is with Mitch Ross. Once again, thanks to Ammo Music for putting this together. This is a part of the Royal City Summit. And again, Mitch, thanks again.
Thank you.
Welcome to another edition of the After Hours, a conversation that we have been doing after the Royal City Summit presented by Ammo Music here at Royal City Studios in Guelph. And I have a Guelph guy with me. This is Bilay. Bilay, how are you doing today?
Always fantastic. Thanks for having me.
It must feel like a marathon at this point. We just did the panel and now you're here on the one-on-one. This is the hot seat. This is where it gets intense.
Yeah. Luckily, I have a lot of experience with it, so I'm pretty chill.
Awesome. So, Belay, if folks don't know, you're one of the co-owners of ONYX, one of the club's bars here in Guelph. I want to ask you before we get into ONYX, what was the nightlife scene like when you first got to Guelph and compared to what it is now?
Well, back in the day, it was like Mitch was doing a lot of stuff. There's always a ton of events. The funny thing I always say about Guelph is like you have like the size of the street, right? You have like the trappers that are we call Party Town Street. And then on the other side, like as soon as you hit like back then, it was like Van Gogh's and stuff. Like those are all the independents. And so the thing I remember most is like I love seeing all the bars get out at the same time, and then you see like the independent bars like Jimmy Jazz, 58, Frank's, Van Gogh's, and they're all going out to get like to the side to get a pita pit or something. But then you have all the trappers and palace people and all that. So like, yeah.
What are they getting?
But Guelph back in the day, I think like, honestly, I think it's a lot tamer now. Truthfully, that's how I feel. Like Guelph
is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's a good thing. It's definitely a good thing. It's like it's in terms of like people aren't as rowdy anymore, but they're still rowdy, but just in a different way. So yeah, I think it's tamer now, but it's still equally as busy and stuff. Back in the day it was what Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You're going out. Like everybody's going out all the time now. Kids are more like they're gonna go out on like a Thursday, and then they're gonna take a night off, and then they're gonna come out on a Saturday and stuff like that. So maybe we're doing something right with this whole education thing because like we were partying all the time and going to school, and now kids are like, we have to focus on school.
We didn't turn out so bad though.
Yeah, I know. Look at me.
At what point during that stretch, I mean, you're going out often, right? But you're not really involved with behind the scenes. At what point did you want to inject yourself into that culture?
Well, like I was always doing like weird events here and there. It was right when I was in college. Like we were doing, I had an underground venue in an art gallery in London, Ontario. And I was working with like, London Music Hall and like Brendan Eady and stuff like that, kind of under the scenes because I had my arts collective, but they battled, like my collective people battled with like the mainstream people. So Eady and I had a meeting and I was like, yo, let's let them keep battling online. Like it's good publicity. Like we'll just work together and let them fight it out. So for me, it was more about like, how can I get artists and shows that I like, like these, instead of all this mainstream stuff, how can we do shows and events that like, people will come to and think's cool and like there's another alternative. So that's kind of, I kind of had a knack for it. So it's kind of just fell in my lap and I kind of just ran with it. So yeah.
So I mean, in that time, like what are you proud of what you've been able to do with your contributions to the nightlife scene?
That's a big question. That's a huge question.
I told you the hot seat.
Yeah. Well, like, especially in London, the thing I'm proud of, honestly, is giving artists like that aren't the mainstream artists, like a place to go, a way to make money, an avenue to get their art and their ideas and their vision across. Because to me, it's like, yeah, a lot of artists, like they're artists. I'm an artist. Our minds are everywhere. We're highly emotional, like all this stuff. And it's like, for an artist to really shine, it's like you have to take away a lot of those pressures of everything else. So at least that's what I saw. How can we? It's just about like, yeah, providing a way for everybody to be on the same playing field, even if we are a little weird and different. Like, yeah.
So for me, when I was going out, the peak of my going out days, 58 was kind of a staple for me. It was kind of just go-to. We always liked going. We really liked the idea of like having to dress up too, right? Because a lot of these places, like we were talking about earlier, you could roll in sweatpants, whereas 58, it was a strict dress code, and you didn't see that in Guelph. Like you saw that in Toronto and like bigger cities. So I mean, it was really popular at the time, but obviously, you know, trends die. Sometimes people want to dwell in other things. There's more bars opening up. What was the decision behind flipping 58 into ONYX?
Truthfully, well, I had District before, right? So I ran District, which was above District and District Lounge, which was above Van Gogh's ear, for 6 years. And so I had that for 6 years. And Dario and Chuck were actually, they talked to me, I think it was on my second or third year of District. They're like, oh, you should. They're like, we like your hustle, we like your style, because I did that speaker thing where I'm just causing chaos. Like literally, that's all I do. It's like I'm the little like dickhead of downtown Guelph, but I still like to work with everybody, you know. So for me, they were trying to sell that to me for a while, but I couldn't afford it. And so when they were really putting it up for sale, and I knew that it was gonna go, I was actually on third floor of District with my manager Sam Gilbert, who was an amazing manager. And I was just looking at it, and I was stressed. She's like, well, why are you stressed? I'm like, well, I know I can get it if I, like, you know, maybe get partners in this one instead of just, like, you know, getting it on my own and stuff like that. But I was like, you know, it to me, it was a necessary evil that needs to happen downtown Guelph. Either, you know, a lot of corporations were looking at it, and, like, you know, big things like Party Town wasn't looking at it, but, like, places like kind of like Party Town. And I thought it would really do damage to our community more so than a good thing. So it was almost something that it's like, if I'm not going to take it, it's going to change the whole landscape of downtown. Like we could have like a Boston Pizza or some shit up there, you know, that's doing some just like every run of the mill thing. So to me, it was really important to preserve that whole independent side and the corporation side.
And make sure that it belongs to Guelph,
exactly.
Right?
So it's like, do I go to a lot of nightclubs? Like, no. I'm not really a nightclub person. I'm not really a dress-up person. But the thing I do love about clubs is, like, I love, like, you know, the show of bottle service. I love, like, those little things. So I'm like, I can make a poppin' club, like a nightclub, an actual nightclub in a place like Guelph, where you have the feel of Toronto and you have the feel of like Montreal and like Vegas. Like, yo, I love Vegas.
You're preaching to the choir.
Yeah, right? It's a fucking problem though. But it's like that whole feel, just bring it to Guelph. So yeah, it was just something that kind of needed to happen, and it aligns with like my future plans as well. So yeah.
That's
really
great. So obviously, COVID has really changed how we're running events, and obviously your space, your field has really been affected by this. But you've really been able to pivot and transform and make a different experience for people. Explain to the folks listening to this what you're doing with ONYX and how it's worked out for you so far.
Well, we pretty much like converted it into like an online TV studio, like, you know what I'm saying. So. We have wicked partners at Sound Events who, like, you know, I've worked with them for 12, 15 years now. And it was about, like, they have warehouses full of gear. And as I said before, it's like our industry was really hit hard. As in, like, now you have all these places that have warehouses full of festival gear that they don't use. So I was like, all right, if people have to stay seated and you can't talk to people, it's like, how about if I put a festival inside a place really small, like ONYX, like, it's a great size room. So I can bring in all these large production lights and do all this crazy programming and all this stuff and stream it, because it's like, I don't have the capacity to have those numbers anymore. But the internet's so it's free. So it's like, I can make money off the internet. So I'm going to now shift to trying to get internet money, which will fund artists, which will fund the spaces that help artists and keep people employed and stuff like that, and we can just pivot to something like that. Like, honestly, it was just a crazy idea I had on a bottle of wine, and somehow
must have been some really good wine.
Yeah, somehow worked out. Like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's like I remember after finishing the bottle of wine. Shit, this is unhinged, right?
The truth serum is coming out.
Yeah,
now.
exactly. It's like I had my notepad there, and then honestly, I started making calls and sending messages. It was like midnight one. I was like, I got this idea, guys. We're gonna do it. And I just didn't know that everybody would be like, yeah, let's do it, which is like, you know, something that I never really expect. Like, who would have thought, like 28, buying my first bar? Like, nope. I came back to buy a house because like I was with my now ex-fiance. And I came back from my place in Ghana and I was like, she's like, yeah, we're going to buy a house or whatever. And I was out having a drink. And it was actually Nick who was like, he's like, yo, you know, you had that idea for a bar. He's like, there's a bar for sale. So I was like, yo, cool. So I bought the bar instead of the house. And that was that relationship.
It was like a blessing in disguise,
exactly.
right?
Exactly. So it's like, I don't know. For me, it's like, I really do vibe off like, you know, life vibes and stuff like that. And like, yeah, it's there. Just kind of go for it.
Yeah, like I haven't had the luxury of seeing the space yet, but I've seen a lot of photos, and it's not the 58 of old anymore. And you've done an incredible job transforming that place.
Yeah, that place was trashed when we got it. Like, we had a lot of stuff to throw out and tear up, and like, you know, my business partners like Mike sat there for days sanding the floor and staining it. Like I was still dealing with district, so I'm running back and forth and stuff. But the team really stepped up and like, you know, we implemented the stuff and we tore apart the bar and redid it. And,
Has the idea been a success so far?
Until COVID, yeah, it was sick.
That's sweet.
Yeah, and even now with our idea now, it's like, yeah, we took our viewership from, you know, our first month we had 2,500 viewers.
Wow.
Our second month we had 12,200 viewers. So it's like we're growing it at the rate where, you know, it's almost a little faster than I thought, but. Again, that's why I love our city, Guelph, for community. It's like I'm not drowned out by all the other shit that big cities have. Like, you know, it's like all I'm really trying to do is target Guelph, Kitchener, Cambridge, Waterloo, London. But that little target will like, it'll grow out. So Toronto people are taking notice. Montreal people, like BC, like, you know, they're trying to book tours down here like right off the bat because they're like, yo, we can book tours and like be able to showcase their stream in a way that like nobody's really doing, you know what I'm saying? It's like people have one camera up or something like that. I have 5 cameras. You know, I want to stream HD all
flex.
the time. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Show them.
Yeah. It's like my lights are all custom. I have custom video. I have custom graphics. I have all this crap where it's like I'm just looking at the whole market. It's like to get one camera up, and it's no diss to anybody. You know, I love everybody. It's no diss to anybody, but it's like it's the same thing we were talking about before. It's like, yo, your speakers got to work. And for me, it's like, if a massive club can just have one camera, it's like, yeah, I'm going to flex hard and show you what I can do in a place like Guelph with my little crew. And yeah, you have one camera, I'm going to put up 5 cameras. You know,
Absolutely.
catch up. Don't get mad, get better.
No, and we were talking about the power of word of mouth, and that's exactly what's going to happen, right? It's going to be a domino effect. So it's great to hear that, you know, you had this vision and you were able to follow through on it, and it's obviously turned out to be what you wanted it to be.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it definitely comes from like, you know, staying loyal to friends. Like, you know, Marcel, for instance, like I think, you know, Marcel Jordan, like he does awesome work. And like when I first met Marcel, he was still working in like I think he was working at a factory or something. And he's just like, yeah, I have this like mill thing I want to start doing. I was like, just do it. I was like, why? And so he actually did like one of his first signs he ever did was my district sign out front. And so even for ONYX, it's like I used him too. I still use the same artists. I still use the same people that I still have my same DJ for 7 years. It's like, we always laugh about it. I was like, I've known you for 7 years, and I barely even know how I met you. He's like, he always talks about this meeting I had, which I don't remember, but I had 10 DJs sitting around because I was like, I don't know what's cool. Like, so
You sound like you have your own version of the Rat Pack.
yeah,
right?
exactly.
You just ride or die.
Yeah, he's
Awesome.
stuck with it. It was dope.
Well, Blay, I feel like we could talk for another 15 minutes, but
Definitely.
unfortunately, I got time here, right? I got things to do. But Blay, it was such a joy to meet you. You know, like we were saying right before we recorded, we've heard of each other so much in our own social circles, but never had the opportunity to meet. But you've met all the expectations that I would have had of you. So
thanks, man.
it's
You
an absolute
too.
pleasure meeting you, and thanks. And plug where people can find you.
ONYX Nightclub, Guelph.com. You can go to Facebook, ONYX Nightclub, Instagram, you name it. We're there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great. Well, all the best to you, especially during these troubling times, but it sounds like you're on the right trajectory, so I really appreciate your time. Thanks
Fingers
for being
crossed. Thanks, man. Thanks
Awesome.
a lot.
Once again, another episode of the After Hours here at Royal City Studios in Guelph as a part of the Royal City Summit, and brought to you by, of course, at our friends at Ammo Music. So this is D, that's Bilay, and enjoy the rest of your day. Up next, we have the Songwriter Circle featuring Paige Rutledge and James, the Song Doctor Gordon.
Well, I'm Paige Rutledge from Oakville, but graduated from the University of Guelph in April. So I spent lots of time here in Guelph, and I'm really excited to be here today. Guelph has been a really special place for me, and I'm really thankful to be part of this event. But Guelph is really where I started gigging consistently every weekend, kind of doing that downtown scene, playing with lots of friends. And it was a great way to meet people and other musicians to the city. Guelph, and I know you're from Guelph. Guelph is full of amazing musicians. And so that's been a really cool experience for me. And yeah, I'm just very happy to be here today.
Nice.
So,
yeah, and I'm James Gordon. I have been around Guelph for all too long. And as Paige said, it has been a really nurturing community, I think, for music. Especially, we don't have a lot of venues. Of course, we have 0 venues right now. Yeah. But one. Yeah. There's that Royal City Studios. That's pretty well it.
Yeah.
But we have, the Hillside Festival, and it seems to be where a lot of musicians live and share resources, nurture one another, and it's been great for that. And I've been a songwriter for 40 years, and I'm obsessed. And the COVID for me I can't stop writing songs because it's actually, if this is how you make your living, I don't know about you, how often do you actually grant yourself permission to sit down and work on a song? Now I'm off the road, so that's what I do. I sit down and write songs, and I find the songs, I'll see if you sing anything new too, whether they're...
Yes.
That experience has changed your writing or not, too.
I completely agree with that.
Yeah.
And actually, these last couple months unfortunate, I guess, as they have been, but it's actually been time that I've had to myself to sit and kind of recraft and give myself a new direction of where I want to go as a musician. What do I want to say in my songs? And prior to, I guess, COVID, I may not have had that time to do so the way I wanted to.
Right. It makes us more reflective.
Yeah.
And in some ways, maybe more productive, too.
I agree.
You just do it.
You just do it. Nothing else to do except for write songs.
That's right. Well, what if you sang me a song?
Sure.
Would you? I see you got a guitar and everything.
Yeah, all set up. I'm going to start with a brand new song. This one is unreleased, and I love any opportunity that I can get to play new music. And any show that I do, any sort of songwriter circles, actually, they happen to be my favorite because it's such an opportunity to kind of bounce back and forth with other songwriters, but also showcase some new stuff and see how people kind of jive with it, or, got to take it back to the books. And this song that I'm going to play, this one's called All the Things I Shouldn't Do. This one's brand new, not released, and this was actually my first co-write. So I co-wrote this with a guy named Sean Moore up in Waterloo. Oh my gosh, I guess 2 Septembers ago now, maybe 2.5 years, I think. Or might have been 3 Septembers. I don't know.
Time is taking a vacation now,
Exactly.
too.
But this was the first song that I ever went into a co-writing experience. And I had written in groups of people. I did that wonderful experience with you in the summer, that one year in Muskoka. But this was my first one-on-one co-write, the two of us. And so I didn't really know what to expect. And I went into the session and I was I have this idea. And I just had this kind of hook of all the things I shouldn't do stuck in my head. And so we actually kind of did the process backwards a little bit, where I had that hook and I was I have nothing else with the song. Usually I go in, I'm I have a chorus or I have this melody or something, and all I had was that hook. So we kind of started from scratch with that hook and built the whole song around it. And this is called All the Things I Shouldn't Do.
Right.
Well, I should know better, but I don't. Thinking it'll change this time, but I know it won't. No, you never really know just what you want. One day you're cold, the next you're hot, but I just can't help it. You make me reckless. Hit me with that, hey, come over 2 a.m. Right into my car, here we go again. Same mistake every time. Round and round, going out of my mind, boy. Every time I look at you, oh, thinking about about all the things I shouldn't do. 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 I should be downtown with my friends, but I'd rather take a chance than come home to an empty bed. Like a drunken night ends with a cigarette. We're the same old story with the same old end. I hate come over 2 a.m. Run into my car, here we go again. Same mistake every time. Round and round, going out of my mind, boy. Every time I look at you, oh, oh, thinking about all the things I shouldn't do. 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 You're just so reckless. Can't help wanting your kiss. Yeah. Well, hey, come over 2 a.m. Right into my car, here we go again. Same mistake every time. Every time it's hey, come over 2 a.m. Right into my car, here we go again. Same mistake every time. Round and round, going out of my mind, boy. Every time I look at you, oh, oh, thinking about all the things I shouldn't do. 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 All the things I shouldn't do.
Yay.
Thanks.
Nice. Can I dive into that a little bit?
Yes, absolutely.
Kids, we're talking about structure here. You kind of had a verse, pre-chorus, chorus. Is that what you said you had going on there? Can you tell the nice folks listening on shortwave overseas about that? Yeah.
Sure, yeah. So, like, just overall the structure of the song, or?
Yeah. So you, because it's a little unusual to do that.
Yes. I'm a big fan of pre-choruses.
Okay.
But
I just want to tell us what that is.
So a pre-chorus starts with the verse, introduces the song, kind of gives you the general idea. The pre-chorus is kind of building on that idea, but does kind of something different musically to kind of give it a little bit of a spice before going into the fun part of the chorus. That's how I always like to say it. And then the cool thing in country music right now is to not do a pre-chorus in the second verse. It's just like this new, I don't know why, but or maybe it's like my cool thing in country music. I don't know. And then I also love, this song has a bridge, and a bridge, for those of you that might know what a bridge is, a bridge comes after usually the second chorus. And it's kind of a way to say a different, or say the same thing in the song, or the message of the song in a different way, if that made sense the way I just said that. But takes the idea of the song and you're like, okay, but maybe let's say it from this perspective, but still relates to the song before going back to that final chorus with a solid breakdown chorus. That's my favorite thing to add in anything with songwriting. I think all of my songs have a breakdown chorus pretty much. But yeah.
Cool. Yeah, and I think, I don't do a lot of bridges, but I do them when I think that I'm worried that the song is too back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So your ear, I always, my number one rule about songwriting is think about your listener first. And
I remember you saying that.
And if I think that they're going to get bored, or I'm not keeping their attention, I better shift it up a little bit now.
Yeah.
And sometimes a bridge is like a little leftovers for me that I go, gee, that doesn't quite fit a verse. It's not a chorus, but let me go somewhere else with it. And sometimes that engages the listener, and then they'll stay with you for the rest of the song.
Agreed. And like if you have something else to say, maybe the song just doesn't feel like fully complete yet, throw it in the bridge.
Yeah. That's it. All right. Why don't I sing a song?
All right.
What do you think? Unless anyone else is here. Yeah, there we go. This is so new that I I think it's 2 days old when I wrote it, so I should know it. I've got the words in front of me. But I've just been recording it as more of a demo, but sometimes I'll do, these days in the pandemic, if I write a song, I'll do a preliminary recording of it and maybe make a YouTube video of it or something so people get it out and about with that. And this is a song called The Great Divide, and it combined I don't know why I was thinking of a train song, but I was playing with this little riff, which is really just I'm using a dad-gad tuning, so I'm open tuning, and then going from the tonic chord to the 7. And I was just noodling with that, and that made me think of trains. I don't know why. Does it?
I sense it, yeah.
I get that. So, but the theme I was looking for, I have a side hustle as a Guelph City councillor, and I'm noticing with that gig that we're noticing more in the pandemic that there's a bigger divide between the haves and the have-nots, between those there's people profiting tremendously from the pandemic, and there's people that are out on the streets. So that divide's getting bigger, and a visual image for a divide through a town is the railway tracks. So those two ideas seem to meld into one. And the law is, if you're doing a train song, you have to play the harmonica. So look out for the bridge, it's low. Freight train rolling through a restless town. Whistle blows, that's a lonesome sound. Two shorts and a long as the sun goes down, all along the Great Divide. On the east side, when the shadows are long, it's like you're living inside a Tom Waits song, an American dream that's gone all wrong, all along the Great Divide. It's not just the tracks that split this town, it's a system built to keep you down. If you don't have the money and your skin is brown, then slavery's alive all along. Great Divide. On the west side, everything's pretty and green, like the cover of a high-tone magazine. Safe behind their gates, not a soul to be seen, all along the Great Divide. On the east side, you can get shot in the back for the crime of walking down the street while black. The train keeps rolling, clickety-clack, all along the Great Divide. It's not just the tracks that split this town, it's a system built to keep you down. If you don't have the money and your skin is brown, then slavery's alive all along the Great Divide. Oh, it's a ghost train ride. The wound is open and it is wide. Can't cross over to the other side. All along Great Divide. Not just the tracks that split this town, it's a system built to keep you down. If you don't have the money and your skin is brown, and slavery's alive all along Great Divide, all along Great Divide. Along the Great Divide, world debut.
I love the harmonica. What a nice touch.
Yeah, it's strange, eh? Yeah.
That's
All right.
awesome.
Oh, and songwriting hints again in that. The bridge, we'll talk about the bridge.
Yes, the bridge.
That was where I went to, it's a ghost train ride. I was playing with open sounds, too, right?
Okay.
So it's a ghost train ride. The wound is open and it is wide. Can't cross over to the other side.
I love that.
So
Wow, that's really cool.
So sometimes I actually, maybe it's an egotistical vision, but I think that if I'm having fun singing it,
Yeah.
you'll have fun listening to it. Do you know what I mean?
I completely agree with that. Yeah.
So I like to know that the singers, as a writer, I'll play with the sound of the words too.
Yeah.
And sometimes, like I think Paul Simon's a famous example of this, that he'll write songs just with nonsense syllables, just playing with sounds, and eventually he'll find what words belong.
That's so cool. Yeah.
But someone who's a total fan apparently looked through, and sometimes his nonsense words end up in the song just because he thought, well, that sounds so fun. I'm leaving that in.
So funny. I actually did the other night. I did this songwriter seminar. It was just over Zoom, but it was with Lindsay Ell, who is a Canadian country singer, and she's like, when like you're doing your melody, she was just kind of going through Lindsay Ell and Adam Roa. And she said the same thing. She's like, just kind of like sing along sometimes too. Maybe you have a melody in your head, but pay attention to the vowels that you're saying, and like maybe that's there for that reason, and then you can find words that kind of fit that. So that's kind of cool. I like that.
Yeah. And I also, going back to the, thinking about your listener, I believe the best melodies come from just finding out what the words want, how the words want to be sung. You know what I mean? So if they're married so closely that you can just tell that that's where I want to sing that word, then those come naturally together, and I think that makes for a better song.
Yeah, I like that. I like listening to you talk about songwriting. I think I'm so mesmerized all the time.
Oh, well, I like listening to you sing, so sing, damn it.
So kind of going off, I guess, like strategies for songwriting, which we're kind of talking about. I really try, like one of my main goals as a songwriter and as an artist is I try to write something that is real to me. Like I'm not going to write anything that is not something that I would actually say or not something that I'm actually going through. And I really value being genuine in my music. And this next song that I'm going to play leading into it is probably the most personal song that I've ever written. And I was really scared to put it out. Like it was about like this breakup. It took me 1.5 years to put it out because I was like, oh my God, I'm going to play it. Someone's going to know it's about them. And I'm like, I have to get over myself. I have to get over that. And I don't know, like I really do. I try to write something that is genuine to me. And then I'm hoping my listeners, whoever's listening to it, can find something to relate in that. And this song's called Without Me. And actually, just by coincidence, I co-wrote this with the same guy, Sean Moore, that I wrote the first song with, 1.5 years apart, completely different occasions. But I remember going to the studio or the writing session that day, and he's like, what's going on? And I'm like, I just have a lot on my mind. And I like let everything out. And I think that's, I don't know. And as I was saying everything I was feeling, he was taking notes. He's like, that's good. We have to use that as a lyric. And I was like, oh, this is so great. Like what an interesting way. And I've never done a writing session like that. Cause I've always gone in like, I know what I want to say. And this one I didn't, but I guess I did actually know what I wanted to say. I just didn't have a song for it. Yeah, but.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to, what's that? There's actually I mentioned in that last song, I mentioned Tom Waits in it.
Yeah.
But he has this great saying that if you want to, songwriting is like fishing. If you want to catch a big one, you just got to listen really closely, and
that's really great.
And it's there somewhere. Just have to get that line out and pull it in.
So this song, and then I released it this past January. So I released it as a single in January, which was great. It got airplay in Australia, and then I learned that Australia has a really big country music scene.
Sure, yeah.
I was like, that's fantastic. So it was cool. It was a great experience, and this one's called Without Me.
Nice.
Are you sitting at the bar with a bottle of Jack? Are you spinning old vinyl to the man in black? Are you lost without me, wondering what to do? Where are you? Are you throwing a dime in that old jukebox? Are you drinking it straight or on the rocks? Are you looking back at us, thinking it through? Where are you? Are you out on the town? Or are you stuck like me, trying to figure it out? I wonder every day if you found your way. I've been sitting here trying, but I'm having trouble finding the way I was before. Love settled the score. I guess it wasn't meant to be. So I hope you found your way without me. Without me. And not what you see every time you blink. Am I why you smoke when you drink? Am I the reason she can't love you? Is that what I do? Am I going crazy? Or are you feeling the same way as me? I wonder every day if you found your way. I've been sitting here trying, but I'm having trouble finding the way I was before. Love settled the score. I guess it wasn't meant to be. So I hope you found your way without me. Without me. Hello. I wonder every day if you found your way. I've been sitting here trying, but I'm having trouble finding the way I was before. Love settled the score. I guess it wasn't meant to be. So I hope you found your way without me. Without me. Without me.
Nice.
No bridge in that one.
No. You better put 2 bridges in your next one.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Make up for it.
So I was pleased to hear you say, this is, it was very personal
It
to
was,
you.
yeah.
I'm a needy song listener. I want to know if I'm listening to a song that it is a combination of the personal and the universal.
Right.
So because if I don't think you've put your heart and soul into it,
Yeah.
I'm not interested.
Agreed.
But
for
if
sure.
I can't see myself in there somewhere, I'm also not that interested.
And I
right?
really I do when I write any song I write, I try to sit down and I'm like, as a listener, because I'm like you and I love, and anytime I hear a new song, I'm like, oh, I wonder who wrote this. And I love going through and seeing who wrote the songs and seeing, that kind of stuff. And then you get to know certain songwriters and you're like, oh, I hear that songwriter in there.
Right.
But I want to know that what I'm listening to is genuine to that person.
Sure.
I think that's really important.
Now, because your genre leans towards country more than
Yes.
anything else, I don't know how you've done this. I've gone down to Nashville a few times and played the co-write game,
Yeah.
looking for the hits. And how do you find the difference as far as the personal aspect in the co-writing situation?
Yeah. I'm a pretty stubborn person. I'm not gonna lie. Not in not in a bad way, but as I said, I won't say anything.
Stubborn in a good way.
Stubborn
I like
in
that.
a good way. My parents might disagree, but no. I just in a co-write, if someone's suggesting things, obviously we're bouncing back and forth off each other.
Right.
But as I said, I will not sing anything, or I won't say anything that is not something I would say.
Right. Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's been certain ideas and we're like, oh, what if we change it to this to make it a little more universal or,
Sure.
not even mainstream. I don't mean that, but kind of, I guess, that stereotypical country, not,
Right.
which isn't a bad thing,
No.
but that what people want to hear. And I'm like, but if I'm not, if I wouldn't say that, I'm not going to. sing it. And then we
Yeah.
rework it and find another way to say it, how
Cool.
I would actually do it that way.
I think I'm different. I've noticed when I was down there that I'm a total songwriting whore. Because if you want me to write about a truck, I'll write about a truck.
Yeah.
But still somewhere in
Oh,
there.
I would do that if I was in Nashville.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
worry.
But still I'll have to think back to trucks that I've had in my life.
Yes,
And,
yes.
you know.
Okay, that's fair. That's totally something I would do.
Right.
Absolutely. And then add that personal touch
That's
back
right.
in there.
But it was, I have one writer, Catherine Wheatley, who I do a lot of co-writing with because we know each other so well that I think
Yeah.
we can say anything to each other, and then it does end up being that combination.
For sure. And I agree with that. And I find that maybe like I try to write with people more than once because then you
Yeah.
get to know
Oh,
that
yeah.
person and I don't know, like you can kind of watch your little songs
Right.
grow over time and all the songs that you write together. And I agree with that. The more comfortable you are with the person, well, the easier it is to just kind of be yourself. And I think that's really important in the songwriting process.
Yeah.
And I actually do a lot of writing with my cousin, which is great because he's also a musician. And I'll play one of the songs that we wrote
Nice.
together later. But I find our writing sessions are just like us hanging out. So it doesn't even
Right,
feel like
okay.
a writing session.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just going to do a song in the same tuning because I forgot to get out of it. This is a really old song of mine, and it had a different mandate other than the personal. I think this is a whole other area that I enjoy exploring where find a character that you're portraying in the song and give that character a personality and really let us dig into who they might be. And I played for 20 years in a band called Tamarack, and it was folky, and we kind of gave ourselves a mandate that we were being a voice for Canadian stories, and so we started actually singing traditional folk songs that were from different parts of Canada. And then as we toured more, I'd hear stories. I'd go, well, that's cool. And we had two writers in the band, me and Alex Sinclair, and we would find it was a perpetual motion machine. It was so awesome because I'd sing a song based on a story I'd heard, and then if you'd sang it, people would come up to the audience and said, you know that song? Well, my grandfather had that same experience,
Oh,
and
that's
then
cool.
they'd tell a story, and then there'd be another song,
Yeah.
right? But this one, I'm singing this song it also reminded me of something we said earlier. I was playing with vowel sounds again in this song, and this is a song from the Arctic, and I was trying to think of how I could convey like windy open space, kind of, and those open vowel sounds kind of did that for me. And I'm also singing this because it is I think my most covered song, and I don't know if you do this, if your song resonates with people, you tend to go back and go, well, why did it? What can I
for sure.
learn from that experience that meant something to somebody? You don't want to imitate yourself, but you want to learn from, okay, that must have grabbed them in some way, right?
Right. What did I do there?
Yeah, yeah.
That was good.
So this one has been covered by over 100 artists, and it sounds like it could have been written 150 years ago, and that was part of the idea in doing it. But the coolest thing about it is that it's become a standard with choirs, and choirs everywhere sing this, and I feel like a really elderly gentleman when I often meet adults who say, well, I sang that song when I was a kid in my choir. And the song is called Frobisher Bay. And there's a chorus that's very singable. But think about those open vowels as I'm singing it. So this is, I'm an obsessive reader of lore and stories of the Arctic. This wasn't a specific story, but it was an accumulation of different tales I've heard, where if you were working on one of those whaling ships in the early days, you were probably working for a ruthless sea captain who would tempt fate every year, and you'd go into the Arctic, you'd get some whales, kill them, pack them up, take them home. But the urge to just get one more before the ice folded in over you was irresistible for these captains, and they blew it sometimes. Sometimes you'd end up spending the whole winter just because the captain wanted one more whale. Starts with a chorus.
Wow, that's cool. That's different.
Well, cold is the Arctic Sea, far are your arms from me, long will this winter be, frozen in Frobisher Bay, frozen in Frobisher Bay. Oh, one more whale, our captain cried. One more whale, then we'll beat the ice. But the winter star was in the sky. The seas were rough, the winds were high. And cold is the Arctic Sea, far are your arms from me, long will this winter be, frozen in Frobisher Bay, frozen in Frobisher Bay. Oh, deep were the crashing waves that tore our whalers' mast away. Dark are these sunless days, waiting for the ice to break. And cold is the Arctic Sea, far are your arms from me, long will this winter be, frozen in Frobisher Bay, frozen in Frobisher Bay. Oh, strange is the whaler's fate, be safe from the raging waves, only to waste away, frozen in this lonely grave. And cold is the Arctic Sea, far are your arms from me, long will this winter be, frozen in Frobisher Bay, frozen in Frobisher Bay. Did you get those open vowels?
That was really beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
I was sitting there the whole time. I'm like, wow.
oh.
Yes, I heard your open vowels. They
there
were
we go.
gorgeous.
And you don't want to, it's another rule. I'm getting awfully preachy.
That's okay.
You don't, that's a technique to use that, but you don't want your technique to be transparent, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to listen to a song, oh, I like the use of open vowels there. You want to go, hey, that was an awesome song.
Yeah, that's honestly, that's
Right.
how I just felt. I was sitting there, I'm like, that is, I honestly, I don't know. I've never heard that before. That was beautiful.
Well, thank
like,
you.
that was so
The other cool thing that's done for me is, like you, I mean, I started out, what are you going to do, James? You're going to write hit songs. And I've had a couple songs that charted, but that song, it gets sung at campfires.
Yeah.
Like, I'll be at a campfire, hear someone sing it, and I'll go, oh,
That's my song.
I wrote that. And they'll go, oh, yeah, right. Because it's sort of traveled around
Right.
by itself, which is, you can't ask for more than that.
That has to be the
except for
best feeling.
Doesn't give you as many royalties. but,
Right.
you know.
That side of music.
Yeah, right. We won't get into that. It's a sensitive topic right
Yeah,
now.
right?
All right.
Okay.
Good.
Well,
Now, Would you be offended if you said something useful about this song while I gently retuned at
Oh,
the same time? Or
absolutely
should we-
not.
Let's do that. Okay.
Yeah. So, this next one I actually haven't played in a really long time, but I've been really, really fortunate in my life to have some really cool opportunities. And I look back at these past couple months and I've had more happen in my career or, starting to happen in my career than I have probably ever. And I'm really fortunate for that. And as I said, I was talking to you earlier about this, COVID has given me that opportunity to take time to myself, kind of recraft myself as a musician, figure out what I want to say. And this song is not new, but I still think it's just as important to me. I wrote this song as a thank you song to my parents, actually, a couple of years ago.
Nice.
Yeah, and I have the most supportive parents, and I've done a couple interviews this summer, and I find myself mentioning them, and people are like, who are your inspirations? Who are you thankful for? I'm like, oh, my parents, and they're standing outside my bedroom door. And they're like, oh my God, I was in the interview. No, they're great. They're really supportive. They've sacrificed so much to let me kind of pursue this crazy dream of music. Hoping to go to Nashville in the spring, and they were actually not arguing, but they were having a debate of who should be going to Nashville first, because they're both just so supportive, and they're like, we can't both go to Nashville, but they both want to come, and it's really cute. It's really cute. But so I wrote this song as a thank you song to my parents, and it's called Love Me So, and I mean, not even just to my parents, but anybody who's supportive in my life, and so, yeah, that's this one. I've always been the girl with stars in her eyes, never afraid to take a chance or been afraid to fly. I've always wondered, why am I this way? But all the love you give me has helped me today. I don't know where I'm going or what's gonna happen, but I know you love me, so I keep going on this long and winding road, 'cause I know you love me so. From following my dreams, even though they're kinda scary in the grand scheme. You were always there for me when I lose my way. So this is my way of saying thanks. And I don't know where I'm going, what's gonna happen, but I know you love me, so I keep going on this long and winding road, 'cause I know you love me so. Oh, oh, oh. All the sacrifices you had to make, giving me all your strength. All the bad dreams, the mistakes I made, have never stopped you from showing me the way. And I don't know where I'm going or what's gonna happen, but I know you love me, so I keep going on this long and winding road, 'cause I know you love me so. Oh, 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 haven't sang that in a long time.
Cool. So sometimes songs have different purposes. It was sometimes just to suck up to your parents.
Yeah, that's what they would say, right? No. Yeah, no. Just kidding, Mom and Dad, when you watch this, I'm really thankful.
No, but that's, again, we can all relate to that. But it was specifically about your parents. It meant probably more to us, even though we can all relate to it. But,
and it was the only way I know how to say thank you. Write a song about it.
So if I wrote your parents a song, would they help me get to Nashville?
Absolutely,
Okay,
they
good.
would.
Yeah.
They're dreamers. They're great.
Okay, so here's this is the only song that ever made the pop charts for me.
That's cool.
I got signed to a record label in the 80s. With that, I got it was my dream band, like a 9-piece rock band. We had put out one album, but again, we're hinting around the strangeness of the music business. It was an impossible task to try to keep 9 people employed and on the road.
Yeah,
and
it's a lot of people.
Yeah. But I had fun doing it. And this one, so picture the 9-piece band in here. So my primary language is English, and that's how I write my songs. This song was written after realizing that even though that's my primary means of communication, and I'm a writer, how often it actually fails you, the language, like in communicating with people. While crashing through the jungle, Stanley slowly makes his way. He said the hot noonday sun glows as he thinks of what to say. Once like the mighty Zambezi, words flowed from his tongue, and they don't come quite so easy. It's like looking for Livingston. Oh, there's a deep, dark continent between what I said and what I meant. It says, big as an elephant, the space between us. When I try to talk to you, when I try to talk to you. Well, we hunt the wild thesaurus, you can hear his dreadful roar. He is standing before us, he is screaming metaphors. Oh, well, his language is so unexplored, I fear I am lost. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. How will I get across that deep, dark continent between what I said and what I meant? It says, big as an elephant, the space between us. When I try to talk to you, when I try to talk to you. Well, Stanley sees him through the room. He's got a drink in his hand. He said, Dr. Livingston, I presume. He says, I don't understand. Oh, well, the doctor said, I've heard the reason you have come. Oh, Stanley, just forget the words a while. Listen to the drums. Oh, there's a deep, dark continent between what I said and what I meant. It says, big as an elephant, the space between us. When I try to talk to you, when I try to talk to you, oh, there's a deep, dark continent between what I said and what I meant. It says, big as an elephant, the space between us. When I try to talk to you, when I try to talk to you.
That was so fun.
There we go. Sang it out of tune just for you a little bit. There we go.
Nothing wrong. That's like a lyric in itself. Sing a little out of tune.
That's it. Okay, we'll work on
Work
that
that
together.
next.
For sure. All right.
Okay. So I've mentioned, I guess, a few times now, I just talked about this, but COVID has been, or the last couple months have really given me a chance to do some writing, do some, I guess, co-writing with, so I was up at my cottage and, you know, when they're like, oh, 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks turned into, I guess, 7 months now, but so we didn't leave the cottage. My family, we stayed up there the whole time. And my cousin Alex Damaro's in a band, and they're fantastic. But so him and I spent months and months together, and we do a lot. We've always played together. We always kind of just like mess around together. And we're like, what if we actually do something serious? Like, what if we actually write a song and, you know, produce it, record it, let's put it out there. And it turned into a fun little project. So we're like, oh, what are we going to write about? We don't know. And we have this tiki bar on my cottage, and I swear to God, it's actually my dad's pride and joy. Like, this tiki bar is his. He's always had a dream to have a tiki bar, and we have one, and it sits, and the little deck part goes over top of the lake. And anybody who knows me knows how much I talk about my cottage, and I adore my cottage. And it's more the community of people that are up there. It's more like a family, and I can't even describe the experience until people actually come. We're like, oh yeah, it's like a family, and people are like, oh, it's a family. But as soon as they get there, they're like, you weren't kidding. Like, there's like 50 people you have to keep track of. And it's amazing because it's the most loving and supportive group of people I've ever met. And it's cool because now we're on third generation. So our grandparents grew up together, our parents all grew up together, and now myself, my friends, and the rest of everybody else on the road, we're third generation growing up on the road together. So it's fantastic. But back to this tiki bar. So tiki up there is kind of used as like... I don't even know. It's like tiki, and you're like, yeah, tiki. Like, it's just, you know, like as soon as you say tiki, everyone's like, tiki, like we're going to tiki. And so everyone's like, you should write a theme song for tiki to the two of us. And we did. And it turned into, so we wrote it, and then we looked at each other. We're like, we have to record this. So it's actually set to come out October 30th, which is really exciting. So I guess that's like 2 weeks.
All right.
Wow. Yeah, just under 2 weeks. It's crazy. I've never played this before.
Okay, debut.
Like on a recording in my room, of course. But this is the first time I've played it for any sort of recording, any sort of audience. So we'll see how it goes. This is called Take Me Back to Tiki, and it is coming out October 30th if you're interested. Day, can't wait to hit the place across the lake. Cold drink, close friends, won't count all the shots we take. We know we'll be hung through the week, but it's fun, it's fun. Luke on the radio, drink in my hand. It's alright, it's alright. Take me back to Tiki, where the drinks still pour out strong. Take me back to Tiki, we can live here all night long. You know I'll never leave my favorite part of me. Take me back, take me back, take me back, take me back to Tiki. All week we wait for Tiki on a Saturday. Tunes up, sun down, sipping on that blue chair bait. We know we'll be hung through the week, but it's fun, it's fun. Luke on the radio, drink in my hand. It's alright, it's alright. Take me back to Tiki, where the drinks still pour out strong. Take me back to Tiki, we can live here all night long. You know I'll never leave my favorite part of me. Take me back, take me back, take me back. Where Steve's on the Bluetooth, Mel's got the dance moves all night, all night. Where Karen's too drunk, Devin's too loud, but it's fun, it's alright. Take me back to Tiki, where the drinks still pour out strong. Take me back to Tiki, we can live here all night long. my favorite part of me. Take me back, take me back, take me back. Take me back to Tiki, where the drinks still pour out strong. Take me back to Tiki, we can live here all night long. You know I'll never leave my favorite part of me. Take me back, take me back, take me back. Take me back, take me back, take me back. Take me back to Tiki. Oh, first of all,
It's a hit.
Nice. Oh, hopefully. Actually, the bridge, going back to the conversation on the bridge is actually based off real people. So, and the first time we ever played it for some people, they were like, oh my God, we're in your song.
Hey. Yeah, you get corporate sponsorship there for that one. All right. I'll try something new again here. This is, I think when COVID hit, I did have, pause. I had a whole tour that was due to start 3 days after we locked down.
Yeah.
So I was stuck at home, grumpy.
As we all.
And I think there was a lot of, I started writing songs and all you could think about was the pandemic.
Yeah.
So then I wrote too many pandemic songs. But then, and they were all kind of bitter, grumpy songs. So I thought, okay, what are we going to learn from this that we can bring forward? And especially even just from a music business standpoint, we're right out of business in many ways.
Right.
But it's amplified a lot of things for many people. You and I probably knew that the music business was in crisis before COVID.
Right.
We noticed for sure that it is there because it gave you a different perspective. And instead of thinking, when are we going back to normal, what are we moving forward to?
Yeah, I like that. Very optimistic.
So this was as optimistic as I could get. This is called We Are Broken, but we'll mend. In this year of grief and sorrow, winter wouldn't go away. We dream about a new tomorrow when we can all go out and play. When the storm is finally weathered, when we know this war is won, we will dance and sing together like we did when we were young. We are broken, but we'll mend if we can just stay safe till then. On the day that all this ends, we'll hold each other close again. We are broken, but we'll mend. We all miss the human touch, hand in hand and heart to heart. There is only so much you feel from 6 feet apart. We'll do an old-fashioned slow dance to At Last by Etta James. We will remember how to romance, stir those embers into flames. We are broken, but we'll mend if we can just stay safe till then. On the day that all this ends, we'll hold each other close again. We are broken, but we'll mend. At last, my love has come along. My lonely days are over. Life is like a song.
Nice touch at the end.
That had the famous quoting
Yeah.
another song in a song.
I love that. Yeah. That was great. I was listening, I'm like, oh, edit James and then throw some meta in there.
Yeah.
Why not?
Sure.
All right.
Cool.
I think we have time for one more.
All right.
One more.
Okay.
Okay.
Go for it.
So, this last one I'm gonna play it's called Just Friends, and this song, it was just the same kind of process as always. But for me, this song, I look at it more from like the perspective of this was the first single that I ever released. I was fortunate enough to have it get some playlists on Spotify and Apple Music, and I was listening to, I think it was like something on CBC with they do this country station that shows some upcoming artists. And I was listening to that and I heard it and I was like, oh my God, that's me.
Nice.
And so this is more that song for me. And it's more that kind of hope and holding on, always holding on to the dream. So this one's called Just Friends.
Right.
Never should have bothered to discover you. You got another lover to uncover and cover too. Maybe you'll call, the pieces will fall where they fall. Wishful thinking. Don't tell me we're just friends. I just don't get it. You know I'll die in your arms. In a minute, I'm sensing something's wrong. I won't admit it. So if you want me to hang on, just forget it. Why did I even bother falling for another guy like you? So maybe there's no other undercover lover, only you. Well, maybe you'll call, the pieces will fall where they fall. Wishful thinking. Don't tell me we're just friends. I just don't get it. You know I'll die in your arms. In a minute, I'm sensing something's wrong. I won't admit it. So if you want me to hang on, just forget it. Well, don't tell me we're just friends. Don't tell me we're just friends. I just don't get it. You know I'll die in your arms. In a minute, I'm sensing something's wrong. I won't admit it. So if you want me to hang on, just forget it. I forgot you would have heard that when I sang that in Muskoka. I'm like, wait a sec.
Yeah.
That's right.
Awesome. Is there time for one more for me too? Here, there's a thumb up for that. Okay. What a pleasure it has been sharing a
I
stage
know.
with
This
you.
has been.
Yeah. And-
Honestly, I look up to you as a songwriter, so this is. I feel very
and
fortunate.
an extra pleasure just being on a stage.
Yeah, right?
And thanks to the Royal City Studios for facilitating this. They do good work here. So I'll finish with a song that this has been covered by some country artists, although it's pretty folky the way I'll sing it again. But I was thinking about this came up while I was touring, and I've learned to write songs on the road, but I get a lot of Nashville songs do this. I don't know why Canadians don't do it more, but sometimes mentioning place names in your songs is like a songwriting shortcut.
Yes.
Like especially because there's a whole body of American work that way. Even if you've never been to Tennessee, if you throw it in a song, people go, oh, I can see it. And that's a shortcut. You don't need as many words if you've already put them in a place. So this is uses the word Saskatchewan quite a bit because it's really nice to say. And it's called The Lonesome Cowboy's Lament. There was no blind on the window. Looked outside and watched the wind blow in the snowy tracks that led to that $10 dives door. That same driving wind swept him there again, although he swore he'd pay no mind to his cries anymore. He used to think he'd find out on the road somewhere a sign that would tell him what this restless wind-blown wandering meant. Maybe he'll find out listening to that cold Saskatchewan wind whining like some lonesome cowboy's lament. Ah, the whispering wheels and the wind at his heels would often fool him into thinking he was getting somewhere. But if he stopped to look behind him, he usually would find there wasn't really any difference between here and there. Somehow every year about this time he starts to spend all his days in wondering where the hell the last one went. Maybe he'll find out listening to that cold Saskatchewan wind whining like some lonesome cowboy's lament. Many times he's still reminded of those tear-filled eyes. Then he left back in Ontario in '85. He knows that he could never make her realize. Like the wind, he must keep moving just to stay alive. He's headed west, out to Lethbridge. He suspects some kind of death wish keeps him always on the highway in the winter time. But he simply can't keep still, and all across the Cypress Hills he lets the whistle of the wind sing him a lullaby. He wonders if he'll ever know what it is about the blowing wind that keeps his gypsy heart from feeling content. Maybe he'll find out listening to that cold Saskatchewan wind whining like some lonesome cowboy's lament. Maybe he'll find out listening to that cold Saskatchewan wind whining like some lonesome cowboy's lament. There we go.
Love it.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Out in vacuum land. Thanks. All right.
We're good.
Hey, yeah, we go. Oh, what was that sound? We haven't heard
What
that
is
in a while.
clapping? Yeah. Honking and driving concerts.
Oh, it was a treat because even though our audience, is, except for you tech gents in here, is going to be remote, it felt as real as I've got in months, and just actually feeling like I'm doing a performance. And I had only worked with Paige once before, but I really enjoyed it, and it was nice to reconnect with that too. So it felt as close as you can get to doing a gig when you're not quite doing a gig. What happened when I first started songwriting, I was already a performer, and I think that I was having this experience where I was singing other people's songs, and I would do a show, and I go, gee, I wish I had a song that kind of meant a little more to that particular group. And I think I started writing almost out of necessity. I wanted to be a performer that related to his audiences more. So I think I'd always been fooling around writing songs, but I thought, okay, I need to find my own voice here, and that's going to mean something to somebody. And it turned out to be true. It sort of set me along on a path that I've been following for a long time. Yeah. I think when I think of community, I think of connection. And there is no more, after all these years, there's still no more powerful thing in any artistic expression. If I've sung a song and you listen to it and it means something to you, then you and I have made a connection. And that can be a really valuable one. And I think it's why I still do it. We want to find a sense of place. We want to feel that we're part of something. And to be able to do it with your art, there's nothing better. I'm really influenced by a lot of traditional. I grew up listening to like Celtic music, traditional music. One of my musical heroes who I got to play with a couple times was Pete Seeger. Died at, I think, 95 a couple years ago. And songwriters that are storytellers. And because I'm touring all over the world, or was, I didn't know that there's some places I go where people say, hey, you sound like a Southern Ontario songwriter. And I'm learning that there actually is a bit of a sound. So my compatriots growing up were my friends, but also mentors too. People like Stan Rogers, Jane Siberry. I can think of a lot of just Ontario artists that defined a certain sound. And of course, people like Neil Young was from Ontario originally. Gordon Lightfoot. There was a Bruce Cockburn. There was a great tradition that I think my generation of writers sort of learned from and continued to hone that sound. And I never knew. Apparently, I'm a Southern Ontario songwriter. I do a lot of songwriting workshops, and since the pandemic has hit, if you're wondering how often I do it, I did one live songwriting retreat weekend a couple weeks ago with actual people. We were very careful, but it looks like that's the way we're going to go, is to try to do more of this online. But the songwriting itself, I've done songwriting in schools for years with kids, and doing it for adults too. And it's kind of a nice way to give back to, I think, to the community that's supported me. I started in the 80s. There was a golden era it was a real Canadian thing, of children's music. We had Raffi and Sharon Lois and Bram and Fred Penner, and I did 2 kids albums then too. My only album to go gold was a kids album. And it gave me sort of a window, because I was doing kids songs, to get into schools. And when I found it was more useful and fit into programs better. Instead of doing a kids concert, I was showing kids about writing songs. And so I've done over 50 of them over the years, where we actually spend a whole week in a school. Every class writes a song, then we do an album of all the songs, and the album becomes a fundraiser for the school. So out of necessity, I think I got a method in place that enabled me to do, we could have a song done in an hour, because I've sort of got this little magic trick I do, and I've really enjoyed it, and it's been an important sideline, just economically, having another angle to pursue, but also really rewarding. And my biggest thrill is now, because I'm an elderly gentleman, I'll get people that send me an album in the mail and say, you came to my class when I was in grade 5. And I have to apologize to their parents, because it made them be songwriters instead of mechanics. And that song really cemented for me that there was something that I had to offer that was resonating with a lot of people. You're talking about Frobisher Bay. But oddly enough, one of the other songs in the concert I did was that sort of poppy one called Looking for Livingston. And I remember I wrote that way back, like 1985, I think. And when I wrote that, I thought, hey, that's kind of like a James Gordon song, maybe. Like it was, I recognized that I was finding my own voice. It didn't sound like anybody else's song, I hope. And then that gave me some tools to continue honing what that voice would be. It gave me a taste, and it's addictive, right? You go, oh, well, I better do that again. I got a song on the charts. And there's a current chart that's since my time, it's only maybe about 10 years old, which is called the Americana charts. And most of my albums will end up on those, but that was living the dream for a little bit. Okay, I'm on the pop charts, because when I was a kid, I used to go and you could actually pick up the Chum chart at the end of the week and see who the top bands were, and one day I'll be there. And so it felt like, I was playing with the players. Oh, sure, you got to celebrate. You get on the charts. Actually, I remember doing, with my band, we did a release that came out at the same, of the album that song was on, came out at the same time as it was charting. It was at the Horseshoe in Toronto. And it was cool to see the encouragement of people going, hey, James is trying something different here. Let's see if we can back that. And it was a direction that didn't pan out in the long term, but for the short term, it was a cool angle to explore. Yeah, advice to songwriters. I would say, I mentioned it a little bit earlier, find your voice. Neil Young has enough songs, but you can emulate your heroes to learn the tricks of the trade. But until you can find a way to go, yeah, this is particularly the angle that what I have to offer, then you've got something, and it might make it an angle that not millions of people are interested in, but they'll be more interested in you if they can identify with that angle. And also, despite COVID, you cannot generate a songwriting career from your basement. You just got to be out taking the risks and checking them out. I do this thing every Tuesday. It's a plug, I guess. Since I've been off the road, I do a thing called 2 Tuesday Tunes at 2, and just do it live on Facebook and sing 2 songs. And I once whined to those listeners and viewers saying, I usually road test my songs, and I usually try them out somewhere in Manitoba, and then I go, okay, that's maybe a keeper, or maybe I have to work on more. And someone put in the chat, they said, well, we're your road now, which was a very cool thing. Said, so test it out on us. And so I do use that, and I find, I don't know if sounds too weird, but I don't think any artistic form of expression is complete until it is shared. So don't just sit in your basement and think you're going to write something that's a success. You have to make sure that you're testing out that you're failing, but you're trying again, and just keep that connection with people going. One day I'll fail, I know. Thank you.
Today was so much fun. It was such a great opportunity to, well, first of all, be with James, and who is just a master, just an absolute, songwriting legend in my opinion. So it was great to share the stage with him. It was nice to be back on a stage, and this is, I guess, like the most official stage I've been on all summer instead of live streams or backyard concerts. So it was nice to be back on a stage. It was fantastic. So much fun to just play some music again. Yeah, so I have worked with James Gordon in the past. I got the opportunity, I guess it was 2 summers ago now, part of the Sawdust City Music Festival in Gravenhurst. And it was part of a program to do, I think it was called Write It, Track It, Play It, if I said, or I might have Write It, Play It, Track It. It was kind of like we did a week of songwriting. We got to record the song and then we performed it. So it was great. And we did a lot of songwriting tips and strategies and stuff like that. And I do think about those when I'm writing my songs now. So it was a great experience. Yeah, so I knew I wanted to be a songwriter when I was super young. I actually wrote my first song when I was 10. It's called Just Let It Rain. It is on YouTube. It is not fantastic, but it was my first experience writing a song, and I had just started taking vocal lessons that year. I'd always loved music, but I just got into kind of telling my parents, I was like, I want to sing. I want to do music. And they put me in music lessons and they're like, oh, we'll see. And I remember my teacher at that time was like, do you ever want to write your own songs? And I was like, yeah. And so we started writing, and I wrote that song, and then kind of from there, it just snowballed, and I started, actually learning how to write songs as I got older, not so much when I was 10, but yeah, I'd say when I was 10 is when I knew I wanted to be a songwriter. My favorite part of songwriting, I like that I can be brutally honest. Sometimes I'm not really good at talking about my emotions or, like saying things. So I sing them instead. And I love going into sessions and just kind of like splurting out a whole bunch of ideas and being like, well, maybe we'll get a little sassy in the songs today. I think that's fun because people don't see that side of me unless it's really in my songs, and kind of a fun way to come through that way. Yeah, so live music has definitely not been totally existent this summer. I've had a few opportunities to play some patio gigs and keep going with that. I did a couple backyard concerts, which were great, but most of my stuff was done virtually. At one point, I was live streaming 2 or 3 times a week. I think that was in July. And I actually had the opportunity to be part of the Campfire series, which was my favorite event. And it was just the most heartwarming thing. And I said this, I think, in an interview or some questionnaire that I did that way, that I love to be able to give back in music, and I want to be able to use, the gift of music to help those. And so that was a great experience to play for kids and families who have gone through cancer or going through cancer. And so that was a really special event to me this summer. Yes, I actually did one. I did a songwriter circle last Wednesday in Oakville. So it was my first time doing a songwriter circle, and it was with some other of my fellow country musicians, and it was great. But today was lots of fun as well. It kind of depends on the song, but like I can write songs in a day, in an hour, and then I have songs in a journal that have been sitting there for a year that I don't know if I'll ever finish, but they're still sitting there. And so it kind of depends on the song for me. Sometimes I just get an idea in my head and I write it down as quick as I can. And sometimes the song flows, and then sometimes that idea comes and I'm stuck on it for a while. So it depends. It depends on the song for me. I don't have like kind of a strict guideline. I get writer's block all the time. And I used to get really frustrated. And as I guess any songwriter would, but it is frustrating when you're like, I have this idea. What am I going to do with it? And then I find as soon as I get writer's block, I don't get any further in that song. Because I'm so frustrated that I have writer's block that I don't have any ideas coming. And I found once I started doing co-writing, and when I would get that writer's block, I could bounce ideas off of other people and then kind of get past it that way, which was good. I definitely come out stronger after those. And I learn a lot about myself and find different ways to calm my frustration in songwriting that way. For me, the way that I have found people to collaborate with, everything I live in, I guess, or we all live in such a social media age, is most of my co-writes have been done reaching out over Instagram to other musicians that I know are in the area, or people that I've seen work with people that I've worked with, and kind of just making connections that way. That last songwriter circle that I did the other week was a great opportunity and to meet people, and all of those people are there obviously as songwriters, and then you make connections that way. And so I would say songwriter circles are a really important way to make those connections. So that's my goal, hopefully, to play lots more of those and to make those connections that way. Chemistry in co-writing or collaborating, I think, is super important because for me, at least, in order for me to be creative, I have to be comfortable with that person. And I mean, I try to be like a friendly, open person all the time, but when you have that chemistry with that person, if you're able to bounce ideas off of each other and not kind of be afraid to maybe be like, okay, that's a good idea, but like, let's take this somewhere else. I think that's important too. So yeah, I'd say chemistry is a huge factor. I do have a single coming out October 30th. It's called Take Me Back to Tiki. And this song, I mentioned earlier in the circle, started as a kind of a fun project between my cousin, Alex Tomorrow, and I. And we're like, oh, we might as well. We have all this time in the world. He's also a musician, a songwriter. And we're like, why don't we write some songs? And then this started as a fun project, turned into us setting up, it's a little shed on the property into our own recording studio, taking the equipment that we have, recording it, producing it ourselves, and then it's going to come out October 30th, which is really exciting. And it's going to be available everywhere, Apple Music, Spotify, all of that kind of stuff. And yeah, Apple Music, Spotify, definitely check it out there. Spotify's the big one. The advice I would give songwriters is just to keep writing. And even if you think maybe you're writing a bad song or you're like, oh, it's a bad idea, I don't think that you should throw that song away. Maybe you could revisit that song. And because I know that's what I used to get stuck on. I'm like, well, this is a bad song, so I'm just going to leave it, like forget I ever wrote it. And then my advice would be just to come back to it and don't give up on yourself. And yeah, I mean, everybody can write songs. It's just an expression of who you are, and don't be afraid to kind of put yourself out there and do that.
Up next, we have one of our keynote speakers, the owner and creator of Torontojobs.ca and the Canadian Music Expo. This is Marc Belaiche.
Thanks very much, Dee. Great to be here, and a great afternoon to everyone watching, depending on what time you are watching. First of all, I'm not a musician. I got to grade 5 piano, and that was about it. I hated playing music, but I love listening to music, so I'll be listening to 2 or 3 radio stations or Spotify at the same time. And I really am an entrepreneur. I have a background in accounting. I did my CPA through school, and I really am a chameleon because I just enjoy all different aspects, connecting with people and so on. And so today I'm really going to talk about what I see as music and the music industry in Canada, as well as entrepreneurship and what people should know about employment. And if you're a musician looking for a job, what you may want to be earning. I have some stats in here as well. And I also have some good information about what people are looking for in jobs as well. So if you're an organization that's looking to hire, you might want to consider some of these points as well. So I live in Mississauga. I'm married, have a couple of kids, and I started up the Canadian Music Expo about 5 years ago now. It's been a great ride. I've met a lot of great musicians, both starting up and ones that have been have had a great career, and enjoyed meeting both sides of it, because you see the potential in the ones that are just starting up, and I see the ones that have made it, have been successful over the years, and kind of what they've done. So I'm going to share some of those thoughts with you, as well as we go along here through the next 45 minutes or hour or so. I'm also a CPA, CA. I did that back in the day, so I'm an accounting person as well. So I understand the numbers and the business of music and entrepreneurship and business in general. So So I'm going to share with you first off some music facts and some interesting tidbits about music that maybe you didn't know about, but over the course of the last 5 years as I've been doing the Music Expo, I've found out all this cool information about music and how it works and the industry and the business itself. And I want to share that with you. So first of all, there's 35,000 singers and musicians in Canada, which is a pretty phenomenal number. In Canada, during the pandemic stage from January 3rd to July 2nd, the top 5 Canadian artists in music-wise are The Weeknd, Drake, Justin Bieber, Tory Lanez, and the Tragically Hip. Tragically Hip, you know that they're not really performing anymore, of course, with Gord Downie passing away, but they're still in terms of the top 5 Canadian music selling artists. Canadian music consumption is actually up by 6% year over year with the pandemic upon us, which is fantastic for Canadian music, for music in general, as more people are turning to different kinds of listening and different kinds of entertainment for their support. Another interesting tidbit was that Fender guitars is experiencing a record sales year in 2020. The chief executive of Fender Guitar said that 2020 will be the biggest year of sales volume in Fender history, record days of double-digit growth, e-commerce sales, and beginner gear sales. So a lot of people picking up a guitar, a lot of people picking up music. The guitar app that they have, which is called Fender Play, saw its user base increase to 930,000 from 150,000, so 6 times increase between late March and late June of 2020, with close to 20% of the users being between or under 24 and 70% under 45. So quite a diverse group of people who are looking to learn how to play guitar, not only with a real guitar, but also with the app. Female users of guitars increased from 30% before the pandemic to 45%. So females are a bigger chunk as well. Gibson, Taylor, and Martin and others also report pandemic sales booms, with new users turning to the guitar as what's called a 6-string therapy. So here are some of the characteristics of successful musicians, not only from the perspective of the Music Expo and seeing those different areas, but also wearing my hat through Torontojobs.ca and recruiting and speaking with musicians and figuring out what they want in their positions. So here's my list of top 10 characteristics of successful musicians that I've seen. Number 1, they're very active on social media, but they don't rely just on social media. There's a number of artists that will just put stuff out on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, might have a YouTube channel, but they expect somebody's going to find them. That just doesn't happen. It does happen in the cases of a Justin Bieber kind of person situation, but it's very rare that that happens. Number 2 is they brand themselves. They have merch, or they have a certain look or a certain feel, and that helps them get the exposure of their business. And I call it business as in you really got to think of yourself as a business and really promoting yourself as if you were a business. Number 3, they take on a lot of gigs, and they get any exposure they can get, especially in their early stages of their careers. They build themselves up. They build up their portfolio so they can show people what they've done and how their music can help people out and what they do, what type of music they have. Number 4 is they are responsive to requests on a very timely basis. So they make it easy as possible for event organizers like myself and others to work with them. So when we reach out to musicians, we're under the gun as well. Musicians are as well, but if your business is being in music and you want to promote yourself, you want to be responsive to requests like that. Number 5, they work extremely hard. They outwork their competition. And by working hard, I don't just mean posting videos. I mean like really contacting people. They make themselves available to media requests, events, and opportunities. So they anticipate opportunities. They anticipate opportunities where they can promote themselves. Number 7, they put on a smile, even if they aren't happy doing whatever they're supposed to be doing. Sometimes you're doing things that may not be that exciting, but you put on a smile and you make it happen. They practice. Not just the music, but how to interview. So there's a gentleman by the name of Michael Williams that you may be familiar with. He was on Much Music for many years, and he's a real coach. He's a great coach when it comes to interviews. He has interviewed anybody and everybody in the music industry. So a guy like Michael Williams, or another coach that you might have, you want to speak with them and you want to get an understanding of how to be interviewed when you are interviewed by an interviewer, if that makes sense. So when you are being asked to do an interview, there's a certain style, there's a certain way to answer questions, to be succinct, and that deliver the point that you want to do, that you want to come across. So make sure to reach out and get a person like Michael Williams or someone else that can help you when you're being interviewed. Number 9, which is a big part of what this session is they network. They think about who they can meet. They build relationships. They don't just make contacts, but they build relationships with people. And in the world of the job world, there's a terminology called the hidden job market. These are jobs that are not advertised. They're not listed on any sites. They're not jobs that you will find online or anything like that. These are jobs that are through word of mouth. And 80 to 90% of jobs are found through the hidden job market. So if you think of your last couple of jobs, how did you find them? Well, maybe it was somebody that referred you, maybe somebody put your name forward to a hiring manager or an employer. So similarly, when it comes to gigs and opportunities, 80 to 90% of opportunities are going to be found through the hidden job market or hidden network. So you really want to build your network. You want to create relationships with people, and not just, hey, they're connected with me on Facebook or Twitter, but a meaningful relationship. And number 10, no matter how big you get, you don't want to forget about the people who got you there. Really important to remember, because they can still be part of that, and they want to feel like they were part of your growth as well. So I want to share a story also about Alanis Morissette. So Alanis Morissette had one of the biggest selling albums of all time, Canadian, Jagged Little Pill. Last December, she was on the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. And she's 45 years old. She was promoting the 25th anniversary of that album, Jagged Little Pill, and the new Broadway show of the same name, which features her music. And she talked about how every single label had rejected the album before somebody took a chance on her. And that album went on to sell 33 million copies. So she said, it's not an uncommon thing. I get it, that's part of the business. She said she had written 10 songs, and when she got all the rejections, she said, hey, everyone stop. Let's go back to where we were. Let's start writing some more songs. And she said, rejection is not only inspiring, but in this case, it really was. So keep that in mind, that you will get rejected a lot more times than you will get selected to perform and be a big star like Alanis Morissette one day. So I want to share with you some of the job numbers, because salaries and compensation always comes into play when people talk about music and musicians. So what you may want to know is, well, how much do musicians make and what's the average and so on. So while there's no real one master list that gives you specifically, what a musician would make, is there's so much variation in what they do and so on. There was one report that was released, and if you contact me, I'm happy to share the full list with you. But it talked about the median salaries for people that are 5 years out of school, for both male and female, and what those positions are. So for male graduates, 5 years out, people in music make an average of about $38,000 Canadian. That's for males. For females, music is only $22,000. So you see the disparity between wages between male and female singers, even right from early stages, 5 years out of school. So good information there as well. In terms of the business of music, so during the pandemic, a lot of music venues have been really hard hit. And the relief has to come from the government to be able to manage those music venues. So John Tory, Mayor of Toronto, announced some help for music venues, and that would include 48 venues that would share in $1.7 million in tax relief. And Tory had said, as part of a study that happened through Toronto, that the music industry in Toronto alone, not just Toronto, not even all of Canada, is $850 million in size and provides 10,000 jobs. So it's a huge sector in all of Canada and specifically Toronto. I want to also mention a couple of other events that you may want to connect with and make sure that you're aware of when they happen. So the Mississauga Music Awards is a great event that's run by Demetrius Nath, and it's Nath. He's a great contact person. He's been running the Mississauga Music Awards for many years, and he awards prizes, just like a real awards show, which has been fantastic, to different segments. So you want to reach out to him because he'll have, I'll present, for example, the best online content winner at the event, but he'll have best music, best country music, and so on. So you want to check out MississaugaMusic.com for information about that as well, and you can watch the awards shows online as well. And then Canada's biggest country music bash is back in London in 2021 with the CCMAs, the Canadian Country Music Association Awards, will be held at the Budweiser Gardens on September 12th, 2021, 5 years after they were last held there. So that week-long celebration also includes events such as the Songwriter Series, SiriusXM Top of the Country Showcase, Fan Village, CCMA Legends Show, and more. So you want to check that out as well. So that's again September 12th, 2021, the Canadian Country Music Association Awards at Budweiser Gardens in London. So one of my favorite topics, some people think it's weird, but I love it, is the job numbers in Canada. So just overall, not music. I've covered a number of good stats and information about music. Now I'll just talk in general about the Canadian job numbers, and then we'll talk about what's happening in terms of recruitment, in terms of finding jobs, and so on. So in September of 2020, Statistics Canada said that the country added 400,000 jobs as Canadians started coming back to school and things came back online. The unemployment rate for September fell to 9%, and it was continuing a slide from 13.7, which was the highest ever recorded in Canadian history, at 13.7% in May of 2020. Now, the job numbers have been coming back quite well. They have initially, Canada lost 3 million jobs between March and April. There was 1 million jobs lost in March 2020 and 2 million jobs that were lost in April 2020. So a total of 3 million. Over the course of the following 5-6 months, there's been about 2.3 million jobs that have been recovered. So we're short by about 700,000 as a country, which is still a big amount. In addition, a lot of those jobs that have not come back or that have come back are lower pay, less hours, wage freezes, shorter schedules, and so on. So while Statistics Canada may lump all jobs together and say, well, we've recovered X number of jobs, it may not be exactly the way it was before the pandemic hit in February of 2020. New Brunswick, actually, interestingly enough, is the province that has the highest recovery in terms of jobs. So they're almost back to where they were before the pandemic hit. Ontario, Quebec, and BC are furthest from the recovery. In addition, Calgary, as a city, has the highest unemployment rate in Canada as a Canadian city at just over 14%. A lot of jobs have come back in education, manufacturing, construction, but interestingly enough, no industry has fully recovered the jobs that have been lost before the pandemic hit. In addition, some other stats that, and I'm always a math person and love understanding the stats because it helps you understand where things are going. Before the pandemic hit, where we had the lowest unemployment rate in Canadian history, there were 2.2 people for every job available. After the pandemic, we're at 4.4. So basically 2 times the number of people that were possible for every job. So while it may seem gloomy and may seem like, well, we're in a real rut, there's a lot of encouraging signs. There's a lot of jobs that are coming back. A lot of the jobs that were lost were in certain areas. For example, tourism, hospitality, travel, food, retail. So those jobs seem to be coming back, albeit slowly, but they are coming back. And they are calling this generally the she recession or she session because this jobs loss specifically impacted females more than males. In the last recession, which was 2008, 2009, when we had the credit crisis, it was known as the he recession or he session because 60 to 65% of jobs that were lost were males. A lot of manufacturing jobs were males that were in male-dominated industries. In this time period, she session, we're seeing those industries that are predominantly female-based. So it's still obviously tough. It's going to take a long time before things get back to normal in the jobs market, but at least we're getting in the right direction. At least things are recovering and the government is helping out with those incentives for employers to keep their employees, such as the wage subsidy. The US economy is about the same as Canada. We're about 1/10 the size of the labor market in the US, so our Canadian numbers are about 1/10 of where the US numbers are. So if we have 1 million jobs that were lost, that have still not recovered, and you'll have 10 times that many in the US as well. So there's a number of HR issues, and employers have to be aware of these issues when they are dealing with things. And as an employee, if you're looking for a job, whether it's a musician or otherwise, there's a number of interesting elements to what's going on that are new HR issues that we've never ever had before. So for example, is it too dangerous to bring staff back to the office? Well, the reality is that it depends on your business, depends on what safeguards you have as a business. Can a company fire an employee for refusing to wear a mask at work? Can a company fire an employee for not returning to work when asked? Can a company force an employee to take a vaccine if and when it comes out? Can HR companies make employees take COVID-19 tests? So a lot of these issues, these are things that have never happened before. So there's going to be new standards, new employment standards that are going to be coming out fairly regularly, and that's going to really impact what businesses do and how they deal with staff as well. So I'm going to get into a segment here about if you call me back to the office, I'm not coming back, I'm going to quit. So this is a new workforce survey that came out that showed that 32% of Canadians would start looking for a new job that would offer a work from home arrangement, or WFH now. Only 1 in 5 Canadians are willing to return to the office once they receive approval from management. So this basically tells us that most Canadians are not confident about going back to the office and are getting more and more accustomed to working from home. Interestingly enough, we had a lot of issues over the last 5-10 years where managers would be saying no to requests from people working from home. And within a matter of a few days, a few weeks in March of 2020, this issue became resolved because everybody started working from home, and that wasn't a concern. In terms of companies also are changing their benefit plans, and they're changing what they're providing to employees because of the change in business from the pandemic. So 42% of companies are planning to change their employee benefits as a result of COVID-19. So here are the top 5 changes in benefit plans or benefit perks. Number 1, extra days of annual leave. So while workers obviously can't go on vacations anywhere, they can use those additional days to take care of themselves. Number 2 is offer online counseling sessions. Psychological health is really important in employees, so this is an opportunity for employees to use that to take care of themselves as well. Number 3, kids clubs. Well, a lot of parents and mothers specifically have had their career really challenged because of what's been going on, as the responsibilities of home have fell really disproportionately on females. So kids clubs have received some good exposure for having their kids, having the kids of the employees being able to go to these programs so that the employees and the parents can work. Number 4 is food gift cards, any kind of food stamps, anything like that that can help employees with their food costs. And finally, number 5, virtual healthcare, which is basically helping employees out with their health needs. Another big change, obviously, is companies looking to shrink their workforce. So 53% of large organizations plan to reduce the size of their office space. More than 3/4 are going to increase the work flexibility that they give to their employees. This was a poll that was conducted for Cisco by Dimensional Research, and it concluded that working from home is going to be the new normal. More than 90% of respondents said they will not return to the office full time. So lots of changes going on when it comes to employers, employees, business, and so on. The other interesting change that's going on in the market is that job seekers are more likely to apply to smaller businesses than larger businesses. So over the course of the 6 months following the pandemic hitting in March, the small to medium-sized businesses, or SMB postings, reduced by 22%, but the percentage of job applicants who are applying to small to medium-sized businesses increased by 25%. So people are looking to work in small to medium-sized businesses. They like the idea of purposeful mission, they like the idea of opportunity, and employees from larger enterprises who have moved to smaller to medium-sized businesses feel that they are getting promoted faster than they would by staying in large businesses. Now, there's all kinds of different studies that have come up about working from home and the benefits and so on, but one of the situations that has come up is how to deal with working parents who are working from home. So employers have to recognize that there are issues with employees working from home, parents who are working from home. So some of the ideas that have come up for working from home for parents, for employers, flexible working arrangements for sure, temporarily reducing workloads, so increasing the amount of time that it takes to complete a project, temporarily reducing their tasks, and checking in regularly, whether that's by Zoom or other media as well. Another area that is always of interest is sick days. Now, the government has come out and talked about having more sick days allowed for employees paid by the employer. This has been a challenge over the course of the many years that I've been in recruiting in the last 25 years. And one survey that came out said, well, are your employees taking more days off or less days off for sick days than before the pandemic? So 50% of employers said their employees are taking less time. 25% are taking more time. 25% of employees are taking more sick days than usual. And 22% said, probably about the same. So definitely less days overall in general because people are working from home. Now, Black Lives Matter, big issue, has been for many years. It's become obviously a bigger issue because of George Floyd and the recent events that have happened in the US. But a recent report from Fishbowl indicated that 89% of HR workers, now this is HR professionals, expect their organization to respond with public solidarity for BLM. This movement has brought to the forefront the need for every organization to provide diversity, and to ensure that inclusion and belonging is part of the culture of that organization. So that's another interesting change that's been layered on through the last 6 months, through the last year, through the COVID issue. Minimum wages. So this is for Ontario specifically. As of October 1st, 2020, the Ontario government had introduced a Making Ontario Open for Business Act that applied for this year, which meant that the minimum wage increased by 25 cents per hour across the board. There was a minimum wage freeze, and if you recall some of the Liberal changes that wanted the minimum wage to be $15 an hour, and then it got changed to $14 an hour. Well, now it's being phased in, notwithstanding the pandemic. So the general minimum wage, this is for Ontario, went from $14 an hour to $14.25 an hour. The student minimum wage also increased by 25 cents per hour, running from $13.15 to $13.40 an hour. And then the liquor server minimum wage went from $12.20 to $12.45. So another, I mentioned it earlier about working moms and how problems, the weight of homemaking and school and child care and so on fell disproportionately on mothers. Well, a third of working moms thought about quitting their jobs due to COVID-19. This is a huge number. And a lot of people, and I know some personally myself, that they just couldn't work, and mothers that is, they just couldn't work and look after their kids at the same time. It's just not possible, especially with young kids. So they had to take a leave or they had to quit. So a third of mothers talked about quitting, and working parents in general said they had a high level of stress without being able to count on daycares and schools being open. Now, with schools kind of coming back online, that may be a bit of a relief, but it's not quite the same as full-time schooling. Only 1/5, so 20% of fathers felt that way about quitting their jobs and putting their careers on pause. So 1/3 of women and only 1/5 or 20% of fathers. So how do you make working from home better for you? Well, there's a few ways. The BC psychologist had shared some thoughts as to what would help people work better from home. So number one was managing your space and your mental health. So pick one spot in your home and designate that as the work environment that you want to work in, and not moving between different rooms, because that creates problems. You also have to pay attention to diet, exercise, alcohol use, and sleep to stay physically and mentally healthy. Really important. And finally, this BC psychologist suggests turn off your devices early in the night so that they're not changing your sleep patterns, and limit your social media and video chats, especially just before bed. What's going on with salaries? Obviously, after the pandemic hit, a lot of companies dropped a lot of hours from employees. They took away a lot of their time. They took away a lot of pay. And the human resources consulting firm Morneau Chappell estimated that in 2020, only 2% of companies would freeze salaries in 2020. But in 2020, and what actual has we're up to over 13% of companies that have frozen wages through this year so far, and they predict more of the same in 2021. Now, what's there to help small businesses? Well, there's a lot of help on the way for small businesses. They've already released a whole bunch of programs, including the wage subsidy that I just mentioned. There's also the Canada Emergency Business Account. There has been the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program. And the federal government added another $600 million to a fund to help small and medium-sized businesses weather the pandemic. Now, of that new money, about $450 million will go to small and medium-sized businesses facing financial pressure to help keep employees and cover costs. The other $150 million is going for rural businesses and communities with access to capital and technical support. So lots of money that's coming through the government to help employees. So I want to finish by saying you're welcome to connect with me on LinkedIn if there's anything I can help you with. If you'd like to check out some of our virtual events that we are conducting, we have a number of events that are happening. You can visit Torontojobs.ca/news. That's Torontojobs.ca/NEWS for information about those events. We run about 14 to 15 virtual events a month right now. So we're running a lot of different events. If you are looking for a new position, you can check out Torontojobs.ca. You can post your resume online, and you can sign up for job mail where you can get email alerts when positions come up that might be interesting to you. You can also check out our YouTube channel as well, where we have a number of different videos that are posted there that will help you with your job search as well. And you can always text us. We have our 24/7 text us lines that are always open at 289-206-1651. That's 289-206-1651. And you can follow us on all our social media at Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. I did also write a book called Tales from the Recruiter that you can check out by visiting talesfromtherecruiter.ca. You can visit TorontoEntrepreneurs.ca if you're a business owner or if you're starting up your music career. We have a lot of musicians that are within that community that want to know how to build their business. And when you're a musician, you really got to think of your business, your career as a business. You have to self-promote and go from there. So check out TorontoEntrepreneurs.ca as well, and you can visit the musicexpo.ca channel, YouTube, not only YouTube channel, but also the website to find out about our upcoming events and how you might want to connect with us from there. So I'd like to thank a number of people for today: Royal City Studio, the Royal City Summit, Entrepreneurship in Music. I'd also like to thank AMO Music, Roger Diaz Films, and Eduardo as well for inviting me out to speak to you today. So thanks very much. Like I said, if there's anything I can help you with, by all means, don't hesitate to connect with me. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. And thanks very much for watching.
Awesome. So what kind of networking strategies would you recommend for young entrepreneurs and musicians? Are there any specific situations in your life that changed the way you think of networking, and how did your perspective change?
Well, I think LinkedIn has been a great feature to connect, because you can see their profiles, people's profiles, you can see their jobs, you can see their work history, and it really gives you an idea as to what their careers were. So that would be number one. I'd say three things. Number one would be LinkedIn. So great tool, especially for music. I find that musicians tend not to put their profiles on LinkedIn. They use Instagram, and they use Facebook and Twitter. But you want to hit a very broad cross-section. And music industry executives and people, they always have their profiles on LinkedIn, so you want to connect with them. Number two, I would say to go to a website like Eventbrite, EVENTBRITE, for those that don't know. So eventbrite.com.
I think establishing the way bright is spelled is very important.
Yes, right? Somebody might hear bright, I don't find it here. So eventbrite.com. There's a lot of events that are posted there. And there's a lot of great ways to find out what people are up to, right? What events are happening. Most of them are all online right now, of course, because those are great ways of connecting virtually. And I'd say number three is really build up your Facebook and your Twitter profiles, and connect with people. Like there's one musician in particular, David Boyd James, who's a country musician. He quit his job. He was in sales. He quit his job a couple years ago, went full time into music. Country music guy, fantastic, amazing guy. He won the Emerging Artist Award at Boots and Hearts last summer, but he just threw himself in. But the one thing that differentiates him from a lot of other musicians who have, started up their careers is he's very responsive. He connects with his fans. he personalizes messages. So if you post something on Facebook on his profile, he will like it, very quickly. Like not like 3 days later, he'll do it very quickly. And he connects with people. Like he'll do Facebook Live, he'll do Instagram Live at random times. And he'll do one after the other. So he'll do like 8:30 at night on a weeknight. He'll do Facebook, and then at 9 o'clock he'll hop into Instagram. So I think really connecting with your fans can build your network.
Right. I think it's important to add a human touch because it kind of gives you sort of that human aspect to it, right? That you're not just this robot or this figure, but you're also a person as well. I think people find something endearing about that when you're trying to sell yourself.
That's right. Yeah.
For on the recruiting side, for startups, entrepreneurs beginning to hire, what should they look for in their talent? Focusing on the inward needs versus the outward, on character and quality, and how has technology furthered the effectiveness of networking and recruiting talent?
Good question. So let's do one at a time. So
Cool.
The first question.
It was loaded.
Yeah, loaded.
So what should recruiters, when they're starting to begin to hire, what should they look for in their talent?
I think, especially when you're starting out new and you might be hiring your first person, I think you should look at the personality and the fit more than necessarily the technical. I think when you're a bigger company and say a Microsoft or whatever it is, Apple, well, you're gonna have very specific roles. But when you're a small company, you wear a lot of hats, like as a musician or a business owner or whatever, entrepreneur. So you have to find somebody that can also kind of play with you, in your game, knowing that they might have to take out the garbage one day and do marketing, promo the next day or do social media another time. So I think you got to really look for somebody with broad experience. I don't usually suggest taking somebody from a big company to work for a small company. That's a big transition to go, say for example, you have somebody who worked at Bell and now they're going into a small business. It's very difficult for people to make that adjustment. So that would be a couple of things. So number one is hire not so much on the technical. You can also always train on the technical, hire for fit. Number two is hire people who have been in smaller businesses. And then kind of number three is, really take your time. Take your time because there's a lot of people out there. Don't rush. Your first hire is probably the most important because it's you need that person to be on your side. One of the first people that I hired, Rachel Mitchell at Torontojobs.ca, she came right out of Sheridan College in a marketing program, and that was back in 2006. And 14 years later, she's still with me, right? But it took the time, found the right person, the match, and over time, it's just her role has changed and grown, and now she's director of business development at the company, and she's done well. But it took a long time to find her.
Well, I also think that first hire is important because it's almost a reflection of who you are and an extension of you as well, right? You want that person to, follow the same, things that you're trying to look for in other employees as well.
Yeah, and I would also say, a lot of times what happens with the first employee, or really as companies grow, is they try to find somebody from referrals, and it's so-and-so's wife or so-and-so's cousin or so-and-so referred that person, and they really try to make it work, but in their heart of hearts they really feel that it's not the right person, but they don't cut that person. They make it, they'll get better, I'll work with them, and in the long run it's not a good strategy. So you got to kind of be very objective. Yes, you could be a bit slanted because it's somebody that you know or somebody referred and you think they're going to do a better job. But I've seen a lot of times when people have been hired and they're just not a good match. And the entrepreneur, the business owner makes excuses. It'll get better.
Right.
and it doesn't. It gets worse.
So you spoke a lot about shifts in the employer-employee relationship as well as the changes in the job markets. Does this mean that more people will be gravitating towards entrepreneurship?
That's a great question. When I got into entrepreneurship back in 2005, when I started my own business, it was tough. Like it was tough in the sense like it's tough starting a business, and it's tough like not having a paycheck. But it was tough because there weren't the same number of tools that are available in today's world. You know, in today's world, you can Google how to start up a business, or how to get financing, how to market your business. And not just Google, but there's YouTube videos. There's all kinds of support. And I think the younger generation is much more in tune with what's available. And you know, the days of having to, you know, slowly build and go, you know, one step at a time, and I got to do this job for 2-3 years and the next job for 2-3 years. It's kind of gone, like in the sense of like a younger employee who doesn't want to, you know, take that, doesn't want to wait. So entrepreneurship is a great opportunity to do this. I mean, I'm an entrepreneur. I love what I do, but I think you also have to, you know, bide your time and work in big companies to see what you don't like. Right? You may end up liking it, who knows? But it certainly is a lot easier today starting up a business than it was 15 years ago when I started out my business.
Yeah, I think it's important to go through all those experiences, as you alluded to, because it really teaches you about yourself and what you like and what you don't like, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you often see it in university, kids get into programs that they think is meant for them, and then 2-3 years down the road, they realize that, no, it's something else, and sometimes you want to test those waters so you can avoid situations like that as well, right?
Yeah.
So how about in music specifically, as you spoke about instrument companies having record high sales, is the same shift happening towards people leaving their jobs to fully pursue music?
Well, see, music is really tough right now because of the venues that are closed. They don't have gigs. I think a lot of musicians are now in the transition of trying to figure out, okay, well, I can't do music full time like I used to. So now I got to go back in and get maybe a part-time job that I didn't expect I would have to do. So it is tougher for sure. The ones that I can think of a few that are sticking it out and that know like that this is what it's going to take, and I know I'm going to be, you know, down here for a little bit, but I'm going to keep slugging it out. I'm going to keep posting stuff on my social media. I'm going to stay connected with my fans. I'm going to do whatever gigs that are out there. I think you got to be very, you have to be very entrepreneurial, right? I'll give you an example. Susie Corey, I don't know if you know her. She's a musician, country musician. She was working as a flight attendant for many years, and she always wanted to do music, so she did music, and you know, obviously COVID hit. She was doing shows and concerts and doing these gigs, plus doing her music, recording. And she was like, well, I just can't sit here. I need to get out there. And what are the rules about having shows? So she put on a drive-in show. She did all the following. She found a place, which was in Cavan, Ontario, which is east of Peterborough. It was a big yard. She got a date, she did the marketing, she got 6 or 7 performers like other musicians. She built a small stage. She had all the cars she painted spray paint on the grass so people knew where they would go. And you know, she charged, I don't know, whatever it was, 30, 40, 50 bucks a car. And she said, hey, bring all your friends and come on out. And it was a great Saturday. The weather was fantastic. And you know, she was somebody that pivoted, right? And I said, look, I'm gonna change things up. She called it the Love Revolution Tour. And she went out and she did it in Nashville, of all places. Yeah, yeah. So she did the same thing. This was back in July or August of 2020. And then all of a sudden I see this thing come up on her feed saying that she's doing the Love Revolution Tour in Nashville, Tennessee. And isn't that creative, right? But you know, those are the people that are going to survive. Like, you know, they are creative. You know, like there's still companies that are paying for music, you know, commercials that are made that need jingles or music background. Well, those gigs are there, but you got to go out and find them. And you have to be opportunistic, and you have to find out who those people are. And going back to your question about networking, you know, really network. Who are those people that make those decisions?
And trying to find people that are like-minded, right?
Yeah. Like, how do I find them? Like, where do they, because again, just like the hidden job market, these opportunities, a lot of them are hidden. You know, they're not posted somewhere. Hey, we're looking for a musician. They reach out to people. And you have to be very opportunistic. And I find that a lot of musicians aren't that opportunistic. They know they have to be, but man, like you try to get them to respond to stuff. And as putting my event organizer hat on for the Music Expo, I mean, you know, we are helping you. We're trying to help you. So respond to us quickly. Respond to us on a timely basis. And I can see the ones, like some respond like that. You know, they're online. Hey, I understand if you have a meeting or you're doing work or whatever it is. But certainly within, 24 hours, you should be responding.
Yeah, I think there's something to say about, I've worked a couple of jobs where, I had a managerial role, and I'm finding that a lot of younger people are having the inability to have those face-to-face conversations, and there's a bit of a fear, but I think, like you said, it's really important for you to stand out and respond right away like that. I find that's something that I run into very often, right? And I think the ones that are eager are the ones that are going to succeed because they're the ones that are communicating right away.
Yeah, and well, I just wanted to say this story because, when I was going through my accounting days, I worked at KPMG, a big accounting firm, and man, I was the shyest guy out there. And if I saw a partner, not only did I look at them as they were God, but I was also afraid of seeing them. So if I was going to the washroom and they were ahead of me and they went into the washroom, I'd be like, I'm coming back in about 10 minutes, right? I'm going to go back to my desk and then come back because I didn't want to be in the washroom with them. But as alone, that is, but for dinner, not for, but what I would say is that, as I'm getting older, and as I got older and as I got into recruiting and as I realized how the game works in terms of opportunities and jobs and opportunities that you wouldn't have otherwise known, it's not to be afraid of people that might have a title of president or a director of music or whatever it is. Reach out to them, talk to them. And maybe they don't have something for you now, but let them know who you are.
Right. I think it's really important to put those feelers out, right?
Yeah.
You want someone to know that, this is my passion, and hopefully they think of you right when that happens.
That's
so,
right.
Marc, this has been such a pleasure.
Thanks,
Thank you so much. You just filled my head with a wealth of amount of knowledge, and I'm sure you've done that for our viewers as well. Awesome. So thank you once again for your time. Again, I want to thank everyone behind the scenes, and I want to thank Marc for his time here. Royal City Summit here at Royal City Studios in Guelph. I'm Dee, this is Marc, and I want to thank you once again for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your day. Welcome to After Hours. This is the conversation after the conversation. We're here at Royal City Studios in Guelph, Ontario, and I'm joined by Marc Belaiche. Yes, okay, I was really nervous that I was going to mess that up. The owner of and creator of Torontojobs.ca and the Canadian Music Expo. Marc, welcome to the program.
Oh, thanks very much, Dee. Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure. So we just got to hear you give this keynote, but now I have more specific questions. And like I said in my last After Hours session, selfishly, I just want to learn a lot more. And I feel like some of the people listening will want to learn more about your endeavors. First of all, I want to know why you got into music. What has made you so passionate about music, and what drew you to the medium?
I was always liked music when I was growing up, and the old 1050 chum days that are now TSN 1050 or whatever. But anyways, we used to collect these chum charts, and they were weekly charts that showed what the top songs were. And now this isn't much before the internet days, so you got these little booklets that you can probably find on eBay or something, and it would show you the songs. And my brothers and I would collect them, and then we ended up I want a weird way. I won a contest one time when I was like 12 or 13 on the radio, and I went down to pick it up from 1050 Chum on Yonge and St. Clair in Toronto. And I was like, wow, this is so cool, like music, and you pick up a prize. I think maybe like a record or something. And ever since then, I just got into it. I started going to concerts when I was in my teens. And as I grew over the years, I just, been amazed by how music comes to be, and how, you get somebody on bass and keyboards and guitar, and, it all blends in together, and the music's so crisp, and how does that all come together? So that's kind of what drew me in. And then as far as the Music Expo went, it was more like, I'm missing something. And I think a lot of other people are missing something where they get a chance to meet their musicians. They have an opportunity to go to shows. People have an opportunity to go to concerts and shows, notwithstanding the pandemic and everything else. But they can go to shows, but then the artist takes off afterwards. You don't get a chance to meet them. And I had a chance to meet the Muse a while ago at Air Canada Centre, Scotiabank Arena now. And that was a big thrill. Then I, met other musicians, and I'm like, wow, this is cool, right? These people are cool. But the average person doesn't get a chance to meet musicians. And I'm an average person. In fact, I just, I get excited about meeting, these musicians. And so I thought, let's create an opportunity where people can meet the musicians at the Music Expo, shake their hand, get their autographs, for them to tell the musicians how important their music was, how it changed their lives, how they made out with their girlfriend or boyfriend, that's their song or something, right? In the back of a car or something. I don't know, whatever. So I don't know. I just love music.
Well, you jumped one of my questions because I was going to ask you about the Music Expo particularly. But before I ask a following questions about the Music Expo, your most memorable concert experience?
Oh, man. The ones that I was sober at or not sober?
Which one can you remember, I guess, is a better question.
Man, I've been to so many. I liked Lenny Kravitz. I had front row. I hadn't been front row before, but I guess I've been to see Kim Mitchell probably like 20 times in my life, and he's probably my go-to guy, and I've seen him like all over the place across Ontario. So that's probably my favorite, going up to the Key to Bala in Bala, Ontario, and checking out Kim Mitchell. It's a great party place, and not in pre-COVID days. I can't wait for it to come back.
So you answered my question about what was your initial interest in building the expo. And if you want to elaborate on that, you definitely can. But I also want to ask you how you're seeing virtual programs like the expo benefiting musicians and local businesses.
So I think the Music Expo, and now we're doing a lot of virtual events. I mean, we've been doing a number of virtual events at Torontojobs.ca for now 5 or 6 months. But I think now with the virtual Music Expo, musicians can reach a much broader audience across Canada that before was limited because we were doing live events, and we were doing them in Toronto or Mississauga, and it was really only catering to an audience that's within that certain area. And now the musicians get an opportunity to really get their brand out there and really get their music out to a much, much broader audience. I always say that now the tables are all more level, right? The playing field is all level or somewhat more level between big name musicians and just someone who's just starting out. You got recording studios at home or recording studios that you can get local or you can have really great quality without going to like a huge recording studio. And you can do videos on your phones or on cameras that in the past were only available for like big name artists. And with bigger name musicians not being able to go out on tour, that equation is out of it as well. So now what are up-and-comer musicians competing with bigger name musicians? They're all on the same platform. Mm-hmm. They all have YouTube. They all have social media. So it's a game now about who can get more followers and who can get more connections.
Creative too, right?
Yeah, the creativity, like the music is obviously important, but it's now about it's a different game. And like I said, the Music Expo gives musicians a level playing field. Like we call it the Canadian Music Expo. It's across Canada, and we get people from all over the world now. Like we started with, okay, well we'll stick with Ontario or Toronto, and then we had people from Vancouver, Halifax. We've had people all across Canada. And now we get people from Germany. We get people from the States, Mexico coming on, because it's the Canadian Music Expo.
Right.
There's something, an aura. And, Canadian musicians are fantastic, and they're recognized around the world now.
Right.
As really a player in the music industry.
Yeah, I know you've definitely started to see them sprinkle within the music industry, and a lot of them are at the top of their game, right? And I mean, like Drake and Bieber and Shawn Mendes, all those guys are, prominent names now in the industry. And I think people are starting to recognize that there's this little hidden gem up north where you can find all these talented artists as well, right? So I wanted to ask you a little bit about Torontojobs.ca. How did you get the idea to start an online recruitment platform?
So I'd been in recruitment for 10 years at the time. And this is going back to 2005. So you got to kind of roll the clock backwards and think, okay, well, what was the internet like at that time? And the internet was starting to grow and obviously moving towards that. And I thought that I had hit 40 years old. So now I'm 55.
Would have never guessed it.
Really? Yeah, no.
You just rocked the salt pepper really well.
That's right. So I was, 40 years old. The average age that people start up a business is actually 40 years old. I read this in a book at the time. And I knew that there was a shift going in recruiting towards job boards and online, and the bigger players like Monster and Workopolis had kind of come in, and they were still kind of figuring out what it was going to be all about. And I'm like, wow, this is an opportunity for me to get out there. And so I was doing the old-fashioned recruiting, like working at an agency and helping companies and interviewing people. And I was like, how can the internet change that? So I went out and I did a little bit of soul searching. And while I was working, and I said, okay, well, what kind of websites can I build something? Can I buy something? Like, where do I go? So I reached out, and we talked about networking before. And I just picked up the phone. I started calling people. I said, can I meet you? Can we talk? And some people didn't call me back, and I get it. But one person in particular, Merdad from Torontojobs.ca, who had set up the website, he called me back. And he said, come on in, well, let's talk. And I was the suit and tie corporate kind of guy. I hated it. I'm more like jeans and t-shirt kind of thing. And I walk into this place, and they're in Toronto. And, there's computer boxes around, and there's guys like on their computers like this, and, jeans and t-shirts. And I'm like, this is my place. I feel this is where it is. And that's how, after 6 months, we made a deal. I ended up buying the website from him. He was a developer guy. He still did the background of the website, the security and changes and all that. And that's how the online side of it came about. And I remember coming back from their office when the deal was signed. I was coming along the 401. I'm going, wow, this is so cool. Toronto Jobs, right? .ca. Toronto, it's my city. I grew up here. Jobs, which is like easy to understand, and .ca, which is the .canada, right? Or Canada domain.
Doesn't get more obvious than that.
Yeah, right. So I'm like, wow, this is great. I'm so excited. So off my entrepreneurship direction went.
So kind of just want to wrap this up with talking about networking. You mentioned networking and the importance of that. To any young people that might be listening, or people that are just starting to get on the industry and they just don't have, the bodies or the contacts to get started, can you preach about the importance of networking and how important it is for your growth?
Oh man, that's a great question. I mean, it's everything to me. I'm about connecting. And I can't tell you how much stuff has come through because of networking, because of contacts. And, you plant seeds around, like it's like, consider it like an open field, and you're planting seeds. So if you're just starting up in entrepreneurship, or you're starting up in whatever it is that you're selling, and you plant seeds, and you're going to a yard, and there's you're planting the seeds, and some of them you water every day and they never grow. And other ones, you don't need a lot of water, and all of a sudden they blossom. And you keep that in the back of your mind, and you know that there's going to be people that are going to say,
They can't be bothered. They won't tell you. They won't tell you to your face that they're not going to help you. In fact, they may be negative about what you're doing for whatever reason. Maybe they had a bad experience. Maybe they don't like you. Maybe whatever. But the ones that do, if they can offset all those bad ones, will be enough to keep you going. And it's just so important, like building up your network, building up your contacts, continuously, thinking broadly and laterally. I mean, LinkedIn is such a great tool. I mean, I talked about it before, but LinkedIn is such a great tool because it's like everybody's business card is online. You can see it.
Their resume as well, right?
It's their resume, it's their profile, it's their history of what they've done. Facebook, it's okay, but you don't always know what they do or what their experiences or whatever. But LinkedIn is fantastic. I mean, roll the clock back 20, 25 years. When you wanted to network, you had to go to an event.
Physically be there
and exchange business cards. And now it's so totally different age, of course. But, for someone like me who has been through that, I go, wow, like younger people don't appreciate the power that they have just at their fingertips with LinkedIn and Facebook and the reach that they have and Twitter and Instagram. I mean, leverage that. Use that, build yourself. There's. I'll just wrap up this question with that. Is your network is your net worth, right? Your network is your net worth, and I think about that almost every day. But your network is your net worth. Every day you're chipping away your network. You're growing, and you got that field, and you're watering certain things. And if you see an article that looks interesting, you think it would look interesting, send the person a message. Say, hey, I just saw this article with your
absolutely. I was gonna say, I love that you brought the whole business card analogy because you kind of still believe in that because you gave me a business card before this conversation, right? So It's something that you haven't lost touch with, which
and that's
I really
old school.
That is old school, absolutely. So obviously, Torontojobs.ca, it's pretty obvious in the name where you can find that and find out more information. Is there anything that you can provide us in terms of the Canadian Music Expo?
So musicexpo.ca. We're on Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn, and Instagram. We do events pretty much every month now, virtually. In the past, we've been just doing the live event once a year because the planning and getting putting it all together and everything else. It's really, until the pandemic passes through, I still think I want to get back to the live Music Expo.
We all miss it.
We all miss it. I mean, we had performances last year. We had signings. We had exhibitors. We had, a tribute to Neil Peart, the drummer from Rush who passed away last year. We had a book that was sent to the band afterwards. Nice. That was signed by all the attendees. So kind of cool things that come into play at the live event. The virtual event has a different feel, but I think we're eventually going to move to that, and it's going to be a new kind of world in that way. But it's great for musicians because they can, hit, as I said, a broader market. And it's great for music fans because they can see musicians that, like, say, from Vancouver or from Calgary or whatever, that they wouldn't have otherwise been able to, to connect with. So, and they can have live chat. Like, our platform allows for live chat with the musicians. They can come in as a video.
So I don't have to scream at the person next to me, right?
That's right. That's right.
Like you would have to at a live concert.
Exactly. So we're just out to promote musicians, and I'm just doing it for the love of music. It's not a money thing at all. Like, it's an opportunity for music fans to connect with musicians. And hey, I get a thrill from meeting, like, I've met Gord Depp from the Spoons, and we have Chris Burkett, who was on Sinead O'Connor's Nothing Compares to You song and producing it. I've met Sandy Horn also from the Spoons. I mean, I met so many people. I'm trying, like, I'm going, who else have I met? Like, really cool. But I meet, guys like David Boy James, who's a fantastic country
singer. So what you're telling me is you're kind of a big deal.
Yeah, no, not at all. I'm just a guy, and I'm happy to connect anybody who's watching, who's a musician who wants to promote themselves. If you're a producer, if you're in a band, you think I can help you, I'm happy to do that. I'm no cost. Like I'm not looking for anything.
That's great. We definitely need more people like you in this world, especially in these troubling times. So it's great that you're still able to pivot and help people out, even though it's become a little more difficult. So, Marc, I want to thank you. This was such a joy and such a pleasure to sit down and speak with you.
Oh, thanks, Steve.
And this is the early phases of After Hours, so it's great to start off this way. So thank you very much once again. Again, Torontojobs.ca and the Canadian Music Expo. And again, we're doing this in the Royal City Studios in Guelph, Ontario. So we really appreciate you taking the time to listen to this, and we appreciate them for providing their facilities. And then obviously want to thank everyone behind the scenes for making this this conversation so great. So Marc, once again, thanks for being here.
Thanks,
and to everyone else, have yourself a great day.
Royal City Studios is a facility where we have the ability to rehearse, to record, to perform. We also are a little more broad in our event hall where we can pretty much do anything, including weddings and parties and things like that. But the primary focus of Royal City Studios is to help the Guelph community of musicians be as great as they can be. We opened in April of 2019, and so it's been about a year and a half now. Wow. So originally it wasn't a recording studio, it was purely rehearsal. And the inspiration came when I was heading towards a rehearsal with my own band. And there was this narrow stairway going down to a basement with really low ceilings and light bulbs that were burning my face off. And I'm really not looking forward to it. And I'm thinking, where else could we rehearse? And I've been wanting to get into some sort of music-related career because I wanted to get back to my passion, which is music. So in that moment, I realized that there was an opportunity. And when I looked into it, certainly there was a gap in town. And I thought, hey, let's take advantage of that and see what we can make happen. And a lot of sweat and blood and tears went by, and we got here, and I put it through. So here we are. Well, I think first, like most kids, you start with your voice. And my parents were very avid music lovers. I think my earliest fond memories of singing to music was Bee Gees, ABBA, some of that stuff back in the 70s when I was quite young. And my brain just really wanted to harmonize with everybody and sing with them and be my own part with those wonderful musicians. And from there, I went through school and took up the saxophone eventually. And that's my main instrument now. But my first wind instrument was actually, other than the recorder, was a clarinet. And when I got to high school, my teacher thought I was so good at the clarinet and so far ahead of all the other clarinetists that she thought she'd give me a challenge instead and passed me a saxophone. And I really wasn't looking forward to it, but it's the best thing I think that ever happened. I had a bit of a more winding journey than that. I certainly knew in high school, it was probably in grade 11 when I was really at the top of my game. I was practicing 6 to 8 hours a day in high school and 16 years old, loving every minute of it and really, really wanting to drive towards that. Got dissuaded from that from various directions, and it took a long time to come back. But it stayed with me the whole time, but it wasn't my focus. And I've realized that I'm doing a disservice to myself and to people that I can touch by not pursuing it. And so there was a moment when I realized that my life that I was leading was not the one that I wanted to be leading. And it didn't have any meaning to me at all. So I thought, how am I going to get back to my passion? And it took a long time to figure it out. But once I did, that's when I really knew. Once I figured it out and what I could do, I just wasn't going to stop. So servant leadership is extremely important. As a servant leader, you're saying, how can I help you be as good as you can? So Royal City Studios, and what I'm really trying to do is to say, okay, we're doing this for the musician. The point is, let's provide a place where the musicians can just be themselves, play the way they want to, have everything they need, not have to go to the music store and pick something up that they forgot, not have to worry about the band next door that's at 11 on their amps and all of that. Let's build a place that really works for the musician. And I think we've done a really good job here. Obviously, there's more work to do, but that's the whole nest of what we're trying to build here. So relationships are going to be really big. It's something that I really need to focus on. I think those relationships, I've built a lot with the clients that have come in and some of the recording musicians that have come in and, had albums cut here. Those relationships are incredibly important, and getting people to know that we're here to help them and do everything that we can to help them succeed, help their friends succeed, and make Guelph a real center for musical excellence. Well, I mean, this event, the Royal City Summit, is a huge example of that. We're bringing together people that are involved with music, that are trying to grow music, and to make this a wonderful thing, and share it with people, and help other people that want to get into music get in, and help the ones that are there do better at what they're doing, being supportive. That's one huge area. Another one is, since there's no live music going on, or very little right now, we actually have the ability here to hold concerts, small concerts, maximum 40, 45 people, but, it's something. And, it's open to any musician. They can just walk in here. If they want to sell tickets, they sell tickets. If they don't, they don't. If they just want tips, they get tips, whatever. But making it available, making it easy for the musician to come in and have a performance and be out in the community. So the rehearsal studios, to start, they're basically at this point $10 per person per hour. And given the COVID limits, you can only fit so many people in each studio, so that's all laid out on the website. But students are at a better price even, so if you're a full-time student, you get it for $4.99 per hour, and that makes it really affordable and allows people to really take advantage of this, the facilities here. So that's on the rehearsal side. Once you're ready to record, we have a fully equipped recording studio, 24 channels coming in from the live room. It's all digital, but you can add any acoustic effects and processing that you want. We've got an isolation booth. It's all, got total soundproofing and sound treatment within the studio. So, excellent warm sound. The other side of it is that we have engineers. You can either bring your own engineer, or we can bring one in for you, and you get to choose what level of engineer you want to use. So it makes it really customizable for whatever your situation is. Then we have the performance hall that I'm sitting in here right now, and it allows you to come and have a concert. We're licensed, even for rehearsals, so if you want to come in and grab a beer when you're here, or a cold drink or whatever, we have that available. So those are some of the things that we do here. So we have 2 small studios, 3 medium studios. We have a photo studio, so you can get some profile photos done, band photos, that sort of thing. And then we have the recording studio, and a large studio as well, which is about the same size as the recording studio. It sort of doubles, so we can use them both as rehearsal studios, but only the one will function as a fully equipped recording studio. So I guess to start, we were completely shut down when COVID hit. We were down for about 3 months, and we couldn't open at all. So once we hit stage 2, we were able to open our recording studio, and we started getting people coming in to do recording. But people are very afraid as well. And with musicians, singing is one of the worst things for COVID. So that makes it really challenging. How do you get around your bandmates and sing without causing a problem? And so dealing with that is really, really tough. So what we've decided to do here is, if you're really concerned about that, we have our recording studio with the isolation booth. You can actually use that to rehearse in. You can hear the bandmates that are playing in the live room, but you're not in the same room as them. So it allows you to have a full rehearsal. You're just not in the same room as your singer. Once stage 3 came, then rehearsals opened up, and we had to, of course, worry about all the cleaning and distancing and masks and all that stuff. The nice thing is, once you're in the studio, if you guys are tight in your band and you all are in your own bubble, then you can take off your masks and you can do whatever you want. But when you come out of the studio, you got to put them back on, because that's not your bubble anymore. But we're trying to do everything we can to enable musicians to be able to be here rehearsing safely and even performing as well. So when you come in for a performance, we can put up the transparent plastic shield, which is the physical barrier that's required by the government. But then you're all good to go. And while it's not maybe the perfect visuals behind a plastic sheet, it's certainly better than sitting at home. So we got a whole bunch of different kinds of things going on. Anyone can rent the hall for whatever they want. We have not just music events. We've had a few concerts here, but we also are having weddings and birthday parties and confirmation parties and baby showers and things like that happening here. We also are having drag shows once or twice a week. So there's some entertainers in town and bringing people in from remote. We had the Canada's Drag Race viewing parties here, and a lot of the stars from the show were actually here watching the episodes with us as they were happening, as they were released, and it was quite a wonderful experience to see all that happening. I won't talk too much about inspiration. There's so many influences I have from that perspective, but I first of all want to thank MO Music for creating this event and supporting us over the past few months. It's really great to work with you. There are a lot of people. My family is a huge one. They really had a big sacrifice for me being here all the time, so I really appreciate that. Eric Lee, who's our key engineer here at Royal City Studios, is doing a tremendous job with everyone that comes in. So I can't say enough about him and his work. Yuri Colesso is one of my early partners in crime, I guess. He's been supporting me throughout since we've been open. Ideas, events, promotion, printing, all sorts of stuff that he helped us with. So a lot of really great outreach, and there's a whole cast of other people that come in here regularly that really, I think the musicians of Guelph, I have to say thank you, because we wouldn't be here without you. We wouldn't want to be here without you. And so we're just going to do everything we can to help stay here and help you guys succeed.
Great, Jim. Thank you so much.
Check us out at TorontoJobs.ca and book online or give us a call. We'll be happy to have you in here.